What if Harry Potter's John Wick inheritance triggered when Vernon killed his pet snake at age 9? A Savage Harry Adventure Chapter 1, Saffron. Welcome to Savage Harry. Today's adventure, what if Harry Potter's John Wick inheritance triggered when Vernon killed his pet snake at age 9? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. The garden at number 4, Privet Drive, was an unremarkable strip of clipped grass behind a house that had been pressed into being by a developer who had only ever seen one house and had built every house since out of memory of it. The lawn was trimmed. The fence was painted. The rose bushes along the south wall were pruned in the same spasmodic rhythm at which Vernon Dursley dug into his weekend gin and tonic. There was a shed with a padlock on it. There was a wheelie bin. There was a square of gravel behind the rosemary that had once held a bird bath and no longer did because Vernon had decided that bird baths drew rats. The garden was not where Harry Potter was supposed to be. Harry Potter was supposed to be inside the cupboard under the stairs, except when he was supposed to be outside watering the rose bushes, except when he was supposed to be in the kitchen scraping eggs off plates that had been used by people other than him. There was a schedule. The schedule was held together by the thread of a slap. Harry had memorized the slap before he had memorized the schedule, and so for him the schedule was simply the negative space around the slap, the empty places where the slap was not yet falling. He was 9 years old. He had brown hair he could not flatten, glasses he had taped together with sellotape, and a scar that he had been told was the relic of a car crash that had also killed his parents. He believed everything Vernon and Petunia told him, in the way a small animal believes the trap is the floor. He had also, 2 weeks earlier, made a friend. The friend lived in a hollow in the compost heap, just where the chicken wire met the brick of the back wall. The friend was thinner than Harry's smallest finger, the color of wet leaves, and had a tiny black-yellow band behind the head that Harry did not yet know was the mark of a grass snake. The friend was 3 feet long when stretched and a small green coil when curled, and the friend had a tongue that flickered in and out as if tasting the morning the way Harry's tongue tasted the corner of a stolen biscuit. Harry had found the friend on a Tuesday. He had been weeding under the threat of being made to weed harder, and his small hand had reached for what he thought was a fallen length of string, and the string had moved, and the string had looked at him with 2 flat black eyes. Oh, Harry had said, the grass snake had not run, the grass snake had looked at him, the grass snake had somehow asked him a question. Are you the warm thing? The question had said. It had not been a sound exactly. It had been a feeling that arrived already shaped, with the kind of clarity Harry only ever got when Dudley had hit him in the head with the cricket bat and the world rang. Ah, yes, Harry had said into the morning, into the compost. You are smaller than I expected, the question had said. I'm 9, Harry had said because he was an honest child and because he did not know that he was speaking in a language that no other human within 20 miles could speak. He thought he was speaking English. He had always thought he was speaking English. The hissing on the edge of his voice was, to him, the way every conversation sounded. The grass snake's reply was, to him, a sentence in plain English because the grass snake had no other language and so the language between them simply was. 9, the grass snake had said. I am 2, I am young, I am old, I do not know what the words mean, the compost is warm, you are warm. Hello, warm thing. Hello, Harry had said. He had crouched in the wet morning earth in a too large pair of Dudley's old jeans, and he had watched the grass snake taste the air, and the grass snake had not flinched, and Harry, who flinched at everything, had not flinched, and that was how it had started. 2 weeks. He had counted them on the calendar in the kitchen, the one with the kittens on it, the one Petunia used to write down the days she had her hair done. He had counted them in the way a starving child counts the slices left of a loaf. Each day he had managed to come out into the garden. Each day he had come back to the compost. Each day the small green friend had been there. Harry had named the friend Saffron because he had once heard Petunia say the word saffron about a kind of yellow rice she had been refusing to make for Vernon, and Harry had liked the sound of it, and the small yellow band behind Saffron's head had been the same color. He had told Saffron the name on the 3rd day. Saffron had not said anything to that. Saffron had only flicked her tongue, and Harry had taken that as agreement because Harry was 9 and lonely and prepared to take anything as agreement. He told Saffron things. This was the part of his life that he kept hidden, the way another 9-year-old might have hidden a comic book under a mattress, except that Harry had no comic book and no mattress. He had only the cupboard and Saffron and the small narrow space between the two, in which a self might begin to live. He told Saffron about the cupboard. About the spider that lived in the corner near the hot pipes, and the way the spider built a new web every time Petunia hoovered the hall, and the way that was a kind of bravery Harry admired. He told Saffron about Dudley, and about Aunt Marge, and about the way Aunt Marge's dog Ripper had bit through his trouser leg once and Harry had not been allowed to cry. He told Saffron about the dreams of green light, and the dreams of motorcycles, and the dream of a man with a long white beard, all of which Harry had been told sternly not to mention on pain of the cupboard. He told Saffron about the slap and the schedule and the wooden spoon and the time Vernon had broken Harry's wrist closing a door on it because Vernon had said the wrist had been in the way. "You should bite him," Saffron had said on the 8th day. "I can't bite Uncle Vernon," Harry had said. "Why not?" "He's big, I am small," Saffron had said. "I bite, the bite is not about size, the bite is about teeth." Harry had laughed. He had not laughed in months. The laugh had hurt his stomach. He had not known a laugh could hurt his stomach. "I don't have teeth," he had said, "not the kind that help." "Then grow them," Saffron had said. He had not understood her. He would understand her later in a way that would split him open. But on that 8th morning, with the compost steaming under his knees and the grass snake's narrow body bracing the chicken wire, he had only laughed and ducked his head and gone back to weeding. He brought Saffron things. He brought her a saucer of water on the 5th day, set carefully on a flat stone, refreshed in secret on the 7th and 9th and 12th. He brought her a strip of bacon rind on the 6th day, which she did not eat. He brought her a slug from under the bin on the 7th day, which she did. He brought her the heat of his hand to rest near on the cold morning of the 10th day when the autumn had begun to bite and the compost was no longer warm enough on its own. She had crawled slowly, considering into the cup of his palm. He had held his breath. "I have you," Harry had whispered in the language he did not know was a language. "I have you, I have you." "You have me," Saffron had said. "I have you, we have the warm." He had cried then into the rosemary, quietly, privately. He had cried in a way he did not allow himself to cry inside the house because inside the house tears cost him meals. He had cried because the small green thing in his palm had for the first time in his memory said back to him something that was not in order. She asked him things too. She did not ask the way humans asked. She asked the way a small animal asks, which is to say with the angle of the head and the timing of the flicker and the long slow lean of the body towards a question that has not yet found a word. She asked him on the 4th day what he was for. He had not known what to say to that. He had told her he was for being kept. She had said that is not a thing to be for. He had told her that he did not know any other thing to be for. She had said then we will find out. She asked him on the 7th day why he flinched. Because of when the hands come, Harry had said. "What hands? The big hands? Are the big hands here now? Number, then they are not here. You can stop the flinch when they are not here." "I don't know how." "You watch the air," Saffron had said. "You watch the air for the hands. You learn the hands the way I learn the foxes. When the air says hands, you go. When the air does not say hands, you do not go. That is all. I don't think I'm allowed to go," Harry had said. "Allowed is a word the hands made," Saffron had said. "I do not know the word allowed." He had thought about that for a long time afterwards. He had thought about it the next day when Vernon had cuffed him at the breakfast table for spilling the milk, and Harry, for the first time in his life that he could remember, had watched the cuff arrive. He had not flinched in time, and he had still been struck, but the watching had been a new thing in him, and the watching had survived the strike, and that had been something. She asked him on the 10th day whether he had ever loved a thing. He had thought about it. "I think I love you," he had said. Saffron had not answered for a long time. Saffron had only flicked her tongue and curled and uncurled and lifted her head, and the small black eyes had stayed on him. "I do not know the word love," she had said eventually, "but I will come when you call. That is the closest word in mine." "Okay," Harry had whispered. "It is enough," she had said. "It is enough." She had been there the next morning. She had been there the morning after that. She had been there every morning for 12 days, and on every one of those 12 mornings he had brought her something: water, slug, a torn piece of bacon rind, the warmth of his palm, the careful word of his hello, and on every one of those 12 mornings she had come, and the coming had been the new architecture of his life, and the new architecture of his life had been the first thing in his life he had built himself. He had been her friend for 12 days when the Saturday came. The Saturday was bright. The Saturday was hard in the way bright Saturdays are hard, when the light shows up the corners that the dark forgives. The Saturday smelt of cut grass and of the bacon. Petunia was frying with a kind of cheerful violence that suggested she felt the morning was going well. Vernon was in the garden in his slippers with a mug of tea, surveying his territory. Dudley was on the back step with a sausage in his hand, watching nothing. Harry had come out at his appointed time, in his 2 big jeans and his cousin's outgrown blue jumper, with a trowel in his hand and instructions to weed under the rosemary. He had nodded at his uncle. He had not made eye contact. Eye contact was a slap. He had crossed the lawn with the careful, oblique gait of a child who has learned that walking in a straight line through a hostile space is a slow form of suicide. He had crouched by the compost. He had whispered her name. Saffron. She had come. She had come because she had learned to come. She had been learning to come for 12 days. She had crawled the brick edge of the chicken wire, and she had lifted her head out of the compost, and she had flicked her tongue, and she had said, in the language no one else in the garden could hear, "Warm thing. The bird in the rose is afraid. There is a fox under the shed. The new bacon is in the kitchen. I can taste it from here." "I know," Harry had said. "She always burns the edges." "I like the edges," Saffron had said. Me too, Harry had said. He had not been quiet in his hissing. He had not yet learned to be quiet because he had not yet learned that there was anyone to be quiet from. He had hissed back at her in the smiling way a child hisses at a small green friend, and the hiss had carried in the still bright Saturday air across the lawn to where Vernon Dursley was holding a mug of tea in his slippered fist. Vernon's head had turned. Vernon's head had turned slowly, the way a great mustached animal turns its head when something has stopped being part of the background. Vernon had looked at the boy by the compost. Vernon had looked at the thin green ribbon lifting out of the wire. Vernon's small clever eyes, which were not as small or as stupid as Petunia liked to insist, had taken in the boy's posture and the lift of the snake's head and the soundless hiss between them. Vernon's mug had set itself down on the bird table. Boy, Vernon had said. The word had not been loud, the word had been worse than loud. The word had been deliberate in the way the schedule was deliberate. The word had been the name of a punishment that had not yet been named. Harry had frozen. Saffron had frozen. Boy, Vernon had said again. What is that? It's nothing, Uncle Vernon, Harry had whispered. It's just a worm. It had been a stupid lie. Saffron was longer than Harry's forearm. Vernon had taken 3 slow steps across the lawn in his slippers, and the slippers had crushed the dew, and the dew had splashed up against the cuff of his trousers, and Vernon had not noticed. That, Vernon had said, is a snake. It's only that is a snake. Please, you were talking to it. You were hissing at it. Please, Uncle Vernon. Petunia, Vernon had bellowed without taking his eyes off the compost. Petunia, come and see what your nephew has been doing in our garden. The kitchen door had opened. Petunia had come out in her flowered housecoat with the spatula still in her hand, and she had looked at the compost, and her face had drained slowly of color in the way Harry had seen happen once on television when a woman had been told her husband was dead. She had pressed her hand to her mouth. She had made a small noise like a knife in butter. Vernon, she had said. Yes, Vernon had said. Vernon, the boy is. Yes, Vernon had said. I can see what the boy is. He's like, yes, Vernon had said. Get the shed key. Harry had not moved. He had been told once never to move when Vernon was in a particular kind of mood, because moving in that kind of mood was the same as offering a piece of yourself to be taken, and Harry had become very good at being still. He had only watched with the careful flat attention of a small animal under glass as Petunia had fumbled at the keys at her hip, as the shed door had swung open, as Vernon had reached inside and brought out the spade. The spade was old. The spade was the one Vernon used to turn the borders in October. The spade had a wooden handle that had been worn smooth on one side from his grip and rough on the other from the splinters Petunia had refused to sand down. The spade had a flat metal head edged at one corner with the dull silver of 1,000 small impacts against stone. No, Harry had said. He had not said it loudly. He had said it the way one says a word that one already knows will not be heard. Vernon, Petunia had said, the spatula still in her hand, the bacon still frying on the hob behind her. Vernon, not outside the neighbors are at church, Vernon had said. Vernon, get inside, Petunia, take the boy inside. He won't come, take him inside. Petunia had crossed the lawn in her slippers. Petunia had taken Harry by the collar. Petunia's hand had been very cold. Petunia had been crying, Harry had seen, without making any sound, in the way a person cries who has been told all her life that her tears are not the point. She had pulled at his collar, the collar had stretched, Harry had not moved. Come away, Petunia had whispered. Come away, boy, come on, don't watch, don't watch, don't watch. Saffron, Harry had said, don't speak that don't, Saffron, come away, boy. He had not gone away. He had stood in the wet grass with his aunt's hand on his collar and his uncle's spade in the air, and the bacon burning on the hob inside the kitchen and the bird in the rosebush singing, because it did not know what a spade was. Saffron had lifted her head. Saffron had lifted her head and she had looked at Harry, only at Harry, and she had said in the language no one else in the garden could hear except the boy who would not have her language for another 2 years and would not yet know to call it a language, "It is all right, warm thing." "It isn't," Harry had said. "It is, you came, I came, the worm came, look at me, keep looking at me." "I'm looking," Harry had said. "Good," Saffron had said. Then Vernon had brought the spade down. The first blow had been clumsy. The first blow had caught Saffron behind the head at the very edge of the yellow band and had pinned her to the soft earth of the compost. The spade had made a sound like a wet shovel into a wet pile of leaves, which is what it had been. Saffron's body had whipped. Saffron's body had twisted, the long muscular green of her, and the twist had brought up the second half of her out of the compost in an arc. And Harry had seen, Harry would always see, until the end of him, the small black flat eyes that had looked at him every morning for 12 days find his eyes and hold them. "I'm here," Harry had said. "I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." The second blow had taken her in the middle, the third blow had taken her in the middle again, the fourth blow had been the one that had ended her, the fourth blow had cut her more or less in two. The fourth blow had landed with the kind of sound that is not a sound but a fact, the way a glass dropped on a tile is not a sound but a fact. The fourth blow had taken away the small flickering tongue. The fourth blow had taken away the small black eyes. The fourth blow had taken away the language between them. The warm thing and the warm things, the I have you and the I have you, and Saffron had not been Saffron anymore. Saffron had been a shape on the compost. Saffron had been a thing that was no longer asking a question. Vernon had stood over her, breathing. Vernon had wiped the head of the spade against the grass once, twice, 3 times. Vernon had looked at Harry. Vernon had said, right. Petunia had pulled Harry's collar. Petunia had pulled and pulled. Petunia had said in her small, dry voice, Vernon the bacon, Vernon, Vernon the bacon, take the boy inside. He won't take HIM inside. Harry's collar had ripped. It had ripped at the seam at the back of his neck, where the jumper had thinned from too many washes, and Harry had gone sideways into the wet grass on his hands and his knees, and he had crawled. He had crawled to the compost. He had crawled past his uncle's slippers, which had smelt of tea and of the toes inside them, and he had not looked up at his uncle, and his uncle had not stopped him because his uncle had been done. Harry had crawled to Saffron. Harry had put his small, dirty hands on the 2 halves of her. Harry had picked up the upper half, the half with the head, and he had cradled it against his chest, and the chicken wire had cut his palm where he had braced against it, and he had not noticed. The blood from his palm and the blood from Saffron had run together down the front of his jumper, and the jumper had been blue, and the blue had gone slowly black, and Harry had sat down in the wet earth of the compost heap with the body of his friend in his lap, and he had not made a sound. Inside, the both of you, Vernon had said from somewhere above him. He had not heard. Boy inside, he had not heard. Petunia, the bacon, now. The kitchen door had opened. The kitchen door had closed. The kitchen door had stayed closed. The bird in the rosebush had stopped singing. The Saturday morning had gone on the way Saturday mornings do, indifferent to small green deaths, to the careful inner architecture of small boys, to the moment at which a thing is broken in a way that cannot afterwards be put back. Harry had sat there. It had been the very early morning still, the dew not yet off the grass. The shadow of the house had still lain across the lawn. The bacon smoke had drifted across the garden and then thinned and then gone. Somewhere 2 streets over a car had started. Somewhere 4 streets over a church bell had begun and continued and ended. Harry had not moved. He had held the body in his lap. He had said her name once. He had said it the way one says the name of a person at the moment one realizes the name has stopped pointing at anything in the world. He had said it like a stone dropped into a well that, when the stone landed, did not splash because there was no longer any water in the well. Saffron. The small flat eyes had not opened. The small flat tongue had not flickered. The small black-yellow band behind the head had been the only part of her that still looked like her, and Harry had laid his thumb on it, very carefully, the way one lays a thumb on a hairline crack in a thing one loves, in the hope that the touch is what holds the crack from spreading. Inside the house, Petunia had returned to the bacon. The bacon had burned. She had scraped it onto a plate and set it in front of Vernon, and Vernon had eaten it without comment. And Dudley had eaten his with the small, intelligent satisfaction of a child who has learned that disasters in this house are weather, and weather does not stop breakfast. Outside the house in the garden, the boy had sat with the body of his friend in his lap, and the boy had become very still, and the stillness had been the first new thing. Vernon had come out twice that morning to tell him to get up. Vernon had come out a 3rd time with the wooden spoon. Vernon had come out a 4th time with the belt. None of it had moved him. The first time Vernon had hit him with the spoon across the back of the head, Harry's head had jerked forward and then righted itself. The 2nd time, Harry had not jerked. The 3rd time the spoon had broken, it had been an old spoon, and the wood had split along an old grain, and Vernon had stood there with the broken half in his fist, looking down at the boy on the compost. The boy had not looked up. Suit yourself, Vernon had said finally. Sit there in the cold, see what good it does you. Vernon had gone inside. Petunia had come out at midday with a sandwich on a saucer. She had stood at the kitchen door and held it out as if it would carry itself to him. When it had not, she had set it on the step and gone back inside. The sandwich had gone cold. The crusts had curled. Dudley had come out at 1 to fetch his football. He had stopped halfway across the lawn and looked at his cousin in the compost. Dudley had been a fat boy with a small mouth and a habit of laughing whenever he saw Harry hurt. He had not laughed. He had stood for a moment with the football against his hip, and he had looked at the bloodied jumper and the bloodied compost and the bloodied small body in his cousin's lap, and Dudley had, for the first time in his 9 years of life, frowned in a way that suggested he was not entirely certain that this was funny. "Mum," Dudley had said into the house when he had gone back inside. "Mum, the freaks gone all funny." "Eat your toast, Diddums," Petunia had said. It had got dark by 5. October was not far. The shadow of the house had crept across the lawn and then run up the back fence and then taken the sky. The bird in the rose bush had come back and had looked once at the boy on the compost and had flown away. The fox under the shed had crept out at 6:30 and had crept across the lawn and had come within a foot of the boy and had stopped. And the fox's small clever face had wrinkled, and the fox had gone away because the boy had smelled of no fear at all, And a fox knows what to do with fear, but a fox does not know what to do with a small human shape that has stopped issuing fear into the air. There is a kind of stillness a body can enter that is not the stillness of sleep and not the stillness of obedience and not the stillness of fear. It is the stillness of a body that is making, inside itself, the long internal calculation of what comes next. Adults, when they enter this stillness, often look afterwards as if they have aged. Children, when they enter it, often do not look any different on the outside, but afterwards they answer to a different name, even if no one has told them the new name yet. The boy on the compost had entered this stillness somewhere around 3 in the afternoon, when the shadow of the chimney pot had passed across the body in his lap, and the body had not been warmed by that small movement of light, and the boy had registered the not warming as a fact, the way one registers any other piece of weather. He had stopped speaking out loud at 3. He had not stopped speaking inside, though. Inside, he had said her name, over and over, in the small, private way one chants a word to keep oneself company. He had said it in English, because English was what he thought he had spoken to her, and then he had said it in the small, hissing way that had been the way of their language, because that had begun over the last 12 days to be the way the inside of his head sounded when he was thinking about her, and now when he was sitting with the body he could not stop the inside of his head from being shaped like her. The hissing inside his head was very quiet. It would have been audible perhaps to a snake. It was not audible to a person. The October sun had moved slowly. He had watched it move. He had watched the shadow of the rosebush on the lawn lengthen, kink, double, lie flat. He had watched a wasp investigate the apple core Petunia had dropped behind the dustbin 2 days before. He had watched a leaf turn over twice in a current of air no one else could feel. He had watched a thin film of red on the back of his own hand dry and crack and lift. He had watched all of this with a thoroughness that, had any adult passed by and looked closely at his eyes, might have raised in that adult an old, uneasy instinct, the instinct that says, "This small creature is taking notes." By 8, it was full dark. The kitchen window had the warm yellow square in it that meant the family was having pudding. Dudley's voice could be heard in the small, uneven way it carried when he was protesting being made to sit up straight. Petunia's voice could be heard in the small, uneven way it carried when she was correcting him. Vernon's voice could not be heard because Vernon was reading the Saturday paper, and Vernon read the Saturday paper without speaking the way other men prayed. Harry had sat in the compost. He had not eaten the sandwich. He had not eaten anything. He had not spoken. He had not blinked very much. The body in his lap had begun, very slowly, to cool, and then to stiffen, and then to be the kind of cold and the kind of stiff that does not belong to any animal that has been alive. He had felt this through the small back of his hand which he had laid over the back of her head. He had felt the warm leave. He had felt the not warm arrive. He had not put her down. He had not understood that this last small change was the change that was the work the world did on a thing after the thing had stopped being a thing. At 10 o'clock, Petunia had opened the kitchen door and called, "Boy, boy, get inside, boy." He had not moved. She had closed the door. She had not opened it again. The October moon had come up over the back fence at 10:30. The October moon had been 3/4 in silver, and it had laid a thin pale fact across the lawn, and the thin pale fact had reached the compost. And the thin pale fact had touched the small body in Harry's lap, and the small body in his lap had looked in the moonlight almost the way Saffron had looked alive, except for the way the head sat at an angle that no head sits at when there is still a thing in the head looking out. Harry had not slept. He had not slept all that night. He had sat with his back against the chicken wire and the body in his lap and his small hand laid over the small head, and he had not slept and he had not eaten and he had not cried and he had not spoken. And somewhere inside him, in a place that did not yet have a name, in a quiet space behind the place from which language comes, a thing began to grow that he had not asked for and would not, when it came time, refuse. 3 days he would sit. 3 days the silence would build. On the 4th day he would stand, but that was not yet, that was the next part. For now, on this first Saturday night, the boy on the compost held the small dead body of the only thing in his life that had ever asked him a question that was not in order, and he said softly into the not listening dark, in the language he did not know was a language, "I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." The garden did not answer. The garden did not have to. The thing that had begun to grow in him heard him perfectly well. It would be much later, the conviction of a wizened curse-breaker bent over Harry Potter's small black-haired head in a chamber 3 floors beneath the Ministry of Magic, that the precise hour of arrival of the thing had been somewhere between 11:30 and 11:45 on that first night. It would be his guess, and he was rarely wrong, this curse-breaker in such matters, that the thing had not arrived from very far away. It had arrived, he would say, from one of the rooms next door to the one we know. He would tap his pipe out on the table and he would say mildly, "Grief opens doors, you see. Children's grief opens the doors that are usually locked." The boy was not asking for anything in particular, you understand. He was simply leaving the door open, and something came through. But that was a conversation that would happen 4 days hence. in a room with 3 locked doors and a stone basin, with Madame Bones and an aura nobody trusted standing very quietly along the wall, and a small flat-faced boy in a too large jumper sitting at the table with his hands folded in his lap and a stillness about him that the cursebreaker would describe afterwards in the privacy of his own diary in a single word: composed. In the garden on the compost, in the October moonlight, the small, flat-faced boy did not yet know any of this. He only knew the not-warm shape in his lap and the not-listening dark above him and the not-answering night around him. He only knew that his friend had been killed and that he had not been able to stop it, and that the thing inside him which had risen to stop it had been too small and too late and not the right shape, and that next time there would have to be a next time, it would have to be a different thing. Next time. The words sat in his head like 2 flat stones laid on top of each other. Next time. He had said it inside himself in the small, hissing way, and then he had said it inside himself in plain English, and then he had said it inside himself in the language that was not yet a language because no one in the small house behind him had ever taught him a language for what he was now learning. Next time he had said very quietly to the not listening dark. The not listening dark, of course, did not answer. The not listening dark, of course, did not need to. Somewhere very far away, in a room that was not a room and a place that was not a place, a man with a tired face and a very still pair of hands turned his head, as if someone somewhere had said something he had not been expecting to hear. The man's face in the not light of the not room was a face that had seen a number of bad mornings. The man's hands were very still. The man's mouth, which had not spoken for what may have been several years and may have been several seconds, opened very slightly, and the not room considered the small shape of what he might be about to say. It would be 3 days before he would say it. It would be 3 days before the boy on the compost stood. For now the moon climbed. For now the bird in the rose bush stayed away. For now the small green body in the lap of the small black-haired child cooled and stopped cooling and was simply cold, and the boy did not move, and the thing inside him grew, the cold deepened. Around 2 in the morning the temperature dropped past the point at which a small, unwashed 9-year-old in a too thin jumper ought to have started shivering. Harry did not shiver. He had stopped registering temperature somewhere around midnight. In the slow, administrative way a clerk closes a window at the end of the working day. The flesh of his hands was the color of wet putty. The dried blood on the front of his jumper had stiffened into a small architecture of crust and crackle. He did not look down at it. He looked at Saffron's body, and he looked at the wedge of moon, and he looked at the place in the air a foot in front of him where by morning there would not exist any small green friend anymore. He thought about the spade. He thought about it the way a small mind thinks about an object that has become, in a single afternoon, the largest thing in the world. He thought about the wooden handle, smooth on one side, splintered on the other. He thought about the flat metal head with its dull silver edge. He thought about the angle Vernon's wrist had bent at as the spade had come down. He thought about the line of his uncle's shoulder. He thought about the place on the side of his uncle's neck just below the ear where the artery beat. Harry had seen it beat in the kitchen mornings when Vernon laughed at something on the television. He had not known it was an artery, he had only known it was a place that moved. He did not know yet that he had been thinking about an artery. He only knew he had been thinking about a place that moved, but the thinking was new. The thinking was not 9-year-old thinking. The thinking had a quality of inventory to it, the cold list-making quality of a man checking a kit before leaving a hotel room. The thinking arrived in his head already shaped, the way Saffron's questions had arrived shaped, except that this thinking arrived not from a small green friend in the compost, but from somewhere a great deal further away and a great deal stiller and a great deal more practiced. Spade, the thinking said in its inventory voice. Wooden handle, splinters on the grip side. Disadvantage to bare hand, wrap the hand. Edge, dull, cut requires speed and weight, crush more reliable than cut. Range, extends arm by approximately 30 inches. Counterrange, anything inside 30 inches has the advantage. Move inside 30 inches. The thinking stopped very politely as if it had become aware that it was speaking to a child. The thinking did not apologize. The thinking simply waited. Harry on the compost did not yet have the language to say to the thinking, "What are you?" He did not have the language to say, "Who are you?" He did not have the language to ask anything at all. He only had in the new architecture of his small private inside the sense that someone had come into a room with him and had stood very quietly along the back wall and was waiting. He let the someone wait. He sat with Saffron. He held the small head. He looked at the moon, and the night, having no further use for him, went on. Chapter 2, 3 days of silence. The Sunday came in gray. It came in the way Sundays come into a small house behind a small lawn on a small street in Surrey, which is to say slowly, unwillingly, with the slow turning over of a wet leaf. The light arrived first along the top of the back fence. The light arrived next along the chimney pots of number 6. The light arrived last in the compost heap, where a small black-haired boy sat with a small dead green friend in his lap, and the light did not warm either of them because Sunday light in October in Surrey is the light of a thing that has agreed to appear and not in any further sense participate. Petunia opened the kitchen door at 7:30. She had been awake since 5. She had sat at the kitchen table with her hands around a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. She had looked at the wall. She had looked at the calendar with the kittens on it, the one Harry had been using in private to count the days of Saffron. She had not looked at the window. She had not all that long gray morning looked at the window. At 7:30 she opened the kitchen door because the door had to be opened, because Sundays opened that door, because Sundays in Petunia's world were the day the back garden got aired. She did not look at the compost. She walked out onto the patio in her slippers. She fetched from the line a pillowcase that had been pegged out the day before. She unpegged it with small, dry hands. She folded it. She walked back inside with the pillowcase neatly folded, and she closed the door and she set the pillowcase on the kitchen table and she sat down and she put her hands around the cold cup of tea and she did not look at the kitchen window. Vernon came down at 8. Vernon read the Sunday paper at the kitchen table for an hour and 20 minutes. He drank 2 cups of tea. He ate 3 rashers of bacon. He cleared his throat at certain articles. He muttered at certain photographs. He did not, in the entirety of that hour and 20 minutes, look at the kitchen window. Petunia did not say anything. Petunia put bacon on his plate. Petunia took the plate away. Petunia washed the plate. Petunia returned to the kitchen table. The two of them sat opposite one another in the silence of an arrangement they had not in so many words made but had made. "He'll come in," Vernon said at last. "Yes," Petunia said. "He always comes in," Vernon said. "Yes," Petunia said. "In the cold he'll come in," Vernon said. "Yes," Petunia said. "Outside on the compost the boy did not come in. The boy did not come in at 9. The boy did not come in at 10. The boy did not come in at 11. When Dudley thudded down the stairs in his pajamas and demanded sausages, and the smell of sausages came out under the kitchen door, and the boy on the compost did not lift his head. At 11:30 Petunia got up. Petunia put on her coat. Petunia walked out onto the patio in her sensible Sunday shoes and crossed the lawn to the compost and stopped in the cold 2 feet from the boy. She did not crouch, she did not bend, she stood very upright the way she had once been told to stand at the brownies with her hands clasped in front of her at the waist. "Boy," she said. The boy did not look up. "Boy, get up and come inside, get up now." The boy did not look up. "Boy, I will tell your uncle." The boy did not look up. Petunia, after a moment, put her hand on his shoulder. The shoulder was very cold. The shoulder was the cold of a thing that had been outside all night. Petunia tightened her grip. She had pulled the boy by the shoulder before. She had pulled him by the shoulder many times in his 9 years of being her sister's son, and she had pulled him by the shoulder under a small, everyday roof of expectation that the shoulder would come, because shoulders did when one was 9 and one's aunt was pulling them. The shoulder did not come. The shoulder did not resist either. The shoulder simply stayed where it was. There was no straining in the shoulder. There was no setting of the heels. There was no clench of refusal. The shoulder was, Petunia realized, the shoulder of a thing that had agreed not to be moved, in the way a stone in a riverbed has agreed not to be moved. The river goes on around it. The stone stays. Petunia pulled harder. Petunia pulled finally with the whole of her thin, sharp body bent down to it, 2 hands on the shoulder, her face close enough to his face to see that he was not looking at her and would not look at her, and his small, dirty face did not move, and his small, dirty eyes did not move, and the small, dirty shape in his lap did not move. And Petunia, after a long second, released him. She stood up. She brushed her hands on the front of her coat, even though there had been nothing on her hands. She looked for the first time that morning at the kitchen window. She saw Vernon in it, watching her with the Sunday paper folded in his lap. She came back inside. "Well," Vernon said. "He won't move," Petunia said. "He'll move," Vernon said. "Vernon, he won't move." "He'll move when I move him." Vernon got up. Vernon went out. Vernon went out in his shirt sleeves, because Vernon was a man who, when crossing a back garden to discipline a boy, did not require a coat. Vernon went out with the wooden spoon, which was a different wooden spoon to the one that had broken the day before, because Petunia kept 3. Vernon went out with the dignity of a man who knew that the matter at hand had a single correct response, and that response involved his hand and the boy's bottom in such ratio as the morning required. Petunia in the kitchen did not watch. Petunia in the kitchen took the cold cup of tea to the sink and emptied it and rinsed it and dried it and put it away. Petunia in the kitchen took a fresh cup down from the cupboard. Petunia in the kitchen put the kettle on. Petunia in the kitchen listened, in the careful, selective way one listens to a noise one has chosen not to attend to the noises from the garden. Vernon shouted. Vernon shouted in his usual rhythm, which was the rhythm of a man who has been shouting at this particular boy for a long time and who has over that long time refined the shouting into a series of clean, reliable strikes of voice. Shoulders set, jaw set, words clipped at the back of the teeth. Vernon shouted 4 sentences with a pause between each. Then Vernon stopped shouting. Then there was the sound of the spoon. It was a sound Petunia knew. It was the sound of a wooden spoon against the meat of a small back. It was, in its way, a domestic sound, It belonged to her kitchen the way a kettle belonged to her kitchen, the way her own dry voice belonged to her kitchen, the way the cuckoo clock belonged to her kitchen, which had been her mother's. The sound came once. The sound came twice. The sound came 3 times. The sound did not produce on this Sunday the noise it usually produced. It usually produced a yelp. It usually produced a wail. It usually produced, and this had been the most useful on most occasions, a small fearful flinch that progressed over the course of the spoon's repetition into a sustained low whimper which Vernon understood as compliance and which Petunia understood as resolution and which Harry understood as the way the world was. The yelp did not come. The wail did not come. The flinch did not come. The spoon came down again. The spoon came down a 4th, 5th, 6th time on the small thin back through the small thin jumper, and the small thin back received the spoon the way a stone in a riverbed receives a heron's beak. Which is to say not at all, in Vernon's voice in the next yelling, frayed at the edges in the way Petunia had not in 18 years of marriage ever heard it fray. Boy, boy, get up, look at me, look at me. The boy did not look up. The spoon came down a 7th time, an 8th time, a 9th time. The spoon on the 9th time broke. It broke not the way the spoon yesterday had broken along an old soft grain, but cleanly across, in a way which suggested that Vernon for once had been swinging the spoon with the full weight of his arm and the full weight of his bewilderment, and the spoon had refused finally to be the spoon anymore. Vernon stood there with the handle in his fist. Vernon stood there breathing. Vernon stood there after a long time doing nothing. He came back inside. Petunia. Yes, Vernon, where's the belt? I don't think the belt. Where is the belt? Petunia got the belt. Vernon went back out with the belt. The sound of a belt is a different sound to the sound of a spoon. It is wider in the air. It is louder in the air. It is also in the careful housewifely calculation Petunia had not allowed herself to perform but had performed anyway, more difficult to explain to a neighbor if a neighbor, against improbable expectation, were to look over the fence and ask. The belt came down. The belt came down a 2nd time and a 3rd and a 4th. The small body on the compost did not move. Petunia did not watch this. She had not watched the spoon. She did not watch the belt. She stood at the sink with her back to the window and ran the tap and washed a clean cup again. The cuckoo clock struck the 1/4 hour. The kettle somewhere behind her came to the boil and went off. She did not pour, she listened. 6, 7, 8, Vernon stopped. Petunia could feel him stop. There was a quality to the back garden when Vernon was hitting something and when Vernon had stopped hitting something that she could feel through the plaster of the kitchen wall. When Vernon was hitting, the wall felt occupied. When Vernon had stopped, the wall felt vacated like a stage after a play. Vernon came in. Vernon did not look at her. Vernon went into the sitting room and sat down in his armchair and opened the Sunday paper, and after a minute Petunia heard the small dry scrape of him turning a page. She turned at last and looked out of the window. The boy was still there. The boy was, if anything, more still than he had been before. The small thin jumper had 2 new tears in it across the back where the buckle of the belt had bitten the cotton in passing. The skin underneath would, when uncovered, show the careful red architecture of strap and edge. The boy did not seem to know about any of this. The boy was looking at Saffron. The boy was looking at Saffron the way one looks at a clock, calmly, taking the time. Petunia, at the window, put her hand to her mouth. Oh, she said, it was very quiet. It was not, when she said it, the noise of a woman saying a word. It was the noise of a woman who had finally, in her thin, clean, carefully arranged life, understood a thing she had been working very hard not to understand. She had not in the early years understood her sister. She had not in the middle years understood her sister's death. She had not in the years following understood the small black-haired boy on the doorstep with the letter pinned to him. She had understood only that there had been irregularities, the way there were irregularities in a tax return one preferred not to file. The irregularities had begun over the years to file themselves. They had filed themselves in the cupboard. They had filed themselves in the schedule. They had filed themselves finally on the compost. She had not seen them, she saw them now. Oh, she said again. Vernon in the sitting room turned another page of the paper. Petunia did not move from the window. Petunia stood at the window for a long time. Petunia, after a long time, walked away from the window and did not look out of the window again that day. The day passed. It passed slowly in the way Sundays in October pass slowly, with the light retreating very slightly more each hour, with the slow, steady tick of the clock from the mantelpiece, with the muffled sound of Dudley in the living room playing his racing cars on the carpet, with the muffled sound of Vernon turning pages of the paper, with the muffled sound, very small, of the wind in the back rosebush, and with the silence, large, soft, total, of the boy on the compost. It is here that we must speak of John Wick. We speak of him not because he was there. He was not, by the ordinary measure of being there, anywhere. He had died by the lights of a particular pair of stone steps in Paris, 12 hours earlier in his own timeline, and his timeline and the boy's timeline did not, in any tidy sense, run alongside one another. We must speak of him because his death and the boy's grief, viewed from a sufficient height, had begun to make the same shape, and because shape, at certain temperatures of the spirit, is a thing that travels. Imagine then in the Baroque register, in the High Old Register, in the register of the angel choirs of the ancient cosmographies before astronomy disabused them, a vast and silent vestibule, somewhere between two of the rooms in which souls are kept. Imagine a vestibule with no roof and no floor, walled by a thin curtain of gray-blue light, and in the floor of it the cool reflecting pools by which the dead on their first passage are permitted to look down at the world they have left. Imagine at the edge of one such pool a man. The man is in a suit. The suit is bloodied. The suit is bloodied in the particular way that a suit is bloodied when its wearer has been shot 11 times in 24 hours and has, despite this, completed the appointment for which the suit was put on. The suit is dark. The suit is not, by the protocol of the vestibule, taken from him. There are men in the vestibule who arrive in their wedding suits and their best coats and their hospital pajamas, and there are men in the vestibule who arrive in their work clothes, overalls, white coats, aprons, smocks. The man in the bloodied suit has in this sense arrived in his work clothes. He stands at the edge of the pool, he looks down, his hands are very still. The pool shows him, by its own ancient courtesy, the small piece of the world to which his attention has just been drawn. The pool shows him a back garden in October in Surrey. The pool shows him a compost heap. The pool shows him a small black-haired boy in a too-thin jumper. The pool shows him a small dead snake in the boy's lap. The man at the edge of the pool tilts his head by perhaps 1/4 of an inch. The man has, by the count of an indifferent biographer, killed in his life 772 men. The man has, in addition to those 772, killed certain animals. He counts the animals separately because his counting is a man's counting. The man has loved in his life 2 women. He has loved also 1 beagle puppy. The puppy has been the most important of these to the count. The man at the edge of the pool looks down at the boy. The man at the edge of the pool recognizes in the boy the lap in the lap, the small body in the small body, the killed thing. The man at the edge of the pool has held, and there is no other place in the vestibule's grammar for what we are about to say, the same lap. The man at the edge of the pool has cradled the small killed thing. The man's mouth moves. The man's mouth says very quietly, though no one in the vestibule is paid to hear it, a single word. The single word is not a word that the cosmographies have a tidy place for. It is not a curse. It is not an oath. It is not a prayer. It is the small, flat, private word a man says to himself when a wound he had thought finished reopens. Number, the man does not say it loudly. The man does not need to. The gray-blue curtain of the vestibule shivers. The gray-blue curtain of the vestibule shivers in the way a curtain shivers when a small, soft creature on the other side of it has touched its hand to the cloth. Across the long, quiet pool, in the place where the boy is, the world resounds for a small moment with a pressure that does not have any obvious origin and does not, by any obvious instrument, register. A swallow on the back fence of number 8 lifts off and flies away. A cup on a counter in a kitchen 6 miles north settles by 1/4 of a millimeter against its saucer. A small clear note sounds in the inside of the ear of an old curse breaker in his bath in Camden, and he sits up and he looks at the ceiling and he says mildly, "Hello." In the vestibule, the man at the edge of the pool steps forward. He puts his hand on the surface of the pool. The pool, by its courtesy, is not glass. The pool, by its courtesy, has no obvious skin. The man's hand goes through the pool, and the man's hand goes into the small October Surrey night, and the man's hand, by the calculation of distances that vestibules do not concern themselves with, rests on the small head of a small black-haired boy in a back garden somewhere far below. The boy does not notice the hand. The hand is not in any sense the boy could name present. The hand is on the other side of the curtain very present. The man kneels at the edge of the pool. The man bends his head to it. The man speaks to it, to the boy, to the small dead green friend in the lap, to the closed wet October night above them all, in the low, even-pressed voice that has been in his living life, the voice he kept for those occasions on which speaking and aiming were the same act. Kid. The boy does not hear. Kid, listen. The boy does not hear in any sense the boy's small, bewildered ear could parse. But somewhere behind the boy's ear, in the place where the night before a thing had begun to grow, the thing pauses, attentive, and tilts its head by perhaps 1/4 of an inch. "You don't have to do anything yet," the man says into the water, into the boy. The man is very quiet about this. "You hear me?" The thing inside the boy, behind the boy's ear, tilts its head the other way. The boy himself on the compost does not move. 3 days, the man says, "You sit with her, you don't move, you don't eat, you don't speak, that's right, that's what you do. 3 days you owe her, you sit, you stay, you learn her." The man's voice in the vestibule is not the voice of a man giving an instruction. It is the voice of a man who has, in his own past, sat with a small killed creature for the duration his own private code had required, and who is now in a position to tell another what the duration is because no one had told him and he had had to learn it the hard way alone on a kitchen floor. And then he says, "You stand up." The thing inside the boy tilts its head a third way. And then he says, "You learn." The vestibule's gray-blue light brightens around the pool. The light in the brightening has a quality of focus. the way a lens focuses, the way an eye narrows, and the focus is on the small black-haired boy 6 miles north of London on a compost heap with a small dead green friend in his lap. And the focus is also, by some quiet rule the man at the edge of the pool has not asked about, on the man himself. The man does not look away. The man does not, in the looking, ask whose rule this is, or whose courtesy, or whose mercy. The man, in his living life, had not had much patience for the asking of such questions. He had assumed, as a working hypothesis, that the universe was the kind of universe in which one paid for what one received, and that the price for a thing came due in the same currency in which one had purchased it. He had purchased everything he had with violence, and he had paid for everything he had with violence, and he had assumed vaguely that he would, in time, be charged the full price in violence and the account would be closed. This small black-haired boy in the pool with the small green friend in the lap was not how he had assumed the account would close. He bent his head a little further to the pool. "All right," he said. "All right, let me help." He did not, by the lights of the vestibule, give a great deal of consent in those 4 words. The vestibule had been built by whatever angel or absence of angel had built it to accept such consent as the working consent of the moment. He had given it. The vestibule had registered it. The gray-blue light in the further brightening did the small soft thing it does on those rare occasions on which a soul, recently arrived, makes a working bargain with the world it has just left. The man's hand on the surface of the pool dissolved very slightly at the wrist. The man, looking down at it, did not flinch. "All right," he said again more softly. "All right." The dissolving climbed his arm slowly, the way a sleeve climbs an arm. The dissolving was not painful. The dissolving was, in a quiet way, familiar. It felt the way it had felt to bleed out 12 hours of his own private timeline before, except that the bleeding had been to no purpose he could see at the time, and this dissolving was to a purpose he could see in the small, dirty face of a boy he had never met. He thought of the dog. He thought of the small brown body on the kitchen floor and the small brown head he had held alone until the head had cooled, and he had stood up and he had walked to the wardrobe and he had taken out from beneath the floorboards the small bundle of items he had hoped to leave there forever. And he had begun to do, with those items, what the men who had killed the dog had not known he would do. He thought of how he had not, when he had stood up from the kitchen floor, known any longer the name of the man he had been before the kitchen floor. He thought, better not to make the boy do that alone. He thought, better the boy have someone in the room. The dissolving reached his shoulder. The dissolving reached his throat. The man at the edge of the pool with his hand still in the water and his shoulder still in the notch-room and his face still tilted down into the small black-haired boy on the compost 6 miles north of London said very quietly one further word. Pup. It was not English. It was not, by the strict accounting of any language the cosmographies kept track of, anything in particular. It was the word he had used for his dog. The vestibule, by the kindness or the strictness of its mathematics, registered it as a name. The thing inside the boy, behind the boy's ear, tilted its head one more time and then settled. The man dissolved. The vestibule closed around the pool the way water closes around a stone. The gray-blue curtain shivered once. It was over. In the kitchen at number 4 Privet Drive at 3:30 on the Sunday afternoon, Petunia, who had not been at the window for some hours, jerked her head up from the kitchen table and looked very sharply as if she had heard a name called and not been sure whose. "What?" Vernon said from the sitting room. "Nothing," Petunia said. "You said something." "I didn't." "You did." "I didn't, Vernon." Vernon turned a page of the Sunday paper. Outside on the compost, the small black-haired boy did not move. But in the inside of him, in the place where a thing had begun to grow, the thing now had a shape. The thing now had a face. The thing now had a quiet pair of hands very still that had laid themselves along the inside of the boy's bones, the way a tutor lays a hand over a young pupil's hand on the bow of a violin, and the hands waited. The boy, who could not yet have said so, recognized the hands. He recognized the hands the way one recognizes a teacher whose name one has not been told. There was a presence in him now where before there had only been a gap. The presence was not loud. The presence did not crow about itself. The presence sat at the back of his small private inside the way the man at the edge of the pool had sat at the edge of the pool, very still looking down. The boy on the compost made the smallest small movement of his life that day. He turned his head by perhaps a quarter of an inch the way the man at the edge of the pool had tilted his. The Sunday afternoon went on. We will pass now more lightly over the rest of the silence. The Sunday night was very cold. The boy did not freeze. He should have frozen by the meteorology and by the medicine, and he did not. The small accidental magic of him, which had until then been principally devoted to vanishing his hair regrowth and surviving the cupboard, redirected itself, in the long unconscious way the magic of small abused children redirects itself, to the keeping of his core temperature within the narrowest band consistent with his still being there. The skin of his hands went a color. The skin of his face went another color. The skin under his clothes did not. He did not shiver. He did not move. The thing in him sat very still and watched. Around 2 in the morning of the Monday, the imprint began. This was the part the Cursebreaker would later describe in the small chamber 3 floors beneath the Ministry of Magic, in the most careful technical English he could put to it. The imprint, he would say, was not a possession. The boy was not possessed. The imprint was not a Horcrux. The boy was not Horcruxed. The imprint, he would say, was something rarer and older, and on the books of the Department of Mysteries was registered under a name that, when read aloud, the Cursebreaker preferred not to read aloud. What it was for our purposes on this Monday morning at 2 o'clock was the careful slow movement through the boy's small inside of a man's whole life of acquired physical and tactical and martial knowledge in a long quiet column. The column had a head. The head was the simple stand, sit, walk, crouch, move from the hip, breathe in 3 counts, breathe out 4, find the center. The boy's body where it sat on the compost did not move. The boy's body in the long quiet column running through it learned to sit the way a man who has been taught to sit sits. The hands settled. The shoulders dropped very slightly. The breath in the small white plume of it on the cold air lengthened. The column had a middle. The middle was the inventory: knife, pistol, belt, pencil, book, cup, plate, lamp, door, window, chair, table. There is no object in a room, the column said, that is not a weapon. There is no room in a building that is not a route. There is no route in a building that does not have an exit. There is no exit that does not have a counter-exit. There is no counter-exit that is not in turn a threat. The boy's body sitting on the compost did not move. But the boy's eye in the dark began over the long quiet column hours to find in the back garden, in the back fence, in the back wall of the house, in the shed, in the chicken wire, in the apple core behind the dustbin, in his own dirty hands the small inventory: spade handle, splintered grip, wrap, wire, length of wire, pulled tight, choke, brick, edge of brick, hard against the head, apple core, soft, discard, trowel. Where's the trowel? The trowel is by the rosemary. The trowel has a sharp end. The trowel is in reach. The column had a tail. The tail was the long. The tail was the discipline. The tail was the part of the man's life he had paid the most for and prized the most highly. The tail of the column was evaluate, evaluate the threat, evaluate the ammunition, evaluate the exit. 3 E's the man had used to say to himself in his living life under his breath in lifts and lobbies: evaluate the threat, evaluate the ammunition, evaluate the exit. The boy in the dark, in the small careful inside of him, heard the 3 E's. The boy in the dark did not yet have words for them. The boy in the dark sat very still and let the 3 E's pass through him like 3 slow lines of cold water through a small piece of cloth, soaking him, leaving him afterwards a different small piece of cloth. The Monday came. The Monday came in grayer than the Sunday. The bird in the rose bush, which had stayed away on the Sunday, did not come back. The fox under the shed had moved to the shed 2 doors down. The small black-haired boy on the compost did not move. The small green body in his lap did not move. The kitchen door opened at 7:30. Petunia did not come out. The kitchen door opened at 9. Vernon did not come out. The kitchen door opened at 11, and Dudley alone that morning came out and stood on the lawn at a distance and looked at his cousin in the compost. Dudley did not speak. Dudley did not throw anything. Dudley did not run away. Dudley, after a long minute, came forward to the edge of the compost and crouched and looked and pressed his hand once against the front of his pajama trousers in a way that suggested he was about to need the toilet, and did not run and stayed. Harry did not look at him. "You're not," Dudley said quietly, the way a child speaks when he is not certain whether he is allowed to speak. "You're not, are you? You're not coming in." Harry did not look at him. "You're not coming back." Harry did not look at him. "Don't," Dudley said, very small, very fast, into the cold air, in the smallest voice his 9-year-old throat would make. Don't do that, don't be like, don't be." He did not know what he was asking. He was 9 years old. He had been raised in a house in which the back garden was decorative, and in which the small black-haired boy was decorative, and in which his own life was decorative. And he had not, in any sense he had been required to name, understood that the small black-haired boy was a person. And now the small black-haired boy was being a person in a way that was so total and so flat and so silent that Dudley, who had no language for it, felt the inside of his chest close up. He sat there on the wet grass 2 feet from Harry. He did not, after a while, know what else to do. "Don't," he said again into the wet grass. "Don't go away." Harry did not look at him. But the thing in Harry, the thing that had grown in the night and had taken its shape in the afternoon and was now, with its careful column of inventory, becoming a thing that could, in principle, hold Harry up, the thing in Harry tilted its head by a 1/4 of an inch towards Dudley. The thing in Harry registered Dudley. The thing in Harry, in the slow, steady, evaluative way it had begun to register all things, made a small private note: child, bystander, non-threat. Not yet a threat, spared. The note was the first note of its kind to be written into Harry's small private inventory. It would be very important in a kitchen 6 miles south in approximately 24 hours' time that the note had been written. Dudley sat on the wet grass for a long time. Eventually his mother came to the kitchen door and called him in. Eventually his mother came out and got him by the hand and led him in. Eventually the kitchen door closed. The boy on the compost did not move. The Monday afternoon passed slowly. The Monday night passed slowly. The thing in Harry grew quieter, the way a thing grows quieter when it has finished arriving and has begun, instead, the long, slower work of settling. By the Tuesday morning, the imprint was complete. This is the technical detail it is useful to record, because the curse breakers, when they came to record it, would describe it in language that, while accurate, was forbidding. We can render it more plainly. The imprint was the whole of a man's combat education, not his memories, which had stayed with the man at the edge of the pool until his shoulder had dissolved past them. Not his face, which had also stayed with him, not his name, which had remained of all the things he was, the one private thing, but the procedural floor of it, the muscle mathematical bedrock of it, the long quiet column of when X happens, do Y when Y is in the room, look for Z, when Z is unreachable, look for W. The boy had received the column, the boy's body had received the column. The boy's body was small and underfed and unconditioned, and the column knew it, and the column adjusted itself accordingly. It would not, in the small body of a 9-year-old, be the column of a 46-year-old retired professional. It would be instead the column running in 9-year-old hardware. The column would learn the hardware would learn the column. The two of them between them would be, by the calculation of the curse breakers, who were used to assessing such things, quite enough. By the Tuesday morning also, Harry was thirsty. He had not, in the careful inside of him, registered thirst before. He had not allowed himself to. He had been keeping faith with Saffron, and keeping faith with Saffron had required, in his understanding, the abstaining from such mortal courtesies as drink. But the imprint, in the slow settling of itself into his small body, was beginning to notice the small body's needs in the unsentimental procedural way the imprint noticed all needs. Hydration, critical, the imprint said in the quiet column voice. Locate water, the imprint said. The boy did not move. But the boy's eye, in the quiet, competent new way the boy's eye had begun to move, flicked once to the small saucer of water he had left for Saffron 3 days ago by the chicken wire. The saucer was still there. The water in it was still mostly there. A leaf had fallen across it. A small smear of mud had settled on the rim, but it was water. The boy very slowly leaned forward. The boy very slowly reached out his small hand. The boy very slowly picked up the saucer. The boy very slowly drank. He drank in small, careful sips, the way a man drinks who has been told that drinking too fast after a long dry can hurt him. He did not know who had told him this. He drank the saucer empty. He set the saucer back down. The saucer was the first thing he had moved on any axis in 72 hours. He looked at Saffron. All right, he said to her. It was the first word he had said out loud in 72 hours. He did not say it in any human language. He said it in the small, hissing way of the language he had not yet known to be a language. He said it gently. He said it the way one says it to a small, dead thing one has loved. All right, he said. I'm going to put you down now. I'm going to put you down. I'm not leaving you. I'm putting you down, you understand. Saffron did not answer. Saffron, on the compost, on the morning of the 3rd day, did not need to. He bent his head to her once. He pressed his small, dry forehead to the place behind her small, dead head where the black-yellow band had been. He stayed there with his forehead pressed to her for the time it took the wind to bring one slow, cool sweep across the back garden. Then he laid her down. He laid her down on the compost in the small, careful way one would lay down a small clay sculpture. He arranged the two halves so that the two halves met. He smoothed the soil under her. He brushed with the side of his small hand the dirt off her flank. He sat up. He looked at the kitchen window. The kitchen window had Petunia in it. Petunia, who had not been at the kitchen window for many hours, was at it now. Petunia at the kitchen window was looking at the boy. The boy on the compost was looking back. They looked at each other for a long, quiet moment. Petunia, after a long, quiet moment, dropped her eyes. It was in the careful, flat, columnar voice of the imprint in the boy's small private inside a tell. The boy registered the tell. The boy stood up. It was the Tuesday morning on the 4th day since the Saturday. It was the day that came in the prediction the man at the edge of the pool had made. It was the day on which the boy walked, but that walk is the next part. Chapter 3, the 8, 4 seconds. He stood up at 4 minutes past 11 on the Tuesday morning. He stood up the way a man who has been taught how to stand up stands up. He stood up from the hips. He did not push against the chicken wire. He did not press against the brick. He let the long muscles of his thighs take him up in the small, straight, clean line they had been built by another man's training in another man's body to take a man up. The line of the standing was not the line of a 9-year-old who has been sitting on a compost heap for 72 hours. The line of the standing was the line of a man getting out of a chair at the end of a meeting. He took a moment on his feet to check himself. Hands, both there. Cold, functional, index and thumb of left wired up from the bracing against the chicken wire, the small, slow ache through the meat of the thumb on a scale of 1 to 10, 3. Acceptable, feet both there, numb at the toes, sensible, will warm with the walking, eyes, functional, focus near, focus far, tracking smooth. The kitchen window, the small square of yellow light in the back of the house in which Petunia, who had dropped her eyes, was now no longer at the window, was clear. Breath, 3 counts in. 4 counts out, steady, heart, 858585, acceptable. He walked across the lawn. He walked across the lawn in his torn blue jumper and his 2 large jeans and his small dirty trainers with the Velcro that did not any more Velcro on the right shoe. He walked the careful oblique walk he had been walking all his short life across this lawn, except that the careful oblique walk now was no longer the careful oblique walk of a small, frightened child avoiding the eye of an adult. It was the careful oblique walk of a man who had been trained to avoid the angle of fire of a window. The kitchen window, when he passed the line of the shed, was on his right. He moved the line of his approach so that the kitchen window was, by the angle of the rosebush, broken. The rosebush, which was a tall, reaching old pink-red one that Vernon was proud of, and which Petunia kept pruned only on the side that faced the neighbors, was at 3/4 of a meter into the lawn, the sort of natural hedge through which Petunia's eye, even if Petunia returned to the window, would not have been able to cleanly see him. He paced his walk so as to spend the longest part of it behind the rosebush. He emerged from behind the rosebush at the line of the patio, at the angle from which the kitchen window did not, by the geometry of the eaves, look out. He climbed the patio. He climbed the patio in his small, dirty trainers very quietly. He stepped over the 3rd paving slab, which had been laid an inch low and which, when stepped on, gave a small flat tap of stone on stone that in his careful new inventory was a noise. The other slabs were silent. He used the silent slabs. He stopped at the kitchen door. The kitchen door was the white half-glazed door Vernon had put in himself in the summer of 1985, with the small round brass knob and the small round brass plate at the keyhole and the small clear pane of glass at head height for an adult. For Harry, the pane of glass was over his head. Harry before had had to stand on tiptoe to see in. The imprint in him did not have him stand on tiptoe. The imprint in him did not need to see in. The imprint in him had registered the audible signature of the house through the patio door for the previous 45 minutes, the scrape of the page turn, the click of the kettle, the small wet sound of Petunia at the sink, and had built from the audible signature a small clean map of the house's interior. Vernon, sitting room, armchair, paper, 2nd cup of tea half drunk on the small wooden side table. Petunia, kitchen, sink, washing the breakfast plates by hand. Dudley, upstairs, his bedroom, the small electronic whine of the new Game Boy. Position of armchair facing the bay window. Vernon's back to the sitting room door. Petunia's back to the kitchen door, both adults facing away from his arrival. Acceptable, the imprint in him prompted him, knob right hand. He took the brass knob in his right hand, turn, quiet. He turned the brass knob quietly. The latch of the kitchen door, which Vernon had had to replace once already because Petunia did not like the click of it, made the small, soft mechanical noise it made, no louder than the sound of a wasp settling on a pear. Push. He pushed. The kitchen door swung inwards. The kitchen door was new enough that its hinges had been recently oiled. The kitchen door was on Petunia's standing list of things to be oiled every 6 months, with the small can in the cupboard under the stairs. The hinges did not creak. He stepped into the kitchen. The kitchen smelt of toast and of the lemon-scented washing-up liquid Petunia preferred and of the small dry smell of the Sunday paper still on the table from Sunday. The kitchen was warm. The kitchen, after 3 days of October compost, was a kind of heat against his small cold skin that, had he allowed himself for a fraction of a second to register it, would have made him close his eyes. The imprint in him did not allow him to register it. The imprint in him ran the room. 5 paces from kitchen door to inner kitchen door to the hall. Inner kitchen door open 6 inches, hall beyond inner kitchen door, dim hall lined with coats on hooks. Coats, weight, soft, coats, not threats, coat-rack, wood, freestanding, possible bracing object if leverage is required. Petunia at the sink, 4 paces forward, 2 paces left, back turned, hands wet, tea towel on the rail to her left, both hands occupied with a plate. Petunia, non-threat, pass. He passed her behind her back, 2 paces to the right of where her feet stood on the line, with the slow, careful, soundless economy of a cat through a hallway of full water glasses. He did not look at her, he did not breathe in, he did not breathe out. He was, for the duration of the passing, not in the room. He came out of the kitchen into the hall. The hall had the cupboard under the stairs in it. The cupboard had its door shut. The cupboard's small brass latch was, as it had been since Friday morning, in the bolted position, because Petunia had bolted it in a small flat panic at 8:30 on the Friday after Harry had refused to come out, and had not since dared unbolt it, in case unbolting it became an admission of something. Harry did not look at the cupboard. Harry did not need to. The cupboard was, for the man inside him, a coffin he had stood up out of. Sitting room, 2 paces forward, right turn, 2 paces along the wall. He crossed the hall. He stood for a fraction of a second at the doorway of the sitting room. He looked. Vernon was in his armchair. Vernon's back was to the doorway. The armchair in the geometry of the sitting room had been arranged years ago to face the bay window because Vernon had liked on Sunday afternoons to read the paper in the light. Vernon had not adjusted the armchair on any subsequent occasion. The armchair, for the purposes of the man inside Harry, was a high-backed cover from which the head and shoulders of the target protruded by approximately 8 inches above the headrest. The headrest of the armchair in this small particular Tuesday morning's tactical reading was useful. It hid the target's view. It also, however, would block a clean strike to the back of the skull, and a clean strike to the back of the skull was not, in any case, what Harry had walked into the sitting room to deliver. Harry was not walking into the sitting room to deliver a clean strike. Harry was walking into the sitting room to deliver a sentence. He stepped into the sitting room. He stepped very lightly onto the carpet of the sitting room, which was the carpet Petunia had laid in the summer of 1987 because she had been told a peach-colored carpet brought light into a small room. The peach-colored carpet was unkind. The peach-colored carpet showed every footprint of every shoe that had ever entered. The peach-colored carpet in this small Tuesday morning would not be Petunia's peach-colored carpet for very much longer, but the carpet did not know this yet, and Petunia did not know this yet, and Vernon, the small wet sound of him turning a page of the paper, did not know this yet. Harry crossed the carpet. He crossed the carpet to the side of the armchair on the right of Vernon at a distance of 40 inches from Vernon's shoulder, close enough that Vernon, when he looked up, would see him at once, and far enough that Vernon would not, in his first instinctive movement, be able to grab. 40 inches in the careful imprint inventory was a chosen distance. Harry stopped at 40 inches. Harry's small dirty hand, which had not, in any of the last 98 minutes, gone anywhere near the small iron stand at the side of the fireplace, was nonetheless aware of the small iron stand at the side of the fireplace, in the same way an animal at the watering hole is aware, without looking, of the line of the trees. The small iron stand at the side of the fireplace held, in its black wrought arms, a brush, a small flat shovel, a small pair of tongs, and an iron poker with a stub of heavy hooked metal at one end and a long worn wooden iron grip at the other, which had once belonged, Petunia liked to say at dinner parties, to her late mother. The poker was at 6 paces on his right. The poker was within reach in approximately 1¼ seconds by the imprint's calculation given his current speed. Harry did not reach for it. Harry first was going to say his sentence. He stopped at the 40 inches. He took the small, careful exhale the imprint had taught him to take. He said his sentence. "You killed my friend." He said it in plain English because the man he was speaking to did not have any other language. He said it in the small, flat, dry register of a child who has been told there is something he is allowed to say. He said it in the careful inside of him in the small, hissing way as well, because Saffron, who could not hear it, deserved to hear it. He said it with no particular weight on any particular word. He said it the way a small, thin official notice is read out at a small, gray official table. "You killed my friend." Vernon turned in the armchair. Vernon turned in the slow, heavy way Vernon turned in armchairs, which involved a wedge of effort against the headrest, and a low grunt and the long rearrangement of the broad pink, mustached face from facing the bay window to facing the carpet. Vernon's face, when he had finished turning, had on it the small, flat surprise of a man who had not been expecting a voice in his sitting room and who, in the long, settled assumption of his life, was about to be displeased. Vernon's small, clever eyes, which were not as small or as stupid as Petunia liked to insist, took in the small, dirty boy at 40 inches. The eyes did not, in the first second, understand what they were seeing. The eyes registered the boy. The eyes registered the boy on the carpet. The eyes registered the boy on the carpet inside the house. The eyes registered the boy on the carpet inside the house at a 40-inch distance to the armchair, which was a distance the boy had never in his entire small habit of being in the sitting room taken. The boy in the sitting room had always been at the door of the sitting room. The boy in the sitting room had always been in the doorway on the carpet's edge summoned. The boy in the sitting room on this Tuesday morning had walked himself in. The boy in the sitting room on this Tuesday morning had not been summoned. The eyes in the second refocused. Vernon laughed. He laughed in a small, loose, unbelieving way that was, in the small, careful inventory inside Harry, a tell. The laugh was the laugh of a man who had not in his life been afraid of a child. The laugh was the laugh of a man who had not been told in any voice he respected that he was not the largest thing in the room. The laugh was the laugh of a man who, with the laugh, was telling himself a small private joke about the smallness of the boy on his peach-colored carpet and the smallness of the boy's sentence and the smallness of the whole small affair. "What did you say, boy?" Vernon said when the laugh had thinned. "You killed my friend," Harry said again. He said it again in the same small, flat register. He said it without raising his voice. He said it without anger. He said it without grief. He said it the way one reads out at a small, gray official table account of facts. Vernon laughed again. He laughed shorter this time. He laughed the laugh of a man who had been moderately amused by the second time something had been said but who was beginning to find, somewhere behind the laugh, the small first dry wrinkle of unease. "Friend," Vernon said. "Friend the snake." "My friend," Harry said. "Boy, that wasn't a friend." The imprint in Harry registered three things in the small interstitial space of Vernon's word searching. Vernon's eyes were not on the poker. Vernon's eyes had not in the entirety of the small encounter looked once at the poker. Vernon did not in his small inventoried mind know that there was a poker in the room. The poker had been in the room for all the years of Vernon's life in the house. Vernon had walked past the poker every day. Vernon had not seen the poker as a poker. Vernon had seen the poker as a thing in the stand, the way Vernon saw everything in his sitting room as a thing in its place. The poker in this small Tuesday morning would be a surprise. Vernon's right knee was wedged by the position of his sitting against the side of the armchair. Vernon, to stand up, would have to swing the right knee free lever forward against the heel of his hand on the armrest, push against the armrest, and lift. The total time to rise from the armchair was, by the imprint's calculation, approximately 1 3/4 seconds on Vernon's best day in his current state of moderate digestion. Vernon's right hand, which would be required for the lever, was resting in the right pocket of his dressing gown. Vernon, to lever, would have to remove the right hand from the pocket, add 1/5 of a second. Total time to a Vernon standing, approximately 1 9/10 seconds. Total time to Harry at the poker, approximately 1 1/4 seconds. Total time to Harry returning across the carpet to a Vernon still seated, approximately 3/4 of a second. Acceptable? That was a wild animal, boy, Vernon was saying, with the small pink wrinkles of his unease beginning to deepen, and it was dangerous, and Harry moved. He moved on the second syllable of dangerous. He moved on the D. He had been measuring in the small interstitial inside of him. The cadence of Vernon's speech and the D of dangerous fell in the cadence at the cleanest cover point in the sentence. A stressed consonant, hard, slightly wet with spit, occupying Vernon's tongue and lower jaw, occupying also the small flick of Vernon's eyes downwards, because Vernon, like many men, tended to look at his own mouth when his mouth was producing a word with weight on it. Harry was at the poker by the second of dangerous. Harry's small, dirty right hand closed on the wooden iron grip at the worn place, 4 inches from the top, which was where the small calluses on Vernon's hand had worn the grip smooth. The grip fit the small, dirty right hand in a way the grip had not been built to fit a 9-year-old. But the imprint in Harry had taken the wrist of the small, dirty right hand and arranged the 4 fingers and the thumb around the grip in the angle of the 4 fingers and the thumb of a 46-year-old retired professional. And the angle, although it produced in the small wrist a small twinge of strain that was a long-term injury in the making, was, in the immediate moment, the correct angle. Harry lifted the poker out of the stand. Harry turned. Harry took the long step of his return to 40 inches from the armchair. Harry took the short step of his closing of the 40 inches to 20. Vernon, at 20 inches, was levering against the armrest. Vernon was levering against the armrest with the heel of his right hand, and Vernon's right hand had just come out of the pocket of his dressing gown. Vernon's small clever eyes had, in the time since the laughter, undergone the small slow change in color that small clever eyes undergo when they are realizing, against the long settled assumption of their owner, that the thing in the room with them is not the thing they had thought it was. Vernon's mouth was open. Vernon was saying, "Ruse, boy, you." Harry, at 20 inches, brought the poker up. He did not bring it up the way a frightened boy brings up a poker. He did not raise it over his head. He did not swing it from his shoulder. He brought it up at the elbow with the grip held low and the hooked stub at the top, with the small efficient flick of the wrist the imprint had practiced in his small careful inside 2,000 times in the last 6 hours of compost, against the imaginary armrest, the imaginary armchair, the imaginary sitting room target. The poker came up in the same arc the man inside him had brought a number of objects up in. The poker came up in the arc one brings a hammer up in. The poker came up in the arc one brings a small smith's hammer up against a small piece of iron on a small anvil. Vernon was halfway out of the armchair. The poker came down. It came down on the temple, 1.5 inches above and 1.5 inches forward of the left ear. The temple is, in the human skull, the thinnest piece of bone. The temple is, in the human skull, the place at which a small focused blow of moderate weight, delivered at velocity, transmits enough force into the cranium to disorganize the cortex. The man inside Harry knew this. The man inside Harry had not picked the place to hit a man because the place was a place that ended men. The man inside Harry had picked the place because the place ended men with the smallest expenditure of energy on Harry's part, and the imprint throughout was an imprint with a working preference for the smallest expenditure of energy. The blow connected. The blow connected with the small flat sound of a wooden bat on a wet log. The poker did not, in the connection, do anything dramatic. The poker hit the temple gave. The cortex underneath registered. In the wordless way the cortex registers such things that it was no longer in a position to coordinate the man it had been coordinating. And Vernon, who had been halfway out of the armchair, stopped being halfway out of the armchair. Vernon was, in the next quarter of a second, 3/4 of the way back into the armchair, in a falling sit, with his right hand on the armrest and his left hand still in the right pocket of his dressing gown, and his small clever eyes still slightly open but no longer in the strict sense of the word looking. Harry adjusted his grip on the poker. The first blow in the imprint's working evaluation had been a disabling blow. A disabling blow is a blow that ends the man's capacity to fight back. A disabling blow is not, however, in all cases, an ending blow. Harry brought the poker down a second time. He brought it down at the parietal, 2 inches above the temple, with the hooked end this time. The hooked end was heavier than the stub end. The hooked end was in the imprint's small inventory, the killing end of the poker, and Harry had been holding the killing end up on the first stroke because the first stroke, with the stub against the temple, had not required the killing end, and the killing end was not in any case a tool one used for disabling. The killing end was the tool one used for ending. The second blow on the parietal ended Vernon. Vernon settled into the armchair. Vernon's head settled against the headrest. Vernon's right hand, which had been on the armrest, slid by 1/4 of an inch and then stopped. Vernon's small clever eyes, which had still been slightly open, did not close. The small clever eyes were not, in the new arrangement of Vernon, the sort of feature that could close. Harry did not look at the eyes. Harry was already turning. Harry had registered in the soundscape of the kitchen behind him the small wet sound of Petunia's plate slipping in her wet hand. The plate had slipped, the imprint registered because Petunia at the sink had heard the small flat sound of the wooden baton wet log of the first blow, and had registered the sound and had paused, and her wet hand had loosened by 1/4 of a degree, and the plate had slid, and Petunia, registering the plate sliding, had refastened her hand on the plate, and in the refastening of her hand on the plate she had also begun. In the small, instinctive way of a wife who has been in the kitchen during the disciplining of a small, thin boy on many previous Saturday afternoons, to listen. She had heard the second blow. She had stopped listening. She had registered. The kitchen in the small interstitial space of Harry's turning would have, by Harry's calculation, 2 simultaneous occurrences: Petunia putting down the plate, Petunia drying her hands. Petunia putting down the plate, half a second. Petunia drying her hands, half a second. Petunia turning to look at the kitchen door, 1/4 of a second. Petunia registering that the kitchen door was not as it should be shut, half a second. Petunia walking from the sink to the doorway of the hall, 1 second. Total time before Petunia was at the doorway of the hall, 2 3/4 seconds. Total time for Harry to be at the doorway of the hall, 1 second. He moved. He moved through the doorway of the sitting room, across the hall, past the cupboard under the stairs, and into the doorway of the kitchen in the careful new long stride of him that, for all that it was the long stride of a 9-year-old, had the efficiency in it of the long stride of a much taller man. He arrived at the kitchen doorway 1 3/4 seconds before Petunia did. He waited. He waited in the small, flat way the man in him had been taught to wait. He did not breathe in. He did not breathe out. He did not, by any noise his small, dirty body made, alert the woman at the sink to his presence in the doorway. Petunia put down the plate. Petunia dried her hands on the tea towel. Petunia turned. Petunia saw the small boy in the doorway. Petunia's face in the seeing did not have time to perform any of the 7 expressions the face of a frightened housewife performs in its own small private inventory in the small moment of seeing. The face had time for only the first half of the first expression, a small flat opening of the lips in surprise before Harry was at her. The poker came up. The poker came down. The poker came down in the same small efficient arc as before, against the temple, against the parietal, twice in succession, with the small flat wet wooden baton wet log sound, twice in succession, and Petunia, who had stood her whole adult life in this kitchen of hers, did not stand any longer. She slid down the cabinet of the sink, her thin shoulders folded, her thin hands fell into her lap. Her thin face, in the small flat last moment of it, was a face that had had, in the small last second of it, time only for that first half-formed expression of surprise. The expression remained on her face. The expression would remain on her face for as long as her face was a face that could hold an expression, which is to say not very long, but for that long. Harry stepped back, he looked at her, he did not look long, the imprint in him ran through its short list. Threat 1 neutralized, Threat 2 neutralized, bystanders, the Game Boy somewhere upstairs. The Game Boy somewhere upstairs was still emitting the small electronic whine. Bystander Dudley. The imprint's small, careful columnar voice paused on the column line under the word Dudley. The column did not advance. The column had a rule. The rule was older in the man inside Harry than the imprint of the rest. The rule sat above the rest of the rules in the small private inventory the man had built in his living life around the small soft pad of a beagle puppy in a kitchen on a marble floor. Children, never. Harry in the kitchen doorway with the poker in his hand and the small thin folded shape of Petunia on the lino at his feet registered the rule. The imprint registered the rule. The boy registered the rule. Dudley, child, non-threat, pass. Harry stepped over Petunia. Harry walked across the kitchen to the inner kitchen door into the hall. He passed the cupboard under the stairs without looking at it. He walked to the foot of the stairs. He looked up the stairs. He could not from the foot of the stairs see Dudley's bedroom door. He could only hear through the wall the small electronic whine of the Game Boy and occasionally the small wet sound of Dudley's mouth as Dudley sat on his bed with his thumbs on the buttons and his lower lip drawn slightly inward in concentration. Harry stood for a moment at the foot of the stairs. The imprint in him made a small fast evaluation. Dudley by the careful list was a child. A child by the rule was off the list. A child by the rule was not in any sense to be approached with intent. A child by the rule was, at most, to be moved out of the way in the most minimum impact manner possible, in the rare cases on which a child was inadvertently in the working geometry of a job. Dudley, at present, was not in the working geometry. Dudley, at present, was upstairs. Dudley, at present, would, given the small electronic whine of the Game Boy, remain upstairs for the foreseeable future, certainly long enough for Harry to do the next thing he had to do, which was the walking out of the house. Harry did not go up the stairs. Harry turned away from the stairs. Harry walked back across the hall to the front door. The front door of number 4 was a white half-glazed door with a small frosted glass panel at the top, in which Petunia had her name engraved in copperplate Dursley and a small brass letter flap and a small chrome chain and a small chrome bolt and a small Yale latch. Petunia had insisted on all of the locks. Vernon had installed them. The locks had, since 1985, kept out a number of door-to-door encyclopedia salesmen and one Jehovah's Witness. Harry opened them. He unbolted, he unchained, he turned the Yales. He set the poker down on the carpet, very carefully, with the hook end pointing into the hall and the grip end pointing at the threshold in a way which, when an investigator stood in the hallway 20 minutes later and looked at the poker and looked at the carpet, would tell the investigator a number of small, useful things about the angle from which the poker had been set down and the height of the hand that had set it down and the deliberate, undisturbed, calm-handed manner of its setting. Harry opened the door. The Tuesday morning was cool. The Tuesday morning was bright in the way Tuesdays in October in Surrey are bright, which is to say the light was thin and the air was thin and a cool small wind was coming up from the direction of the High Street. Harry stepped out onto the small concrete step under the small white plastic porch. He pulled the door after him gently until it caught on the latch and did not slam. He looked at the front garden. The front garden was the standard Privet Drive front garden, which was to say a small square of lawn with a small straight concrete path through it, with a low brick wall along the front and a small wrought iron gate set in the wall and a small concrete curb beyond the gate and a quiet residential road beyond the curb. He walked down the small straight concrete path. He opened the small wrought iron gate. He closed the small wrought iron gate. He turned right onto the pavement. He walked along the pavement, the small dirty hands at his sides, the small dirty face calm, the small dirty trainers with the unvelcroed Velcro slapping very slightly against the pavement, for 120 meters past number 6 and number 8 and number 10 and number 12 in the small, careful, efficient walk the man in him had taught him. At the corner of Privet Drive and Magnolia Crescent there was a phone box. The phone box was red. The phone box was the old kind, with the 4-pane door and the small square of yellowed light above the dial, and a phone book with a thick blue cardboard cover on a small shelf at hip height, and the phone itself in a battered black metal housing on the back wall. Harry walked up to the phone box. He opened the 4-pane door. The hinge of the 4-pane door made a small flat groan against the morning air, the way the hinge of a 4-paned phone box door makes in October in Surrey when no one has been into it for some time. He stepped in. He let the door swing shut behind him. He stood for a moment in the small red box of the phone box and looked at the phone. He could not, by the height of him, reach the phone. The phone was the standard British telecom phone of the period, set on the back wall at the height an adult would find convenient. The phone, at Harry's small height, was 4 inches above the top of his head. This was the first thing in his careful new long Tuesday morning that he had not, on the imprint's calculation, anticipated. He looked in the small box for a thing to stand on. There was the phone book. He took the phone book off the shelf. He set the phone book on the floor of the phone box. He stood on the phone book. He was now level with the phone. He lifted the receiver off the cradle. He listened to the dial tone. He looked at the dial. He had learned what 999 was 18 months earlier from a small brown paperback library book about how policemen worked, which he had slipped into his pocket from the school library and read in the cupboard at night by the light of a torch he had found in the shed. He had not at the time expected to use the number. He had in his small inside simply filed it. He dialed 999. The phone clicked and hummed and rang once, twice. The phone on the third ring was picked up. Emergency, which service? He spoke. He spoke in the small, flat, dry, calm Tuesday morning voice he had been using since the standing up in the rest of his small private inside. Police, please. Connecting you. A click, a small pause, another voice. This is Surrey Police. What is your emergency? He breathed in 3 counts. He breathed out 4. My name is Harry Potter. I am 9 years old. I am at the phone box at the corner of Privet Drive and Magnolia Crescent in Little Winging. There has been a domestic incident at number 4 Privet Drive. My aunt and uncle are dead. My cousin is upstairs and is alive and uninjured. Please come. The voice on the other end of the line said, in the small, careful, tightening way the voice of a police dispatcher tightens when it has just heard a thing it is going to remember for the rest of its working career. Stay on the line. He stayed on the line. He stayed on the line because the imprint in him had told him to stay on the line, and because the imprint in him had told him that the staying on the line was, in this small Tuesday morning, the thing he was doing now. The poker, the work was done. The next thing was the staying. He stayed for a long, quiet minute. The dispatcher at intervals asked him small, careful questions. Was he hurt? Was he safe? Was he alone? Was there anyone nearby? He answered each in 3 to 5 words calmly. He did not lie. He did not embellish. He did not, in his small, flat voice, mention the snake. The dispatcher did not, in her small, careful voice, ask about the snake. After 3 minutes, the dispatcher said, an officer is on his way. Please stay where you are. Please do not go back into the house. All right, Harry said. He hung up by reaching up over his head and setting the receiver back on the cradle with the same careful, undisturbed, calm-handed manner in which 20 minutes earlier he had set the poker down on the carpet of the hall. He stepped off the phone book. He picked up the phone book. He put the phone book back on the shelf. He arranged it neatly. He opened the 4-pane door. He stepped out of the phone box. He sat down on the curb at the corner of Privet Drive and Magnolia Crescent. He sat down with his small, dirty hands folded in his lap and his small, dirty trainers flat on the pavement and his small, dirty face turned, by the careful, long habit of the imprint, in the direction from which an approaching vehicle would arrive. The Tuesday morning continued. A milk float passed at 2 minutes past 12. The milkman did not look at him. A small dog being walked by an old man in a flat cap passed at 3 minutes past 12. The old man did not look at him. The dog looked at him for a long second, paused at the curb to sniff at his trainer, and then was tugged on. A Vauxhall in dark blue passed at 4 minutes past 12. The Vauxhall did not stop. A second Vauxhall of a paler blue passed at 6 minutes past 12. The second Vauxhall slowed at the corner. The second Vauxhall stopped. The second Vauxhall had a man in a dark coat in the driver's seat and a woman in a sharp black suit in the passenger seat. The man and the woman in the small, careful inventory inside Harry did not at first sight register as Surrey police. Surrey police, the imprint observed, would have arrived in the more typically marked livery of an emergency response unit. These two were not in the typically marked livery. These two in the small, careful new sense Harry had begun in the last 6 hours to acquire of the way the air shifted around certain unusual adults, had the small, flat electrical pressure about them of people who were not ordinary and who had not arrived by ordinary means, and who had been somewhere in the last 15 minutes given an order to be at this corner of Privet Drive and Magnolia Crescent in Little Winging because something had registered somewhere far away. On an instrument that was not the instrument of an ordinary emergency response unit, the woman in the sharp black suit got out of the Vauxhall. The woman was tall in the older spare way of certain English women of a certain class, with iron gray hair pinned at the nape and a small, severe pair of square spectacles low on her nose. She wore a monocle on a thin gold chain at her lapel. She wore, in addition to her sharp black suit, a long-pleated something which, in the brief flicker of it as she stepped out of the car, did not, by the small, careful eye of Harry's imprint, behave like ordinary cloth. She walked to the curb. She crouched on the curb in front of him. She was no taller in the crouch than he was sitting. She had on her face the careful, flat, attentive expression of an adult who is going to ask a small child very particular questions and listen to the answers very particularly. Mr. Potter, she said. It was not a question. He looked at her. My name, she said, is Amelia Bones. I am the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I am here with my colleague because something at this address has triggered a number of alarms in my office. He kept looking at her. Are you hurt, Mr. Potter? He thought about it. My right thumb is sprained, he said. I have bruises on my back from a belt. My palm has a small cut from the chicken wire. She nodded very slightly. And are you safe? I am safe. Are there any other persons in danger at number 4 Privet Drive? He thought about this also. My cousin Dudley is upstairs, he said. He is alive. He is not in danger from me. She held his eye. From whom else, she said after a small, careful beat, might he be in danger? He thought about that for a long second. At present, he said, no one. Amelia Bones, on the curb, did not move her face. But behind her square spectacles, behind the careful, flat, attentive expression, behind the small, severe set of her mouth, a thing in her eyes shifted by a millimeter, and the shifting was the small first registering in an old Auror's long, careful gaze that the small boy on the curb at the corner of Privet Drive was not a thing she had in the entirety of her long and decorated career encountered before. She did not let any of this show. She stood up. She turned very slightly and lifted her chin in the small, officious way she lifted her chin when issuing instructions to subordinates. Or Shacklebolt, she said over her shoulder. Number 4 Privet Drive, 2 adult casualties. 1 child upstairs uninjured. Secure the scene. Notify St. Mungo's. Notify the Auror's office. Notify, she paused by a fraction. Notify the Chief Warlock. The man in the dark coat, Kingsley Shacklebolt in his small careful inside, who had until that moment been standing very politely at the boot of the Vauxhall and looking with his small careful eye over the small empty Tuesday morning street, said very mildly, "Yes, madame." He walked in his long, careful stride past Harry on the curb, past the wrought iron gate of number 4, up the small, straight concrete path, and into the small, white, half-glazed door. The door, as it closed behind him, did not slam. Amelia Bones turned back to Harry. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "Will you come with me, please?" She did not say it as an order, she did not say it as a request. She said it in the small, careful, flat, practiced voice of a senior official addressing a small child in a small, extraordinary circumstance, in the only register that would, in such a circumstance, do, as a small, polite, procedural sentence in which the assumption of compliance was already built and the option of refusal had been, by the construction of the sentence, already provided. Harry on the curb stood up. He stood up the way he had stood up on the compost. He stood up the way the man inside him had taught him to stand up, from the hips, no bracing, the clean line of the standing. He looked up at her. She looked down at him. She held out her hand. He took it. Her hand was warm. It was, in the careful inside of him, the first warm thing he had felt against his skin in 76 hours. He did not flinch. The imprint inside him registered the warmth, registered the offered hand, registered the small, careful, procedural assumption built into the offering, and made, for the first time in the small private inventory of the long Tuesday morning, a small new column entry, under a heading the imprint had not, until then, had to use. Ally provisional, accept handhold. Continue evaluation. Harry, his small, dirty hand inside her warm, dry hand, walked with Amelia Bones, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, across the pavement, down the curb, and into the back of the small, paler blue Vauxhall, which was not, by the small, careful eye of the imprint inside him, a Vauxhall at all, but which was, for the moment, prepared to pose as one. The Vauxhall pulled away from the corner of Privet Drive and Magnolia Crescent at 11 minutes past 12. It would never, in any sense Petunia would have understood, return. Chapter 4. The curb and the Aurors. The Vauxhall, which was not a Vauxhall, drove west. It did not drive west in any sense that a Surrey traffic officer would have been able to track. It rolled forward 200 yards along Magnolia Crescent, took the small left turn at the postbox, accelerated to the speed of an ordinary saloon car in residential traffic, 28 miles per hour, and then at the junction with the high street, swung very gently against the curb, paused at a sign that said "Give way," and slid sideways through the small unmarked alley between the bakery and the co-op, and was, in the space of 3 seconds, no longer in Little Winging at all. Harry in the back seat felt the slide. He felt it the way you feel a lift that goes down faster than the lift you were expecting. He felt it in his stomach and behind his ears and across the bridge of his nose. The careful column of the imprint in his small private inside registered the slide as vehicle exhibits transit anomaly. Anomaly type unknown, recategorize vehicle as non-standard, recategorize destination as non-standard. Continue evaluation. He did not say anything. He sat in the back seat with the small dirty hands in his lap and the small dirty trainers, one of them with the Velcro still flapping, flat on the carpeted footwell. The footwell smelled of old leather and of pipe tobacco and of a faint trace of something that, by the imprint's inventory, was probably the magical equivalent of ozone. He noticed all of these things. He did not let his face do anything with them. Amelia Bones, in the front passenger seat, had turned in her seat so that her left shoulder was on the headrest and her right knee was angled into the door, in the careful three-quarter posture of an investigator who wants both to see her passenger and not to crowd him. She had taken her monocle off her lapel and was polishing it slowly between thumb and forefinger of her left hand, with a small white handkerchief that, when she folded it after polishing, folded itself. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "We are going to a building in the center of London. It will not look like a building to a muggle. It will look to you like a small old red telephone box which we shall step into together. The telephone box is, in fact, a lift. The lift will take us down a number of levels into the Ministry of Magic. We will arrive in a wide marble hall called the Atrium. From the atrium, we will take a different lift to a level called Level 2, which is the floor on which my office is located. From my office, we will go to a small private room, which is set aside for the questioning of children and of other persons who have been the subject of unusual circumstances. The room is warm. The room has a fireplace. There will be a healer present. There will be tea if you would like tea. There will be a chair you may sit in and a chair I may sit in. There will be a clerk in the corner who will take notes. Do you understand what I have said?" Yes, Harry said. Have you been to a magical building before? Number, have you ever been told you are a wizard? About this? No, he said, not by anyone who said it as a thing that was true. Amelia Bones did not by any flicker of her face react to this, but the polishing of the monocle slowed by a quarter of a beat and resumed. You are a wizard, Mr. Potter, she said. We will speak more about that later. We will speak about a number of things later. At present, the immediate concern is your safety and your physical well-being. The healer will examine you in a small private room. The examination will not require you to undress further than you wish to. You may stop the examination at any point by saying the word stop. The healer will obey the word stop. All right, Harry said. Have you eaten in the last 24 hours? Number, in the last 48 hours. Number, in the last 72 hours. I drank some water, her mouth tightened by a millimeter. We will get you a small meal, she said, bread, butter, a little broth. We will not give you a great deal at once. We will give you a little and then a little more and then a little more after that until your body has adjusted. All right, Harry said. Have you any questions for me at present? He thought about it. Where is Dudley going to go? He said. Amelia Bones, in the small, careful inside of her, registered the question. The question was, by her careful long career of putting children in chairs and listening to what they said first, not the question most children put first. Most children put first the question that began with I, or with am I, or with what is going to happen to me. The boy in the back seat had begun with the cousin. He will go to his maternal grandmother, she said after the smallest pause. We have already sent an officer to her. She is being told the news. She will collect him from the house this afternoon. He will be taken to her home in Yorkshire. He will be looked after. Harry nodded. Has he been hurt? He said. No, Mr. Potter. The Auror who entered the house behind us has reported that Dudley is uninjured. He is shaken. He has been told nothing yet beyond that there has been an incident and that he is to come downstairs. The Auror is with him. The Auror will be with him until his grandmother arrives. Harry nodded. Any further questions at present? She said. He considered. Is Saffron still in the garden? He said. It came out flatter than he had meant it to. He had not meant to ask the question. The question had arrived in him as a small flat thing rising in the small private inside, and the imprint, which had not been ready for the question, had not been ready to hold the question back. Amelia Bones looked at him very carefully. Who is Saffron? She said. He thought for half a second about the careful flat way the woman had asked the question and registered that the woman did not know who Saffron was and registered that the question of who Saffron was, by the small private order of the world the imprint was building inside him, the most important question that had been asked of him by anyone since the Saturday. Saffron, he said, is the small green friend my uncle killed on Saturday with a spade. He said it in the small flat dry voice he had been using. He did not, in saying it, blink. Amelia Bones, watching him, did blink twice slowly in the careful flat way an old investigator blinks when she has just received an information from a witness she will be re-examining a great many times in her own private head over the course of the next several years. She is in the back garden, Bones said, on the compost heap. The Auror who is at the house has been instructed to leave her where she is until we can arrange a respectful collection. All right, Harry said. Would you, Bones said slowly, like her to be collected and brought to you with proper care? He thought about it for a long time. He thought about Saffron's small body on the compost heap, with the small bird in the rosebush and the small fox who had come out from under the shed and the small thin Tuesday morning light and the small white square of the kitchen window above the patio. He thought about Saffron being lifted off the compost by the careful long-fingered hand of a man in a dark coat. He thought about Saffron being carried in a small white box. He thought about Saffron's small black-yellow band behind the head and the way his small thumb had laid against the band, 3 days running, until the band had gone the strange, cold color the rest of her had gone. Yes, he said, please. It was the first time he had used the word please since he had stood up. Very well, Bones said. She turned her face to the windscreen of the Vauxhall, which was not a Vauxhall, and said conversationally to the car, bury her at the Ministry Mortuary Annex. Take a portrait before. I want her properly catalogued. I want her name on the file. The car, by which is meant the man at the wheel of the car, who was not in fact at the wheel because the wheel was, by the geometry of magical conveyance, more decorative than functional, said, Yes, madame. Harry looked at his hands. Mr. Potter, Bones said after a quiet moment. Yes. You have done a number of things this morning that I would like to talk to you about when we get to my office. Some of them I will need to talk to you about for a long time. Some of them I will need to talk to other people about. I am not in our conversation going to lie to you. I am not going to tell you that what you did this morning was a small or unremarkable thing. It was not. I am also not going to tell you that what was done to you before this morning was a small or unremarkable thing. It was not, are you with me? Yes, Harry said. There will be a moment in our conversation in which I have to ask you whether you intended to do what you did this morning. I am asking you now before we get there so that you know the question is coming and so that you can think on the answer. Did you intend, when you walked from the back garden of number 4 Privet Drive into the house, to kill your aunt and uncle? He thought about it. He thought about the question very carefully. I intended to kill the man who killed my friend, he said after a long second. And your aunt? My aunt, he said, was in the way. He said it the way he had said the rest. He said it flat. He said it dry. He said it without anything in it. He did not know, he could not know at 9, with his small dirty hands in his lap, that the careful, flat, dry way he had said it would be the small key sentence on which a very large number of subsequent magical legal procedural decisions, over the course of the next 2 months, would turn. He had not yet learned which sentences were the key ones. The imprint, which had taught him the long inventory, had not yet had time to teach him the lesson on the smaller inventory of his own speech, in which certain sentences were the heavy weights and other sentences were the small, light gravels. Amelia Bones had been listening for the sentence. She did not show that she had been listening for the sentence. She nodded very slightly. "All right, Mr. Potter," she said. "We will speak more in my office. The car will be at the telephone box in 90 seconds. I am going to ask you to put your small hand inside the larger black coat that is folded on the seat next to you and to follow my lead when we step out. There will be a few persons on the pavement near the telephone box. I do not wish them to look at you. If they do not look at you, we shall come and go quietly." He looked at the black coat on the seat next to him. It was an adult coat. It would, on his small body, drown him. The imprint, by its small, careful inventory of what was likely to come next, registered that the drowning of him by the coat was, in fact, the desired outcome. A small, dirty boy carrying a small, dirty face into a busy London pavement was a thing people looked at, and a small, enormous, black-coated bundle being carried by an older woman with an iron-gray bun was, although unusual, not a thing people looked at for very long. He put on the coat. He put it on the way he had put on his small, dirty things, by long habit, with the small, efficient one arm then the other movement of a child who has dressed himself alone since he was 4. The coat fell around him to the floor of the car. The sleeves came down past his small, dirty hands by 18 inches. Bones reached back without turning and pinched the cuff of the left sleeve and made a small, precise motion with the index and middle fingers of her right hand. The coat shortened. It did not shorten in any sense Harry's small, careful eye could follow. It shortened in the same small fold the coat had been before, and at the same time it shortened. The sleeves, which had been at 18 inches past his hands, were now at the wrist. The hem, which had been at the floor, was now at the back of his knees. The collar, which had been an enormous loose flap, sat now at his neck the way a coat sat at the neck of a boy who had been measured for it. He looked at the coat. "It is a charm," Bones said mildly. "It will only fit you for the duration of the next half hour, then it will be a coat again." "All right," Harry said. The Vauxhall, which was not a Vauxhall, pulled up alongside a curb in the center of London beside a red telephone box and stopped. Bones got out of the front passenger door. Bones came round to the back door on Harry's side. Bones opened the door. Bones held out her warm, dry hand again. Harry took it. He climbed out of the back of the Vauxhall onto the pavement of a street he had never been to in his life. There was a smell, petrol, pavement, coffee from a small cart on the corner. A heavier and not unpleasant smell, which was a smell the imprint marked as unknown, magical, low priority, and a noise of a great deal of London traffic at lunchtime, and a small line of pedestrians on either side of the pavement, and the small red box of the telephone box 10 paces ahead. Bones, with his small hand in her larger hand, walked him to the telephone box. She opened the door, they stepped inside, she closed the door, she picked up the receiver, she dialed 62442. She set the receiver back on the cradle. The floor of the telephone box under his feet, smoothly and without lurch, began to descend. The descent was not fast, it was not slow. It was the steady, efficient, steady velocity descent of a public lift, which is the descent the ministry preferred for the atrium telephone box entry, because the ministry knew that descents are felt differently by different stomachs, and a steady descent unsettled the smallest number of those stomachs. The descent took 28 seconds. The walls of the telephone box dissolved. The walls of the telephone box dissolved into a wide marble atrium, dark wood-floored, lit by a great vaulted ceiling that was, at first glance, dark blue with golden symbols painted on it, and at second glance not painted at all, with golden symbols that, when Harry looked harder, were moving slowly, the way a constellation moves slowly across a real sky. There was a fountain in the middle of the atrium. The fountain was a tall thing. It had figures in it, a witch, a wizard, a centaur, a goblin, a house elf. The figures stood in a loose ring around the fountain's central column. The water sprayed up between them. The water lit them and lit also their faces. Harry looked at the faces. The faces, the imprint observed, were the faces of an idealized, not a real assembly. He did not have the language for that, but the imprint did. Bones walked him across the atrium. The atrium at lunchtime was busy. There were witches and wizards everywhere. There were short people, tall people, people in robes, people in suits, people in the kind of long-skirted robes one saw in painted history books, people in work clothes carrying clipboards, people in nothing one would have recognized as clothes at all. Some of them turned to look at the woman in the iron gray bun crossing the atrium with a small bundled boy in an oversized black coat under her arm. Most of them did not. The ones who did not look long. Bones took him to a bank of lifts on the eastern wall. The lifts were brass-doored. The lifts had inside them, when the doors opened, the small flutter of a great many paper airplanes, which the imprint noted and asked no further questions about. Bones stepped into the lift. Bones, without releasing his hand, said, "Level 2. The lift descended. The paper airplanes orbited Harry's head politely by the inch for the duration of the descent. They arrived at level 2. The doors opened. Bones walked him out, down a long carpeted corridor, past a door with frosted glass and the words AUROR office on it in a small bronze rectangle, past a door with frosted glass and the words improper use of magic office on it, past a third door with frosted glass and no rectangle at all, and stopped at a fourth door. The fourth door had no glass. The fourth door had a small unmarked brass handle. The fourth door, when Bones turned the brass handle and opened it, opened into a small, warm, wood-paneled room. There was a fireplace. The fireplace had a small fire in it, which the imprint observed had not been there until the moment the door had opened. There were 2 armchairs. One of the armchairs was, in size, a child's armchair. It had been there before the door had opened, the imprint observed, but the child's armchair had not, 6 seconds before the door had opened, by the small, flat, dry, quiet noise of furniture rearrangement that Harry's careful new ear could now hear through walls, been there before that either. There was a small round table between the armchairs. There was on the small round table a small pot of tea, a small jug of milk, a small bowl of sugar, 2 small cups, a small plate of bread with the crusts off, and a small dish of butter. There was in the corner of the room a clerk. The clerk was a small, narrow man in a brown suit, sitting at a small, narrow desk with a quill that was writing by itself in a kind of pleasant, smooth scrawl on a small, narrow scroll. There was in the other corner of the room a healer. The healer was a small, soft woman in a pale green smock with a kind face, a chest watch on a chain, a small brown bag of leather at her side, and a wand laid neatly on the windowsill behind her. Bones gestured Harry to the child's armchair. He sat. He sat in the careful new way he was sitting in everything, which was the way the imprint had been sitting him. From the hips, no slump, spine in a clean straight line, breath in 3 counts, breath out 4. The chair fit him. Bones sat in the other armchair. She did not say anything for a moment. She poured the tea. She poured 1 cup for him. She poured 1 cup for herself. She added milk without asking him about milk, because his small, dirty face had registered at the offer of milk a very small fraction of a softening which her careful old eye had caught, and a single small lump of sugar. She placed the cup in its saucer on the small round table within his reach. He looked at the tea. He had not had a cup of tea in his short life that had been intended for him. He drank a small, careful sip. The tea was hot, the tea was strong. The tea was the color of an English Tuesday afternoon at 1:30. The tea in his small, empty stomach went down like a small, steady, warm, small fact. The imprint in him registered the hydration with quiet approval and reserved judgment on the sugar. He set the cup down. "Mr. Potter," Bones said. "Yes," he said, "this is Healer Pomfrey. She is going to ask you to come behind that screen." She nodded to a small white folding screen in the far corner, "and to sit very still while she examines you. The examination will take 10 minutes. She will not give you any potion or other treatment without first telling you what it is and asking for your permission. While you are behind the screen, I am going to read a number of files that have been brought to me. After your examination, you and I will continue to talk. Are you ready?" "Yes," Harry said. He stood up. He walked across the small, warm room to the screen where Healer Pomfrey was waiting. He went behind the screen with her. The examination was the gentlest thing that had happened to him in his short life. He did not cry. The imprint in him registered that the not crying was not, in this small, kind, warm room, the correct response, that the correct response in a small, warm room with a kind healer and a soft towel and a careful examining hand was in fact the response of a small, thin, frightened 9-year-old boy who has been alone for a long time and has now been touched by a careful hand. The imprint in him was puzzled by this, by the not correctness of its own not crying. The imprint in him did not yet have a way to override the not crying. The not crying continued. Healer Pomfrey did not, in the small, warm, careful inside of her, expect the crying. Healer Pomfrey had, in her long career, examined a number of small boys, and she knew that the boys who had been alone for a long time did not cry when first they were touched. They cried, in her experience, later, sometimes a great deal later, when the kindness had been sustained long enough to be believed. She catalogued the bruises. There were a great many. The new ones across the back in the line of the belt, 8 by her count, in a long fan of pink and red and blue, from the right shoulder blade to the left lower rib. The older ones across the back in the line of the wooden spoon, 12 in the small clean handprints of the spoonhead fading at the edges in the long history of weeks. The older ones still in the line of the hands, count obscured by their layering in the small clusters of the forefinger and thumb of an adult male hand of moderate size, against the upper arm, against the small thin shoulders, against the wing of the left scapula, against the long pale belly. The smaller bruises around the wrists, old, set in the long ring of restraint. The small healing scar in the line of the small thin right wrist, bone broken 3 years previously by his own account, healed without setting, healed badly, would require in the long-term regrowth and reset manageable. The malnutrition. Skin thin to a degree that in the careful clipboard inside Healer Pomfrey's head set off 3 of the 4 small private alarms a healer carries for the year-long systematic. Bones at the wrist palpable at the surface. The small line of the ribs on inhalation in number visible through the small thin skin, every rib top to bottom with the small dip between visible. The small line of the hip the same, the eyes, pupils equal and reactive. Sclera not yellowed, conjunctiva pink. Glasses old, glasses incorrectly fitted, glasses long overdue. The teeth, 2 early adult teeth in, 6 baby teeth still in, 3 baby teeth lost, tooth decay mild in the back molars. Toothbrush by self-report not always provided, address, the hair clean enough in the slightly too neat way of a small head Petunia had cut. Cut by Petunia 4 days previously with the kitchen scissors badly, will regrow, the hands. 3 small cuts on the right palm from the chicken wire. Sprain in the right thumb mild. Calluses on the right index, ring and middle fingers, new of last 12 hours from gripping a poker. Calluses on the left palm, old of 2-year history from scrubbing pots. Small wedding-style indent in the small left ring finger from the small green friend coiling there in the warm. Healer Pomfrey, palpating, did not understand this last one immediately, and only later, much later, sitting in her own kitchen with her cat in her lap, would she understand it, and would she put down the cup of tea she was drinking and rest her face in her hands for a quiet minute. She had loved a small black cat at the age of 10 in 1932, and the cat had been killed in front of her by a muggle, and the cat had coiled itself around her ring finger every morning before breakfast, and she had not thought of any of this in a very long time. She did the small report. She did not say any of the report aloud while the boy was in the room. She did not say it to spare him. The boy, in her careful old eye, was past sparing in that careful old narrow sense, but the report itself, written down on the careful ministry parchment that filed itself into the careful ministry file that filed itself into the careful ministry archive, was a document the boy did not need to hear out loud. She let him put his small thin jumper back on. She took from her own pocket a small clean white cotton vest, child-sized, soft-collared, of the kind a healer of long career carried with her by long careful habit, and she folded it neatly in his hands. "Put that on under your jumper, dear," she said. "It will keep you a bit warmer." He put it on. It was the first new piece of clothing he had owned in his life. The imprint in him registered the warmth of the cotton against the small thin skin and made, without his consent and over his head in the small private inside of him, a small private note in the column under the heading Ally Provisional. The note ran, Healer Pomfrey, Ally Provisional, confirmed non-threat, capacity high, recall under crisis. He stepped out from behind the screen. He returned to the small child's armchair. He drank a small further sip of his tea. Bones, who had been reading a thick file in her own armchair, a file the imprint observed had not been in the room when he had gone behind the screen, closed the file. She set the file on the small round table next to the tea. She folded her hands in her lap. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Yes," he said. "Tell me please what happened this morning, from the moment you stood up from the compost heap, in as much detail as you can. I will not interrupt you except to ask small clarifying questions." "There is no rush. There is nothing in this room you will be punished for saying." He looked at her for a long second, then he told her. He told her in the small, flat, dry, calm voice he had been using all morning. He told her about the standing up. He told her about the walk across the lawn. He told her about the rosebush in the kitchen window and the geometry of the eaves. He told her about the small wrought iron stand by the fireplace and the poker and the wooden iron grip. He told her about the 8 4/10 of a second. He told her about the temple and the parietal. He told her about Petunia at the sink. He told her about the rule. He told her about the rule. He told her about the rule by name in the small, flat, dry voice he had been using. "Children, never," he said. "It is a rule, it is not from me. It is from," he paused. The imprint in him hesitated. The imprint in him did not have a name for itself. The imprint in him did not know whether the boy was allowed to have a name for it. The imprint in him said only the careful provisional descriptor it had been using in the small private inside of him for the previous 72 hours. "From the man who is in me now," Harry said. Amelia Bones did not move. In the corner, the clerk's quill, which had been scratching, very slightly slowed. In the other corner, Healer Pomfrey's hand, which had been resting on her chest watch, very slightly tightened. "The man," Bones said carefully. "Yes." "What man, Mr. Potter?" He thought about it. I don't know his name, he said. He came in on the Sunday night. He has been with me since. He taught me how to walk. He taught me how to look at a room. He taught me about the poker. He paused. He had a dog, he said. He told me they killed the dog. He paused again. He came because I was, the imprint in him fumbled in its small careful inside for a word it had not in 72 hours needed to use. The imprint in him found one. The imprint in him did not love the word, but the word was the word. Alone, he said. Amelia Bones, in the chair across from him, sat for a long, quiet second. Then she said in a careful, dry register that her own voice had not in many years found, Mr. Potter, I am going to ask you to wait here with Healer Pomfrey for 10 minutes. I am going to step out and bring a colleague into this room. The colleague's name is Wilberforce Sallow. He is a curse breaker. He is one of the oldest persons in this building. He is going to want to look at you. He will not hurt you. He will not touch you without your permission. He may ask you to sit very still while he looks at you. Is this all right? Yes, Harry said. Healer Pomfrey will be here the entire time. There will be a cup of broth shortly. Eat slowly. All right, Harry said. Bones stood. Bones crossed the room. Bones paused with her hand on the brass handle and turned. Mr. Potter? Yes, you have done very well. He thought about this for a small, careful second. He did not know what doing well meant in the careful, new long context the morning had taken. The imprint in him did not know what doing well meant either. The imprint in him knew about doing efficiently. The imprint in him knew about doing thoroughly. The imprint in him did not, in the careful inventory it had brought, have an entry under doing well. He took the word in and stored it in a small new column the imprint had begun that afternoon to draft. Thank you, he said. She nodded. She left. The door closed. Healer Pomfrey in the corner sat very quietly with her chest watch in her hand. Harry in his small child's armchair sat very quietly with his tea. After a moment the brass handle turned again. It was not Bones returning. It was a slim, brisk, middle-aged witch in a dark crimson robe carrying a tray. On the tray was a small bowl of clear pale broth, a small spoon, and a small square of bread. She set the tray on the small round table. Slowly, please, she said, in the gentle, clipped accent of someone who, by long habit, only used 6 words at a time and meant all of them. She left. Harry, in the small, careful new way of him, took the small spoon and the small bowl. He took a single small, careful spoonful. He set the spoon down. He waited the small, careful number of seconds the imprint had told him to wait for his small, empty stomach to register that a small piece of broth had arrived in it. He took a second small, careful spoonful. He continued. Across the room, Healer Pomfrey watched him eat. She watched him eat with the careful, old, gentle attention of a woman who has watched a great many small, thin people eat their first cup of broth after a great many small, thin emergencies, and who knew that the way a small, thin person ate the first cup of broth often told her something the small, thin person had not yet told her in words. The way this small, thin boy ate the broth told her he had been taught to eat the broth. He had been taught to eat it slowly. He had been taught by some careful pedagogy operating inside him to register the small registry shocks of refeeding and to pace himself. She did not in the small careful inside of her like this. She did not in the small careful inside of her think it was a bad thing exactly. The pedagogy had, after all, kept the boy from the small dangerous mistake of guzzling the broth, which would have made the small thin stomach cramp and spasm and might, in extremis, have done damage. The pedagogy had, in this small specific instance, helped. But the pedagogy was not, by any small careful eye that had been in this office for 40 years, a pedagogy that belonged inside a 9-year-old. It was, she thought, the careful eating of a man. She made a small private note. She rang, after a moment, a small bell on her side table. The slim, brisk, middle-aged witch in the dark crimson robe returned. Healer Pomfrey nodded at her. The slim, brisk witch nodded back and went out again. A moment later, the slim, brisk witch returned with a second tray, a small jug of warm milk, a small honeycomb in a small ceramic dish, a small piece of buttered toast. The slim, brisk witch set this tray on the table. She left. Healer Pomfrey watched. Harry, in the careful new way of him, looked at the honey. He looked at the honey for a long, quiet second. The imprint in him did not know what to do with the honey. The imprint in him had been built in another body by a man who had not in 20 years used honey because honey was in the kitchen of the man who was in Harry, a thing that had belonged to a wife. The man after the wife had not opened the jar. Harry did not know any of this in any conscious way. He only knew that the small column of the imprint, when it looked at the honey, paused. He, very slowly in his careful new way, picked up the honeycomb. He set it on his toast. He ate the toast with the honey on it. He cried. He did not cry hard. He did not cry loud. He did not in the strict sense cry at all by any external measure. There was no shaking of the shoulders, no sob, no audible breath, no rocking. He did not put down the toast. He did not in any way that Healer Pomfrey could have visibly catalogued change his posture. But 2 small tears ran down the small dirty face, one from each eye, and met at the small dirty chin and dropped onto the lapel of the borrowed black coat. Healer Pomfrey in the corner did not move. She did not in the small careful inside of her breathes. The 2 tears fell. The 2 tears were absorbed by the black wool of the coat. The boy did not in any external way react to the falling of the 2 tears. He took a second bite of the toast, he chewed slowly, he swallowed, he drank a small careful sip of the warm milk. He set the milk back on the table. He did not. Healer Pomfrey in her long careful old career noted wipe at the small dirty face. He did not bring the small dirty hand up. He did not seem by any visible sign to have noticed that the 2 tears had been there. The 2 tears had occurred in the small private inside of him as an autonomic event, the way a sneeze occurs in the small private inside of an ordinary person as an autonomic event. The imprint in him had not by the careful eye of Healer Pomfrey, who could not see the imprint but who could see after 40 years the marks of one, recognized the tears as the tears of the imprint's host. The imprint in him had registered the tears as a function of the host's body. The imprint in him had not in registering them attended to them. This, Healer Pomfrey in the corner thought, was a thing she was going to have to talk to Madame Bones about when Madame Bones returned. The brass handle turned, Madame Bones returned. With her in the doorway stood a man. The man was very old. He was older than Healer Pomfrey, who was 68 that May. He was older than Madame Bones, who was 54. He was, by the count of the careful ministry records, 91. He was thin and tall and had a long white beard cropped close and trimmed neatly to the line of his collar and a small precise brown velvet cap and a small pair of half-moon spectacles low on his nose. He carried a long thin cane with a brass head shaped like a sparrow's beak. He was Wilberforce Sallow. He was the oldest curse-breaker in active service in the department. He looked at Harry for a long, careful second. He said in a small, flat, dry, calm voice that in Harry's careful new long ear was a voice that was, by no accident, in roughly the register of the imprint, "Mr. Potter, I am going to need to come closer to you in a moment and look at a small place at the back of your head just behind your left ear. I shall not touch you. I shall hold the head of this cane near to you. You will feel nothing. The cane will glow in the way of canes. The glow tells me what I need to know. Is this acceptable?" "Yes," Harry said. Sallow crossed the room. He pulled up the second armchair, Madame Bones's armchair, without sitting in it. He set it at a careful distance from Harry, 3 feet from the small child's armchair, in the angle from which his cane arm would have line of sight to the place behind Harry's left ear. He held up the cane. The cane's brass sparrow's beak at 6 inches from the back of Harry's head began to glow. It glowed a small, soft greenish blue, the color of the small pools the cosmographies kept in their vestibules. It glowed for the count of 1. It glowed for the count of 2. At 3, it turned very gently, the small, soft, warm gold of a hearth, and at 4, having decided what it had decided, it stopped glowing. Sallow lowered the cane. He sat down in Madame Bones's armchair finally with a small, careful old creak of his old knees, and he looked at Harry over the small half-moon spectacles and he tapped the cane once gently against the carpet. "Mr. Potter," he said, "I would like, with your permission, to tell you what I have just seen." "All right," Harry said. "You have lodged in you what we call a soul anchor," Sallow said. "It is not a possession, you are not possessed, it is not a Horcrux. We can be specific about that. I have looked, and the signature of a Horcrux is not present. It is, instead, a more old and more rare phenomenon which is called a grief resonance anchor. A man, a fully formed adult man, has in the last several days in a far place, by a manner that I am going to refrain from speculating about today, given up the procedural and martial portion of his own self voluntarily into you. The voluntary giving is unusual. The portion given is also unusual. The grief that opened the door is, by the strength of the signature on it, a grief proportional to the loss of a small green friend in the small private inside of a 9-year-old boy on the Saturday morning past." He paused. He looked at Harry over the half-moon spectacles. "Mr. Potter, do you understand what I have said?" He thought about it. "A man came in," he said. "Because we both, he could not in the small careful inside of him finish the sentence. He did not need to." "Yes," Sallow said, "because in some place very far away his small dog had been killed and someone in another place very near here had had his small snake killed and the 2 of you in your separate griefs made the same shape and the shape opened the door and he came through." "Yes, that is the simple version," Harry nodded. "He is not in any sense an enemy of yours," Sallow said. "He is not in any sense a danger to you. He is also not, and this I must say plainly, a part of you that we can in any short time frame remove. He is in you now, he will be in you. You will, in growing up, grow up with him in you. It will be the work of certain people in this building to assist you with the very long task of integrating him into the small careful inside of you in such a way that the integration is healthy." "All right," Harry said. "Have you any questions for me, Mr. Potter?" He thought about it. "Does he know," he said, "does he know that he is in me now?" Sallow looked at him for a long second. "I suspect," he said slowly, "that he knows what he gave. I suspect he does not, at this present moment, have a great deal in him of what a man would have, with which to register being known. He is, in you, principally his column. He is in you principally as procedure. He is as a self very small now. He may grow in you, he may not. Either way, he will not, by my judgment, speak to you as a separate voice. He will speak to you as the small careful column. Will that Mr. Potter do? He thought about it. He thought about the small black-yellow band behind the small dead head. He thought about the small notch room and the small gray-blue curtain and the small soft warm gold of the cane. It will do, he said. He did not, in his small careful inside, know whether he meant it. The imprint in him did not know whether he meant it. But the imprint in him registered that the sentence had been the correct sentence to say, for the moment, in the small warm wood-paneled room with the kind healer and the old curse-breaker and the warm-handed director of magical law enforcement, and the imprint in him recorded the sentence in the small column under the heading of speech. He drank his small, careful sip of warm milk. He set the cup down. Outside, somewhere in the great corridor beyond, a small clock on a small wall began the long official chime of 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It had been 5 hours since he had stood up from the compost. He was alive. The cousin was alive. The aunt and the uncle were not. The imprint in him had not, for the duration of the morning, made an error. The boy inside the imprint was beginning in the very smallest careful way to come awake. He looked at Amelia Bones. "Will I have to go back to the cupboard?" he said. His voice in the asking of it was, for the first time since the standing up, not the small, flat, dry, calm voice of the morning. It was the small, thin, uncertain voice of a small 9-year-old boy. Amelia Bones, in the doorway where she had been standing, came at once into the room. She crossed to him. She crouched in the small, efficient way of a woman who had crouched a great many times in a great many such offices over a great many such years, in front of the small child's armchair. She put her warm, dry hand over his small, dirty hand. "No, Mr. Potter," she said, "you will never have to go back to that cupboard." He looked at her. He did not, in his small, careful inside, quite believe her, but he nodded. And the imprint in him registered the nod, registered the warm, dry hand, registered the small, clear sentence, and made in the small new column of allies the small new column entry. Bones, Amelia, ally, provisional, capacity, high, confirmed non-threat, recall under crisis. Outside the wood-paneled room, in the long corridor of level 2, a small narrow staff of senior witches and wizards had begun very quietly to assemble. There was a thing on the upper floors of the Ministry of Magic that they had not had to convene a meeting about for a very long time, and they were going, by the careful authority of Madame Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, to convene it now. The meeting would be in its own small, careful, long way the next part. But that was not yet. For now, in the small, warm, wood-paneled room, the small, dirty boy in the small child's armchair with the warm, dry hand of an old orer over his small, dirty hand, finished his small, careful broth. Chapter 5. The investigation. By the evening of the Tuesday, the file had become large. Amelia Bones did not, in her long, careful career, often see a file become large at the speed at which this file became large. Files, in her experience, became large over weeks. Files grew the way ivy grew, a thin tendril at a time. This file grew the way a thunderstorm grew, in successive vertical columns of dense cold air, all at once, each contributed by a separate column of orers and curse breakers and forensic healers and senior policy clerks working in successive small offices on successive small floors of the ministry and reporting to her, at intervals of an hour, on small parchment notes that flew through the air on small folded paper airplanes, and settled with their small clean clicks. In the small wooden tray on the corner of her desk, she read each one. She read them at the rate they arrived. She read them in the small, precise way she had read files for 30 years, with the small, severe set of her mouth and the small, severe square of her spectacles low on her nose and the small, severe iron-gray bun at the back of her head, and she did not, in the reading, let her face do anything. By 8 in the evening, the file had reached on her desk the height of a hand and a half. She had ordered tea twice. She had eaten a small, dry sandwich she did not remember the contents of. She had stood at one point by the window and looked out at the great enchanted ceiling of the atrium below and had said to herself, in the small private voice she only used in her own head when alone, "Right, that's not going to do." By the small private voice she had meant, the small careful workings of the magical world were not, by the test of the small black-haired boy now in a small warm safe house 3 streets away, working. The small careful workings had failed. They had failed for 9 years. They had failed at the level of a single Muggle household in Surrey. And they had failed at the level of the great careful institutional safeguards which had been set up to watch over that household. And they had failed at the level of the great old wise wizard who had set those safeguards up. And they had failed in such a way as to require, in the small private inside of Amelia Bones, that a great many old assumptions about a great many people be revisited by her this evening. In the small severe register she reserved for revisitings, she picked up the file, she crossed the corridor, she knocked on the door at the end of the corridor. The door at the end of the corridor was a large oak door. The door at the end of the corridor had on it a small bronze rectangle with on the rectangle in copperplate, Director, Department of Mysteries. The door opened. A small, thin, gray-faced man in plain robes stood in the doorway. He nodded briefly. He stepped aside. She stepped in. There were two others in the room. Wilberforce Sallow was at the table with his cane laid across his knees and his half-moon spectacles on. The second was a tall, thin, grave woman in plain dark green, with no jewelry, with hair the color of an old penny, with a face Amelia Bones had not, in 18 years of intermittent acquaintance, ever seen smile. The second woman was Saoirse Quirk. She was the unspeakable assigned by long tradition to the small handful of cases the Department of Mysteries was prepared to officially admit it was looking at, and her presence in any room of the ministry in Amelia Bones's experience meant that the case in front of her had crossed a threshold that one preferred not in writing to name. Amelia sat. She set the file on the table. She placed her square spectacles low on her nose. She said, "Begin." Sallow began. He began with the smallest, oldest fact, that he had not, in his 63 years as a cursebreaker, encountered the precise signature he had read off the boy's nape that morning. He had read the signature in 3 separate passes, with 3 separate canes, in 3 separate orientations, and the readings had agreed. The signature was the soul anchor of a grief resonance type, and the grief resonance type in the small old archive of the Cursebreakers was filed not as a hex, not as a curse, not as a possession, but as an emergent phenomenon of the sort that the great medieval taxonomers had been forced by the limits of their own taxonomy to invent a new category for, and which they had named in their own ledger by a single Latinate word that meant, roughly, the same shape. The same shape, Sallow said, was the technical term. The same shape, Sallow said, was the rare event in which 2 souls, one in this world, one in another, found themselves at the same instant of personal time holding the same small geometry of grief. The cradled body of a loved small creature killed by the careless hand of an adult in the kitchen or garden or street of an ordinary human life. The rare event opened a small thin door in the wall between the rooms of the souls. The rare event did not, by the careful old taxonomer's findings, open the door in any direction the door passer could choose. The door opened, by the taxonomer's findings, in only one direction. The older soul, with its larger inventory of acquired procedure, could, if the older soul chose, give a portion of itself across the door to the younger soul in trust. He said the last word with weight. In trust, he said again. Amelia, on her side of the table, nodded. The trust, Sallow continued, is by the old taxonomy the binding term. The older soul does not, by the door, surrender its procedure to the younger as a possession or a colonization. The older soul gives the procedure on the implicit promise of the younger's continued use of it under the older soul's particular code. Code in this case, and I have read the code in the small column at the back of the boy's head in this afternoon's third reading, has the following terms. He counted them on the brass head of his cane. 1. Children never, the young, the helpless, and the non-combatant are excluded from all action, no exceptions. 2. Friends protected. Persons who have entered the operator's trust by act of friendship are to be defended with full available force at any personal cost. 3. Innocents, never. Persons who have not entered the calculus of the operator's professional engagements are excluded from the calculus. They may be displaced or restrained as the situation requires, but they may not be harmed for tactical convenience. 4. Threats evaluated. Persons identified as threats by their own action against the operator or the protected may be engaged with full available force at the operator's discretion after due evaluation of threat, ammunition, and exit. 5. The dead, honored. The bodies of those who have died of the protected of the operator's own losses, and where reasonable of the engaged, are to be set down with care after. He set the cane down across his knees again. That, he said, is the code. It is in the boy. It is not, by my reading, a layer the boy is performing. It is the substrate of his current working procedure. He will, in the small private inside of him, by the new architecture of him, default to that code in any moment of evaluation. He will reach for it the way you would reach in such a moment for the language you were raised in. Saoirse Quirk, on her side of the table, listened to this with the small, still attention she listened to everything with. She had not, in the 18 minutes since Amelia had walked in, moved her hands. They lay folded on the table in front of her, fingers laced, the way a woman lays her hands in front of her when she is allowing the breath in her own body to do the work of speaking with the small, flat attention of her face. She said, after Sallow finished, "Is the boy a danger?" It was the question. It was the question that had been moving in different forms and registers and tonalities through every office on this floor for the last 9 hours. Sallow looked at her. Sallow took, before answering, a small, slow breath. The boy, he said, is not a danger to children. He is not a danger to non-combatants. He is not a danger to anyone he does not, by the code, recognize as a threat or a betrayer. The boy, by the code, is in fact, in his small, thin, underweight body, the safest person to have in a room with a child that I have walked behind a curtain to assess for 40 years. He paused. He is, however, he said, a categorical danger to abusers. He is a categorical danger to persons who have, in the small private inside of his careful new inventory, registered as betrayers of the small protected. He is, as we have seen this morning, already willing to act on that categorical danger with efficiency at the age of 9. There is no part of his procedural inventory which is age-limited with the small exception of his actual hardware, the small body, the small hand, the small reach. The procedural inventory will, however, scale with him. By the time he is 15, by the time he is 20, the inventory will be operating in a body that the inventory has been designed for. He will be, Saoirse, exceedingly good at what he does. Saoirse Quirk nodded. She did not move her hands. And what does he do? She said. Sallow looked at the table for a moment. He looked back up. He protects what he loves, Sallow said, from those who would take it from him. He delivers, against those who have done so, the proportionate violence that the imprint judges sufficient. He does not, and this is the central observation, escalate beyond the proportionate. He could have this morning walked up the stairs after the cousin. He did not. He could have this morning set the house on fire on his way out. He did not. He could have this morning refused the call to 999. He did not. The imprint in him has, in the small clinical sense, a working set of brakes. The brakes are the code. The code is intact. The brakes are, as far as I can read them, holding. Amelia, across the table, leaned forward. And the boy himself, she said. Sallow looked at her. The boy himself, he said, is at present 9 years old, malnourished, abused in the long systematic sense, exhausted, dehydrated, and is grieving by a sentence of grief that I have not in my career seen registered in a child of his age for the loss of a small green friend named Saffron, killed at his uncle's hand on the Saturday morning. The boy himself is, by the careful old eye of Healer Pomfrey, sane. He is, by my own reading of him, lucid. He is, by the unanimous account of every officer who has been in the room with him today, polite. The boy himself is not the imprint. The boy himself is the boy. The boy himself in the small private inside of him has not, by my reading, lost his capacity for ordinary affection, ordinary curiosity, ordinary tenderness, or ordinary grief. The imprint has, in fact, in a manner that interests me very much, organized itself within the boy in such a way as to preserve those capacities. The imprint is, by my reading, protective of the boy's capacity to be a boy. Amelia took herself a small, slow breath. How sure are you of that, Wilberforce? He looked at her. In a court of law, he said, I would say I am as sure as the technology of soul resonance reading allows me to be. In the small private inside of my own head, I would say that the boy will cry in a soft, warm room over a slice of bread and honey if such is provided to him, and that this fact, by my old test, is a fact about a boy and not about an imprint, and that this is therefore the evidence on which I would today stake my judgment. Amelia took the file off the table. She set it open on a small gray-blue page that Healer Pomfrey had submitted at 6 in the evening, in a small, carefully sealed envelope marked confidential. Healer Pomfrey, she said, agrees with you on the boy's capacity. She agrees on the imprint's protectiveness. She is concerned, however, that the boy's tears, by her own observation this afternoon, were not registered by the boy himself as his tears. The imprint in her account treated the tears as the autonomic event of a host body. The boy himself did not, in her account, attend to them. The imprint and the boy are, by her account, integrated in their procedure but not yet in their affect. She recommends a long course of careful kindness and of careful patient supervision in which the boy's own affective experience is slowly returned to him. Sallow nodded slowly. I would not disagree with Poppy on that, he said. Amelia turned the page. She looked at Saoirse Quirk. And the Department of Mysteries, she said. Saoirse Quirk looked at her. The Department of Mysteries, she said, has read the signature on the nape. We have in our own archive 2 prior recorded instances of the same shape phenomenon, one in 1612 in Bologna and one in 1827 in Yorkshire. Both in the prior instances involved adult hosts. We have no record of a same-shape anchor having been placed in a child. We have, in fact, an old advisory note in our archive, dated 1709, in which the cursebreaker on duty at the time, a man called Calvert, speculated that such an anchor, placed in a child, would be either catastrophic or transformative, and that the determining factor would be the nature of the trust code on which the older soul had built the anchor. He did not, however, anticipate that such an anchor would be placed by an adult soul whose own trust code had been refined, by a long career in a particularly disciplined moral occupation, into a set of brakes capable of holding inside the small private inside of a 9-year-old boy. She paused. The department, she said, concurs with Cursebreaker Sallow's reading on the matter of the brakes. The department concurs with Healer Pomfrey on the matter of the affect. The department adds, however, one further concern. She tapped with the tip of her right index finger a small spot on the table 6 inches in front of her. The department, she said, is concerned about the previous soul mark this boy already carries on the front of his forehead. We have in our own archive an old read on that previous soul mark. We did not, when we made that read, share its results with anyone outside the department for reasons that we considered at the time appropriate. We have, in light of the events of this morning, reconsidered. The boy carries, in addition to the new same-shape anchor on the nape, a second, older anchor on the brow. The second, older anchor is not of the same shape type. The second, older anchor is, by our reading, a fragment of soul deposited without consent of the host by violent act on Halloween night 1981. The fragment of soul is, and on this I require Madame Bones to maintain the strictest official seal, the fragment of the soul of the wizard Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. Amelia Bones, on her side of the table, did not move. Wilberforce Sallow, on his side of the table, very slowly lifted his half-moon spectacles off his nose and set them on the table in front of him and rubbed the bridge of his nose with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. "Saoirse," he said. "Wilberforce, you are telling me," he said, "that this child is carrying a Horcrux." "He has been carrying it," she said, "since 1981. The department has known it. The department has been watching it. The department has not, until now, been authorized by its own internal protocols to inform any external authority. The department is informing you now because the new same-shape anchor by our reading has the following effect on the older Horcrux." She tapped the table again. "The same-shape anchor," she said, "has, in the small, careful 72 hours since its arrival, insisted the Horcrux. The same-shape anchor has not destroyed the Horcrux. It has, however, walled the Horcrux off from the small private inside of the boy. The boy will not, in his ordinary development, be influenced by the Horcrux while the same-shape anchor holds. The Horcrux is now, in his small inside, a small isolated chamber. It will speak to him only in the small inside of his dreams, and even there only on those occasions when the same-shape anchor's own discipline relaxes." She paused. "You are saying," Amelia said slowly, "that the imprint has, by being in the boy, protected the boy from the Horcrux." "That," Saoirse Quirk said, "is precisely what I am saying." The room was very quiet. The fireplace in the corner, in its careful old way, cracked twice as a log shifted. Amelia Bones folded her hands on the table in front of her. She took, again, the small, slow breath she took when she was about to take an action that she suspected, in her small private inside, would change a great deal. "All right," she said. "Then we proceed as follows. The boy will not, under any circumstances, be returned to the Dursley address. The boy will not be returned to any Muggle relative not specifically vetted by this office. The boy will be considered, in his interim placement, a ward of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement until a more appropriate guardianship can be established. The boy will be placed, in the interim, in the safe house on Whitlock Row, with Healer Pomfrey assigned as his primary carer for the duration. The boy will not be brought back to the ministry for further questioning until he has eaten, slept, and bathed for a minimum of 48 hours. The cousin will, by the small careful arrangement with Petunia's surviving Muggle aunt in Yorkshire, be placed with that aunt, with the small careful ministry protective oversight of an unspecified extended duration. The bodies of the deceased Mr. and Mrs. Dursley will be handled in their Muggle aspect by the Surrey Police and in their magical aspect by my own forensic team, under the careful joint protocol we have used in 3 previous cases of cross-jurisdictional household incident. Notice of the boy's removal from his prior guardianship will be filed, this evening, with the relevant Muggle local authority, under the cover of the Magical Muggle Liaison Office. The Hogwarts admission letter that would, by the careful procedural calendar, have been issued to Mr. Potter in roughly 2 years' time will be issued on the boy's 11th birthday in 1991 as planned. Until then, the boy's education will be assumed by such tutors as Healer Pomfrey and Madame Pomfrey, different Madame Pomfrey in case any record clerk is listening, and Cursebreaker Sallow shall designate in consultation. She paused by half a beat. "That is what we shall do for the boy." "And the other matter," Saoirse Quirk said. Amelia looked at her. "The other matter," she said slowly, "is that the Chief Warlock will, in the course of this evening, attempt to interpose himself. The Chief Warlock has been, for 9 years, the architect of the safeguards under which the boy was placed at number 4 Privet Drive. The Chief Warlock will, when he hears of this evening's developments, present himself in my office. The Chief Warlock will ask that the boy be released, on the basis of the careful protections that the Chief Warlock has himself constructed, to those careful protections again, perhaps to a different Muggle household, perhaps to a magical foster placement of the Chief Warlock's own selection. The Chief Warlock will, in making this presentation, be polite, persuasive, kind-eyed, and incorrect. He will be incorrect because the safeguards he constructed 9 years ago, by the small careful evidence of the file in front of me, have failed. He will be incorrect because the cupboard in which Mr. Potter has slept for 9 years was the cupboard in which Mr. Potter slept under the safeguards. He will be incorrect because the back of Mr. Potter has, in this afternoon's chart, 20 old bruises and 8 new welts, and the safeguards did not register, did not report, and did not intervene. He will be incorrect because the small green friend named Saffron was permitted under the safeguards to be killed with a spade. He will be incorrect, and I shall tell him so with respect. I shall not in telling him so raise my voice, but I shall not in telling him so yield. Sallow on his side of the table set his half-moon spectacles back on his nose. I shall be there with you, Amelia, he said, if you want me. I want you, Wilberforce. I shall be there with you, Saoirse Quirk said. Thank you, Saoirse, Amelia Bones said. She stood up. Now, she said, I am going to walk back to the safe house and check on the boy. I am going to ask him if he would like, in the interim, a number of books on the small history of the wizarding world, sized for a 9-year-old. I am going to ask him if he would like Madame Pomfrey to look at his glasses. I am going to ask him if he would like, and this matters, Wilberforce, for the body of his small green friend to be brought to him this evening, so that he can sit with her one more time before she is buried. He has not yet had, and the imprint has not yet permitted him, the formal rite of sitting. He has had only the long impromptu rite of 72 hours on the compost. He may, in the safety of a small warm room with a kind healer at his shoulder and a small ceremony to organize his small affect, find tears more easily than he found them this afternoon over the bread. Sallow nodded. I would advise that very much, Amelia. Then we will do that, she said. She picked up the file, she crossed the room, she paused at the door with her hand on the brass handle, she turned. There is one more thing, she said, for the record. The other two looked at her. She set the file under her left arm. The Chief Warlock will, when he comes, she said, attempt to bring forward in the small private register of his suggestions the name of an old friend of the boy's father, one Sirius Black, in the small private suggestion that the existence of Sirius Black is a matter that has, by the Chief Warlock's own preferred timeline, been settled. The Chief Warlock will speak of Sirius Black as a deceased traitor, currently in Azkaban for the murder of 12 muggles and 1 wizard. He will speak of Sirius Black in a small, respectful past tense. He will not propose to the department that the case of Sirius Black be revisited. She paused. She set her square spectacles low on her nose. By the careful new evidence of this morning's file, she said, and by the small additional evidence I have this afternoon retrieved from the suppressed will and testament archive of one James Charles Potter, late of Godric's Hall, the case of Sirius Black is, however, going to be revisited. This evening, by me, I have already sent the warrant of revisitation to the Wisengamot clerk's office for filing. The clerk will file it before the doors are locked tonight. The matter will be on the docket for the morning. She looked at the two of them. I have read the suppressed will, she said. I have read what the will says about the appointed godparent of the boy. I have read the affidavit, on file with the will, signed by the late Mr. Potter and the late Mrs. Potter in their own hands, attesting to the godparent's identity. I have this afternoon requested from the Hall of Records the full official log of the godparent's location and activity on the date of the late Potter's deaths, and on every date thereafter on which the godparent has been in the official custody of the Crown. I have this afternoon also requested the duty roster of the trial chamber of the Wisengamot for the relevant date, and the official transcript of the godparent's trial, and the warrant for the godparent's transportation to Azkaban, and the full register of all materials of evidence considered by the Wisengamot at the relevant trial. I have, on receiving all of these documents, made the small, clean observation that the relevant trial does not, by the documentary record, appear ever to have actually taken place. The godparent was sent to Azkaban without one. The Chief Warlock, by the relevant chair of the relevant chamber, was the official signatory on the transportation order. The transportation order in his own hand, dated 4 days after the night of the late Potter's deaths, has no countersigning warrant of trial attached to it. The godparent has been in the careful ministry record of his detention undocumented in the matter of his guilt for 9 years and 7 months. She let this hang. I will be, she said mildly, asking the Chief Warlock about that in the morning. Sallow, on his side of the table, did not move. Saoirse Quirk, on her side of the table, did not move. Director, Sallow said after a long, quiet second. Yes, you have had, he said, a very full day. I have, she said. I shall be there with you in the morning. I shall be there with you in the morning, Saoirse Quirk said. Thank you both, Amelia said. She opened the door. She paused with her hand on the brass handle. I will in the morning also be raising the question, she said, of whether the suppressed will, having been suppressed by the Chief Warlock himself, suggests that he has for 9 years knowingly maintained the boy in the care of guardians whom the boy's parents specifically and in writing requested he not be placed with. I will not, in raising the question, prejudge it. I will ask the Chief Warlock to answer it. We shall see then what we shall see. She left, the door closed. In the wood-paneled room behind her, the small fire cracked once. Wilberforce Sallow looked at Saoirse Quirk. Saoirse Quirk looked at Wilberforce Sallow. Neither of them said anything for a long, quiet minute. Saoirse, Sallow said at last. Wilberforce? This boy? Yes, he is going, Sallow said slowly, to be very useful to us. Saoirse Quirk looked at him. She did not, in her long, careful career, often look at Wilberforce Sallow with anything other than the small, flat, attentive face she looked at everyone with. This evening, in the small, firelit, wood-paneled office, with the file on the table and the small, careful column of the imprint reading still very fresh in her small, careful mind, she looked at him differently. Wilberforce, she said, yes, he is going to be the boy he is. Yes, he is not, she said, going to be useful to us in any sense that we will permit ourselves to require of him. Sallow looked at her. Sallow, after a long second, lowered his head and nodded once slowly, the way an old man nods at a younger person, even a person of 50 who has, with one small clean sentence, set him a small clean correction. You are right, Saoirse, he said. Forgive me. There is nothing to forgive, she said. There is not. He looked at her, she looked at him. After a moment he laughed, a small, dry, creaking laugh, the laugh of a man of 91 who had not had occasion to laugh in some weeks, and she did not laugh because she did not in her long career laugh, but she did in the small movement of her face give him the very small upward movement at the corner of her mouth that in the small precise grammar of Saoirse Quirk's expressions was the equivalent of a laugh in another woman. Very well, Wilberforce, she said. Very well, Saoirse. They sat for a moment in the careful, warm, small office. Then they got up, both of them in the small, careful, old way of senior officials who had work to do. And they went out into the corridor, and they walked together in their two different long-pleated robes down the long carpeted corridor of level 2, towards the lifts, towards the atrium, towards the safe house on Whitlock Row, where in the small warm room above a small careful tea shop, a small black-haired boy was at that moment. Being asked by Madame Bones whether he would like a book with pictures in it for the night, and was nodding in the small careful new way of him, and was saying in his small careful new flat dry calm voice, yes, please. The investigation, in its small, careful, long way, continued. In Surrey, the small, clean aura team at No. 4 Privet Drive had finished cataloging the kitchen, the hall, and the sitting room. They had photographed the poker on the carpet in its careful, undisturbed orientation and had measured the angle of its setting down and had marked on the small ministry plan of the floor of the house the small, careful chalk dots of the placement. They had photographed the small, folded shape of Petunia at the foot of the sink, in the small, clean, careful orientation in which she had fallen. They had photographed the small, heavy shape of Vernon in the armchair in the small, careful orientation in which his head had settled against the headrest. They had not photographed Saffron. Saffron had been collected in a small wooden box lined with white linen by a careful young auror named Hestia Jones. She had carried the box back to her Vauxhall in the small, careful manner in which one carries a small wooden box that contains, in white linen, the body of a child's friend. She had laid the box very gently on the back seat. She had got into the front of the Vauxhall. She had driven by the long, careful route back to London. She had brought the box, by Amelia Bones's specific written instruction, not to the Ministry Mortuary Annex, but to the safe house on Whitlock Row. The box arrived at the safe house at 9:30 in the evening. It was carried by Hestia Jones up 2 flights of stairs, into the small warm room above the small careful tea shop, where Healer Pomfrey was sitting in an armchair with the careful old kindness of her face turned to the small dirty boy in the small chair across from her, and where the small dirty boy was in the small clean white pajamas the safe house had provided, on the small careful examination of his small new bowl of evening porridge. The boy looked up at the small wooden box. He registered the box, he registered Hestia Jones, he did not by any visible sign change his face, but the imprint in him in its small clean careful inside in the small careful column of him paused. Hestia Jones at the door said gently, Mr. Potter, I have brought your friend, we can sit with her if you would like. The boy nodded, he set down his spoon, he set down his bowl, he stood up in the small, clean, careful way of him. Hestia Jones brought the small wooden box across the room. She set it very gently on the small low table at his side. She lifted the lid of the box. She stepped back. Inside the box, on the small, clean white linen was Saffron. She had been carefully arranged. She had been carefully laid out in the long, clean line of her with the 2 halves of her flush against one another at the place at which the spade had cut her. She had been cleaned very gently of the dirt of the compost. The small black-yellow band behind her head had been carefully tidied. The small flat black eyes had been carefully closed by the small careful charm a wizarding mortuary applied for the closing of the eyes of small dead things. The boy looked at her. He looked at her for a long quiet moment. He sat down in his small chair beside the box. He laid his small dirty hand, still small, still thin, still calloused, still bandaged across the palm from the chicken wire on the small white linen very close to her head without touching her. He said her name. He said it in the small hissing way. He said it the way he had said it on the compost. Saffron, healer Pomfrey in the careful old kind warm attention of her watched, Hestia Jones by the door watched. The careful evening in the small warm room above the small careful tea shop on Whitlock Row watched. The boy did not in the small private inside of him ask Saffron to wake. He did not ask the imprint to wake her. He did not ask the world to wake her. He had been on the compost for 72 hours. He had been at the curb, he had been in the Vauxhall, he had been in the small wood-paneled room, he had been examined, he had been catalogued, he had been told he was a wizard, he had been told what the imprint was, he had been told he was not by the small clean ruling of the small careful ministry above his head going to be sent back to the cupboard. He sat beside the small wooden box. He laid his small dirty hand on the small white linen. He said in the small hissing way to the small dead green friend in the box, "I came, you came, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." It was the same sentence he had said on the Saturday night. It was the same sentence the man at the edge of the pool in the small grey-blue notch room had heard. It was the same sentence the imprint in him had heard. It was this third time said by a boy in a small clean white pajama, in a small clean warm room with a small clean kind healer in the next armchair and a small clean kind orer by the door and a small wooden box of small clean white linen at his elbow. It was this third time said with by the small careful old reading of healer Pomfrey, watching the smallest small movement of the small dirty cheek that on a different small boy in a different small chair would have been called the beginning of crying. He did not cry. He did not this third time either. But healer Pomfrey, watching with her own old eyes in their careful old kindness, noted the small movement and made in the small careful private inside of her healer's clipboard a small clean note. Day 1 the small clean note ran of integration. She closed her clipboard. She did not in the small careful kindness of her intervene. She let the small black-haired boy sit, in his small clean white pajamas with his small dirty hand on the small white linen, in his own small private right of evening for as long as the small black-haired boy required. The small black-haired boy required 43 minutes. At the end of the 43 minutes, the small black-haired boy lifted his small dirty hand from the small white linen very gently and laid it in his lap. He looked up, he looked at healer Pomfrey. "Could you," he said, "close the box, please? Saffron is tired, she would like to sleep." It was not a sentence the imprint had supplied, it was a sentence the boy had supplied. It was the first sentence, since the standing up on the Tuesday morning, that the boy had supplied without the imprint having prearranged it through him. Healer Pomfrey, in the small careful inside of her, did not let her face show what her face wanted to show. She got up from her armchair. She crossed to the small low table. She closed with great care the lid of the small wooden box. She turned very gently the small brass latch on the lid. "All right, Harry," she said. "She is closed, she is going to sleep." "Thank you," he said. "You're welcome," she said. She set her old kind warm hand on the small black-haired head, for the smallest small moment, and the small black-haired head did not flinch under it, and she let her hand rest there for the small length of time the imprint would, by her careful reading of the boy's readiness, permit, and she lifted her hand. "Bed," she said. "Bed," he said. She walked him to the small clean white bed in the next room. She tucked him in the way one tucks in a small thin 9-year-old boy who has in the day killed 2 people and asked very politely for a slice of bread and honey. She did not in the tucking in make any sentimental fuss. She simply pulled the blanket up to his small thin chest and patted once gently the place over his small thin breastbone and said, "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Madame Pomfrey," he said. She turned the small lamp on the small bedside table down very low. She did not, by the small old careful kindness of her, turn it off. She closed the door, not quite, leaving the smallest careful inch of light from the next room into the small dark of his, and she went out. The boy lay, for a few minutes, looking up at the small low light on the small clean white ceiling. The imprint in him did not say anything. The imprint in him had completed, by its own small careful inventory of the day, its assigned work. The boy in the small clean white bed, with the small dim light from the next room and the small clean smell of the linen and the small careful kindness of the women in the next room and the small dim outline of the small wooden box on the small low table, lay very still. After a moment, in the small hissing way of him, he said in the small inside of him the sentence one more time, "I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." He said it not this time to Saffron, he said it this time to himself. He went asleep. In the room next door, healer Pomfrey set her clipboard on her small table and closed her old kind warm eyes for a small careful second, and she said in the small careful inside of her in the smallest possible voice, "Oh dear." She did not say it because she thought it was bad. She said it because she had been a healer for 48 years. And because she knew with the careful old eye that comes after 48 years that the small thin boy in the bed in the next room was going to be, for as long as she lived, one of the great patient cases of her life, and that the case was this evening only on its first day, and that the first day had ended well, and that endings well on a first day was the most fragile small mercy a healer could ever be permitted. She opened her eyes. As she got up, she made a small cup of tea. She drank it slowly in the warm, small, firelit, careful kindness of the safe house on Whitlock Row, while in the small, dim room behind her a small, black-haired boy slept. For the first time in 76 hours, the small, clean, kind sleep of a small, thin 9-year-old who had, by every small, careful internal measure available to him, been put down at the end of a very long day in a small, clean, white bed. Outside the safe house, in the long, careful inside of the Ministry of Magic, the file continued in its careful column to grow. The morning with its meeting was on its way. Chapter 6, Sirius Freed and Placement. The morning meeting was at 10. The Wisengamot's small private chamber was a chamber Amelia Bones knew well. It was wood-walled, lamplit, low-ceilinged, with a circle of 15 high-backed seats arranged around a small wooden table in the center. The table had on it at the morning of the Wednesday 3 things. A single small file in plain manila with the name of Sirius Orion black handwritten in the small precise copperplate of the Wisengamot clerk, a single small file in slate blue with the name of Harry James Potter handwritten in the same hand, and a single small sheet of parchment edged in red, which was the official warrant of revisitation Amelia Bones had filed the previous night, 8 minutes before the doors of the clerk's office had locked. 12 of the 15 seats were occupied. The Chief Warlock, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin First Class, the defeater of Grindelwald, the headmaster of Hogwarts School, the holder of 17 other titles which his name card on the seat in front of him did not list, sat at the center of the long curve of the bench in his violet robes with the silver moons on them, his half-moon spectacles low on his long, thin nose, his long, thin hands folded in front of him on the wood. He was looking at Amelia Bones with the small, careful, kind blue of his eyes. He had been looking at her with the small, careful, kind blue of his eyes for the last 6 minutes, while the senior clerk had read the warrant aloud and had read the suppressed will aloud and had read the absence of trial documentation aloud and had finally read out the request of the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement that the case of Sirius Orion Black, currently of Azkaban, be reopened at this morning's session on the basis of the documentary evidence in front of the bench. Albus Dumbledore had not in the 6 minutes interrupted. Amelia had been waiting for him to, he had not. The senior clerk finished reading, he closed the file. He set it back on the small wooden table in the center. He stood with his small, narrow shoulders set in the small, careful way of a ministry clerk who has just read out a warrant of revisitation against the longest-serving member of the bench and waited. Albus Dumbledore, after a small, careful second, took off his half-moon spectacles very gently and folded them and set them down on the bench in front of him. He said in his small, kind voice, Madame Bones, Chief Warlock. I have, he said, for some years expected this conversation. Amelia, at her place at the side of the long curve of the bench, did not show on her face any small surprise at this. Sir, she said mildly, I confess I am glad to hear it. May I ask why you did not in those years initiate it yourself? Albus Dumbledore looked at his folded hands. I had thought, he said, that I had a good reason. He paused. I had thought, he said, that the boy Harry Potter would be safer at his aunt's in a home protected by a blood ward than in any other home the wizarding world could offer him. I had thought that this was true at the time of his arrival there. I have thought in the years since that it has continued to be true. I have throughout been informed by reports filed by Mrs. Arabella Figg of Wisteria Walk, a squib of long acquaintance with this office, who has been our eyes on the boy. I have read those reports, I have weighed them. I have in the careful weighing concluded that the boy was not in any serious danger and that the longer-term safety of the blood ward outweighed the small unkindnesses of the household. He stopped. He looked for the first time that morning at Amelia Bones. The blue of his eyes in the looking was not the small, careful, kind blue that she had grown used to over the long years of their acquaintance. The blue this morning was old and pale and tired, and at the bottom of the blue in the smallest fraction of it was a small, thin spasm of a thing that Amelia Bones, who had spent 30 years reading the faces of people across small tables, recognized as shame. I have this morning, he said slowly, read the medical report of Healer Pomfrey which has been provided to me by your office. I have read Cursebreaker Sallow's report. I have read the witness account of Auror Shacklebolt, who was the first into the house. I have read the small statement of Mr. Potter himself. I have read what the boy has been through. He paused. I was wrong, Madame Bones. The chamber was, for a long, quiet second, very still. It was not in the small, careful, long careers of any of the 12 other members of the Wisengamot present, a sentence Albus Dumbledore had been heard in their hearing to say. There were members of the bench who had served alongside him for 50 years and had not heard the sentence. There was, on the wood of the long curve of the bench, the small particular silence that fills a room in which a very large old man has, in the smallest careful way, set down a thing he had been carrying. Amelia Bones, in her place, did not move. She did not, in her small careful inside, gloat. She did not, in her small careful inside, soften. She had not come to this morning's meeting to extract a sentence. She had come to extract a man from Azkaban. The sentence had arrived in advance of the man as a kind of small, careful credit she had not asked for, but the sentence did not by itself free the man. She said in her clear, careful voice, "Sir, the matter at hand." "Yes," Dumbledore said, Sirius Black. "Yes. The records," she said, "show no trial. They do not. You were the signatory on the order of transportation." "I was, on what evidence?" He looked at her. "On no evidence, Madame Bones, of a kind that this chamber would today accept. On the testimony of Bartemius Crouch the Elder, who was at the time the director of this department and who was at the time in possession of certain political imperatives of his own. On the public mood. On the small private weight of my own grief at the loss of my friends and at the apparent betrayal of one I had loved. On nothing, in short, that ought to have sent a man to Azkaban without a trial." He looked at his folded hands. "I was, Madame Bones, in error. I have been in error. I have been in error for 9 years and 7 months and 12 days. I have known for some part of that time that I might have been in error. I have not in that knowing acted. I will this morning act." He looked up. "I move," he said in his small clear voice, "that the case of Mr. Sirius Orion Black be reopened on the basis of the documentary evidence before the bench. I move that Mr. Black be brought from Azkaban by emergency portkey to this chamber this afternoon under careful oral escort for the purposes of giving testimony under Veritaserum. I move that the giving of testimony be public to this chamber and recorded by the senior clerk. I move that the verdict be passed by the bench by the end of the day. I move that, should the verdict be a verdict of innocence, which on the basis of my own private rereading of the evidence overnight I expect, Mr. Black be released to a magical residence of his own choosing under medical supervision this evening." He looked at Amelia Bones. "Will the Director of Magical Law Enforcement second the motion?" Amelia Bones, in her place, allowed herself by a fraction of a second the smallest small adjustment to the careful set of her shoulders. "I second the motion," she said. The senior clerk made the small, clean note. The vote was called. It was 12-0. By 2 in the afternoon, Sirius Orion Black was in the chamber. He had been brought in by emergency portkey in the company of 2 Aurors, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Hestia Jones. He had been brought in the long, thin gray of the Azkaban prisoner robe, with his long, thin hair gray and tangled to his shoulders, and his long, thin face hollow-cheeked, and his eyes very black and very large in the long, thin face, and his hands shaking. He had not been told why he had been brought. He had not been told anything at all. He sat. They had to help him to the small wooden chair, in the center of the wood-walled chamber, in the small, clean late afternoon light through the high, narrow windows. And his shaking hands gripped his knees, and he looked in the long, thin gray of him around at the 12 other faces of the Wisengamot, and at the small senior clerk, and at Amelia Bones, and at Albus Dumbledore, and at the small, careful, kind, warm healer Pomfrey, who had come up from Whitlock Row for the afternoon and was sitting on a small chair at the side of the chamber with a small bag of potions and her chest watch in her hand. He found Albus Dumbledore. He looked at him. He held the looking for a long, careful second. Then he said in his cracked voice, the only sentence he had been holding in for 9 years and 7 months, "You bastard." Dumbledore on the bench did not look away. "I am," Dumbledore said, "Sirius, I am very sorry." The chamber, for a long second, was very still. Then the senior clerk, by long-practiced reflex, he had clerked through 3 previous emergency hearings, and he knew in the careful inside of him that a hearing in which the prisoner had just called the chief warlock a bastard required the small, careful procedural reset of an immediate official intervention, stood and said in his small, careful voice, "Mr. Black, the bench wishes to record that you are present and conscious." Healer Pomfrey will, at the bench's permission, administer the small specified dose of Veritaserum. You will then be asked a series of small careful questions. Your responses will be recorded. You will, at the end of the questioning, be permitted a small careful response of your own, off record, if you would prefer. Do you consent to the administration of Veritaserum? Sirius Black looked at the senior clerk. He took a breath. "Where," he said, "is Harry?" It was not the question the senior clerk had been expecting. It was the question Amelia Bones had been expecting. She had been expecting it not because she had a great deal of fancy psychological insight into the small private inside of Sirius Black, but because she had read in the long careful inside of his medical report from Azkaban, the small careful note from the prison healer that Sirius Black, in the long thin gray of his cell on the high cliffs of the North Sea, had been heard to say the word Harry in his sleep on a not insignificant fraction of the nights of the last 9 years. She stood up. She walked across the chamber to him. She crouched in front of him. She set her warm, dry hand on his shaking hand on his knee. "Harry," she said, "is alive. He is in London. He is in a small, safe, warm home above a tea shop, in the careful kindness of Healer Pomfrey when she is not here. He is, at this moment, with my own niece Susan, looking at a small picture book about griffins. He is uninjured in the sense of new injuries. He is, Mr. Black, going to be all right. We are going to make sure he is." Sirius Black looked at her. He looked at her for a long, quiet second. Then he closed his eyes and bent his head, and the small, thin gray of his shoulders shook very slightly for the length of a breath, and Amelia Bones did not move her warm, dry hand from his shaking hand. After a moment, he opened his eyes. "Yes," he said. "All right, yes. I consent to the truth potion. I consent to any small, careful questioning you would like. I consent to anything you would like. Just give me the potion. Get on with it. I want to be done." Healer Pomfrey came forward. She administered the small, careful 3 drops. The questioning began. It took in total 46 minutes. In that 46 minutes, the chamber heard, in the small, clear, flat, dry register of a man under the truth potion, the small, clean, truthful narrative of the night of the 31st of October 1981. That James and Lily Potter had not in their secrecy charm used Sirius Black as their secret keeper. That they had, on Sirius's own urging, switched at the last hour to the use of one Peter Pettigrew, that the switch had been a small bluff against the expected attention of the Death Eaters, who would, by all the careful surveillance, expect Sirius to be the obvious choice, that the switch had been made in the small, private knowledge of the 4 of them, and of no one else, including, specifically, Albus Dumbledore. That Sirius had, on the night of the 31st, gone to Peter's safe house to check on him, and had found the safe house empty, that he had then gone to Godric's Hollow, where he had found the cottage half destroyed and Hagrid lifting the small black-haired baby out of the rubble, that he had asked Hagrid to give him the baby and had been refused on the grounds that Dumbledore had ordered the baby to his aunt's, that Sirius had then gone, in his small, inarticulate rage, in pursuit of the man he held responsible. Peter and had found him in a Muggle street in London the next morning, and had been about to do to Peter what the small private inside of a grieving godfather had told him needed to be done. When Peter, by a small clean trick of his own, had cut off his own finger, transformed into his animagus rat form, set off a magical explosion that had killed 12 Muggles and 1 wizard, and fled into the sewers. Sirius had been arrested at the scene. He had been laughing, by his own account, in the small, clean, wild way one laughs when one is going under, because Peter had got away with the trick, and because Sirius could see in the small, clear cold of his hindsight that the trick was going to be in the small, careful ministry register of an Auror at a scene, taken as proof of his own guilt, and because there was, in the small inside of him at the moment, nothing else to do but laugh. He had been taken to Azkaban without a trial. He had been in Azkaban for 9 years and 7 months. Peter Pettigrew was, by the small, careful ministry register, still officially listed as deceased. The chamber, on hearing this, did not by any visible sign react. The senior clerk wrote down the testimony in his small, careful copperplate. The members of the Wisengamot listened with their small, severe, attentive faces in the careful judicial inside of their old, long, careful careers. Dumbledore listened. Amelia listened. At the end of the questioning, Amelia stood. She said in her clear, careful voice, "I move that the testimony be entered into the official record. I move that the verdict be put to the bench. I move that, in light of the testimony, a warrant of arrest be issued, on the bench's own initiative, for one Peter Pettigrew, last seen in his animagus rat form in the sewers of London on the morning of the 1st of November 1981. I move that a search be initiated by the Magical Reversal Squad and the Beast Division for the said rat, in such locations as may have suggested themselves to him over the last 9.5 years. I move that the bench, in addition, record its formal apology to Mr. Sirius Black for the conduct of the chamber in 1981. The vote was called. It was, again, 12-0. By 6 in the evening, Sirius Orion Black, in a clean robe Healer Pomfrey had brought with her from the safe house and helped him into in a small back chamber, with his hair washed and his face fed a small, careful piece of soft bread, in the small, careful, undignified way of a man who had not had soft bread in 9 years and who could not, in his small, thin, shaking hand, hold a knife yet, sat in a Vauxhall, not the same Vauxhall, but a Vauxhall. On the small, careful drive across London to the safe house on Whitlock Row, he did not speak. He looked very quietly out of the window. He had not seen, by daylight, the inside of a Muggle London in 9 years and 7 months. The streets in the gathering blue of an English October evening were the same and not the same. The shopfronts were brighter, the cars were rounder. The people walked the careful, long stride of a city. Sirius Black, in the small bracketed inside of him, had not quite been holding in his head for a decade. He did not speak. Amelia, in the front seat of the Vauxhall, did not require him to. The Vauxhall pulled up at the small, careful tea shop on Whitlock Row at 7:15. Sirius Black got out. He stood on the pavement in his clean robe, with his thin gray hair washed and pulled back in the small, careful tie Healer Pomfrey had put it in, with his thin face still cheek-hollowed but no longer prisoner pale, and looked up at the small, careful window above the small, careful tea shop. The small, careful window was warm-lit. In the small, careful, warm-lit window there were 2 small figures. One was Healer Pomfrey in her pale green smock, sitting in an armchair by the small, careful fireplace. The other was a small, black-haired boy in clean blue pajamas, sitting in a small chair with a small picture book on his lap, with the small, careful, long, careful inside of his face turned in the small, careful, warm-lit window away from the street. Sirius Black on the pavement did not move. Amelia beside him said very gently, "Are you ready, Mr. Black?" He looked at her. He looked back at the window. He said, "Do not know." "That is all right," she said. He took a small, careful breath. "I have not," he said. "I have not held a child. You will not have to hold him, Mr. Black. I have not held him since he was." "You will not have to do anything you do not feel able to do," Amelia said. He nodded. He climbed with her at his elbow the small, careful steps up to the small, careful door of the small, careful tea shop, and the small, careful door opened and they went in. The small, careful, warm-lit room was on the second floor. The boy in the small chair looked up when the door opened. The boy's small black-haired head in the small, careful, warm-lit room lifted by half an inch, and the small green, careful eyes, green, very green, the careful eye of Sirius Black, who had once known the green of Lily Evans's eyes the way a man knows the green of a particular country, registered the small green of the small eyes and went, for a small, careful second, somewhere in the small, careful inside of him very far away, fixed on the small, thin gray of the man in the doorway. The man in the doorway did not move. The boy in the chair did not move. The boy, after a small, careful second, said in his small, careful, flat, dry, calm voice, "You are Sirius Black." Sirius Black in the doorway swallowed. "Yes," he said, "you are my godfather. Yes, you were in Azkaban. Yes, you were innocent. Yes." The boy in the small chair looked at him for a long, careful second. The boy did not in any obvious sense smile. The boy did not in any obvious sense weep. The boy did not, by the small, careful eye of Healer Pomfrey in her armchair, register on the surface of his small, dirty face anything at all. But the imprint in him, in the small, careful column of him, registered the man. The imprint in him registered the man, and the imprint in him did not run the man through the small, careful inventory of threats. The imprint in him ran the man through the small, careful inventory of allies. The imprint in him did not in any clean, conscious sense decide this. The imprint in him had been built by another man a long time ago in another body by another careful career, and that other man's careful career had had in it a small, careful inventory of allies, and the inventory had had a small, careful subcategory called, in his small private notes, "Those who have lost what I have lost." The imprint in him recognized in the long, thin gray of Sirius Black a man who had lost. The boy in the small chair recognized it too, though the boy did not yet have the word for it. The boy in the small, careful, flat, dry, calm voice said, "Do you want to sit down?" Sirius Black in the doorway said after a long, careful second, "Yes, please." He sat in the armchair across from the small chair, the armchair Healer Pomfrey had been sitting in. Healer Pomfrey had, in her small, careful old kindness, stood up and moved to a small chair by the wall in a small, careful, private retreat to give them the small, careful space of the small fireplace. Sirius sat. His thin gray hands shook again in his lap. Harry in his small chair looked at the thin gray hands. He did not for a long, careful moment say anything. Then he said, "You knew my father?" "Yes," Sirius said. "And my mother?" "Yes." "Did you love them?" Sirius Black in his armchair did not flinch, but his thin gray hands in his lap came together and locked at the knuckles, and the small white of the knuckles went very white. "Yes," he said after a moment, "both of them very much." Harry in the small chair nodded. He turned very slightly in the small chair and reached down and took from beside the small, low table a small wooden box he had been keeping at his feet since the morning. He set the box on his lap. He opened the lid. Inside the box, on a small, clean piece of white linen, was a small green grass snake, cleaned and arranged in the small, careful, neat way the Ministry Mortuary Annex had laid her out. Sirius Black in the armchair looked at the small wooden box. Sirius Black in the armchair took the small, careful exhale of a man who is about to do in the small, careful private inside of him, a thing he has not, in his 9 years and 7 months in a stone cell on a windswept rock, expected to have to do. He looked at the small black-yellow band behind the small dead head. He looked at the small flat-closed black eyes. He looked at the boy. He did not, in the looking, say anything stupid. He did not say, "Oh." He did not say, "I'm sorry." He did not say, what a pretty what a." He had been raised in the long, careful black family kitchen with the long, careful black family stiff upper lip, and he had been raised in the long, careful Potter family kitchen at his second home with the long, careful Potter family understanding that a stiff upper lip was, often, a small, thin disguise for a man's inability to grieve in front of someone he loved. He did neither that evening in the warm-lit window above the small, careful tea shop. He said in his small, thin gray voice the thing he himself would have wanted in his own small, thin gray 9-year-old years of his life to have a man say, "Tell me about her." Harry in the small chair looked at him. The imprint in the small, careful column of him was very quiet. The imprint in the small, careful column of him did not in any obvious sense advise. The boy in the small, careful, long inside of him, separate even very briefly from the imprint, looked at the long, thin gray man in the armchair across from him and looked at the small wooden box on his lap and looked at the small black-yellow band and said, "Her name was Saffron. She was a grass snake. She lived in the compost heap behind Uncle Vernon's shed. She was 3 feet long when she was stretched and a small coil when she was curled. She liked slugs. She did not like bacon rind. She talked to me. We were friends for 12 days. Sirius Black in the armchair with his thin gray hands locked in his lap nodded. And then, he said, and then Uncle Vernon killed her with a spade. Yes, Sirius Black said. I sat with her, Harry said. For how long? 3 days. Yes, Sirius Black said. And then on Tuesday I stood up, Harry said. Yes, Sirius Black said. And then he stopped. He stopped, not in the small, careful, flat, dry, calm voice he had been speaking in all morning and all afternoon, but in the small, thin, uncertain voice of the small, thin, uncertain 9-year-old he was. Sirius Black in the armchair looked at him. Sirius Black, after a small, careful second, very quietly leaned forward very slowly and set his thin gray hand not on the boy's hand, not on the boy's knee, not on the boy's shoulder, but on the small wooden box beside the small body of the small green friend named Saffron. The way one sets a hand on a coffin, one is, by long, careful funeral protocol, not permitted to lift. He looked at Harry. I know, he said. Harry in the small chair looked at him. You know, Harry said, I know about sitting with. You sat with, I sat with. Sirius Black in the armchair took a small, careful breath. I sat with the inside of my own self in Azkaban for 9 years and 7 months. I had not had anything to put in my arms in 9 years and 7 months. I had been the one who survived when my friends had not. I had been blamed for it. He stopped. He looked at the small wooden box. He looked at the small black-yellow band. I had been Saffron, he said quietly, for 9 years and 7 months. Harry in the small chair looked at him. The small, careful, flat, dry calm of his face, the small, careful, flat, dry calm the imprint had since the standing up kept rigorously in place, folded very slightly at the corners in the smallest small way. The boy in the small chair said, I'm sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for, pup, Sirius Black said. He said it without thinking. He said it because it was the small private word he had used. In the small careful inside of him, on every one of the nights in Azkaban on which he had said the small word Harry in his sleep. He said it because it was the small word James Potter had used in the small careful inside of him every time James had spoken about the small black-haired baby in his cradle. He said it because it was the small careful private word the godparent had in the small careful long inside of him kept ready. He had not in any sense expected to use it, he used it. Harry in the small chair did not in any obvious sense react to the word. But the imprint in him in the small careful column of him registered the word. The imprint in him in the small careful column of him paused. The imprint in him in the small careful column of him registered that the word had been used by the man inside Harry in a particular private context, used in fact in the only context the imprint's host had used the word in. The imprint in him ran a small careful internal cross-check. Cross-check. The man inside Harry in his living life had used the word pup for one creature only. The creature had been a small brown beagle puppy named Daisy, given to him by his wife the day after his wife had died. The man inside Harry had loved the puppy. The man inside Harry had lost the puppy. The man inside Harry had begun, in the long, careful inside of him, the long, careful inventory of his last career on the day the puppy had died. The man inside Harry had not, since the puppy, used the word for anything else. The imprint in him in the small, careful column of him registered, with the small, flat surprise of an inventory that has been forced to make a new entry under a heading it had thought closed, that the word in this small, careful, warm-lit window above the small, careful tea shop on Whitlock Row in London on the evening of a Wednesday in October had been used by a different man. The word had been used by a man who had not lost a small brown beagle puppy. The word had been used by a man who had lost, and the imprint with the small, careful, flat, dry attention of it paused to register with respect two specific friends. The imprint in him in the small, careful column of him made a small new entry. Ally Sirius Black, capacity high, confirmed non-threat. The word pup accepted. It was the imprint's first formal admission of a non-protective bond into its small, careful internal inventory. It was by the small, careful old eye of the cursebreaker Sallow, who would read this off the small, clean nape of Harry's neck 3 weeks later in a small, clean follow-up appointment, and who would, on reading it, take off his half-moon spectacles and rub the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger for a small, careful second, a small, careful first sign of the integration that Healer Pomfrey had hoped for. Sirius Black in the armchair did not know any of this. Sirius Black in the armchair looked at the small wooden box on the small black-haired boy's lap, and at the small black-haired boy himself, and at the small careful warm-lit room he had not in 9 years and 7 months expected to find himself in, and felt, for the first time in 9 years and 7 months, the small careful old warm of a small careful old room enter him through the small careful thin gray of his Azkaban skin. He sat there with the boy for a long quiet time. They did not in the long quiet time say much. They sat, Healer Pomfrey in her small chair by the wall sat with them. Amelia Bones, who had come back upstairs once she had finished with the senior clerk's paperwork in the small downstairs office Healer Pomfrey kept, sat with them in the small armchair by the window, with the small, careful, long-pleated lapels of her suit folded in her lap and the small, kind warm of her hand around a small, careful cup of tea Healer Pomfrey had handed her on her way in. They sat for a long, careful hour. Then Harry in his small chair very slowly closed the lid of the small wooden box. He turned very gently the small brass latch. He looked up at Sirius Black. "Mr. Black," he said. "Sirius, pup, Sirius?" "Yes, will you be," Harry said, "where I am from now on?" Sirius Black in the armchair took a small careful breath. He set his thin gray hand on the small wooden box. He did not in the setting touch the boy. He said in his small thin gray voice, "Yes, pup, from now on." The next 4 weeks were the small careful weeks of the slow careful return. Sirius Black was admitted to St. Mungo's for the first 10 days. He was in the small careful inside of him in worse shape than the small careful pavement-walking observer of the first afternoon had guessed. He had lost 2 stone of weight he could not afford to lose. He had a small careful tremor in his right hand that would, by the small careful prognosis of his healers, take 3 months to subside. He had in the small careful inside of his sleep the small careful long inventory of dementor-related dreams that men of Azkaban brought home with them, and that the small careful healers of St. Mungo's had over the long careful decades developed a small careful repertoire of potions to address. He took the potions. He ate the soft bread. He drank the broth. He sat in the small careful days of the 10 days, in the small careful chair by the small careful window of the small careful private ward, and looked very quietly out at the small careful London he had not in 9 years and 7 months seen. He was visited. He was visited every afternoon by Andromeda Tonks, his cousin Andromeda of the small careful sensible long branch of the Black family that had married a small careful muggle born named Edward Tonks and had been disinherited for it in 1973. And whose small careful long careful kindness had been the small careful kindness Sirius Black had always in the small careful inside of him gone to in his small careful holidays from Hogwarts. He had not seen Andromeda in 12 years. She came in on the first afternoon and looked at him for a long careful second and did not say anything stupid and sat in the small careful chair beside his bed and held his small thin shaking hand for an hour and a half. She came in the second afternoon and brought him a small careful book. She came in the third afternoon and brought him a small careful piece of carved wood she had picked up at a Diagon Alley craft stall. The small careful piece of carved wood was the small careful carved wood likeness of a small green grass snake, 2 inches long with a small black-yellow band carefully painted behind the small wooden head, and the small careful flat closed black eyes carefully painted in the small careful position of a small careful sleeping grass snake. Sirius Black on the third afternoon looked at the small careful piece of carved wood and looked at Andromeda and did not say anything for a long careful second. "I thought," Andromeda said mildly, "for when the time comes." Sirius Black in his hospital bed put the small careful piece of carved wood in the small careful pocket of his small careful robe. He nodded. He did not in his small careful inside cry. He had not in his small careful inside cried at all yet. He had in the small careful inside of him accumulated 9 years and 7 months of careful private tears, and they were going to have to be released slowly, the way one slowly releases an old pressure that has been held too long, because the small careful inside of him was not, by the small careful prognosis of his healers, going to be able to hold the long release in one go. The small careful piece of carved wood waited in his small careful pocket. By the end of the 4 weeks, Sirius Black was out of St. Mungo's. He had been given the small careful run of number 12 Grimmauld Place, the small careful family house in London which his small careful late mother had unfortunately left him in her will and which the small careful Order of the Phoenix had used as a safe house in the small careful long wars, and which Sirius had not been into since 1979. The house had been deep cleaned in the small careful intervening weeks by a small careful team Madame Pomfrey had hired and Andromeda had supervised. The small careful long curtains had come down. The small careful long portraits had been silenced, most of them not the one of his mother who had screamed and who could not by the careful curse of the house be silenced but who could be covered and who had been covered with a small careful long sheet of black velvet. The small careful long rooms had been aired. The small careful long basement kitchen had been repainted in a small careful warm sage green Andromeda had chosen and a small careful new gas range had been put in. The small careful long upstairs bedrooms had been done up in small careful gentle muggle wallpaper for a small careful guest. One of the small careful upstairs bedrooms had been done up specifically for a small black-haired 9-year-old boy. The small careful 9-year-old boy moved in on the evening of the 15th of November 1989. He moved in with a small careful trunk which contained 3 small careful new sets of clothes Andromeda had bought him, 1 small careful warm coat, 1 small careful pair of glasses properly fitted by the small careful Diagon Alley optician, 1 small careful set of pajamas, 1 small careful washbag, 1 small careful set of books on the small careful introductory history of the wizarding world, 1 small careful picture book about griffins, 1 small careful copy, charmed open at the correct page, of the small careful library book on how policemen worked, which the small careful ministry had retrieved with kind permission from the small careful little winging public library, from his small careful cupboard, 1 small careful wooden box lined in white linen, closed with a small brass latch containing the small careful body of his small green friend, which the small careful ministry mortuary annex had with his small careful permission preserved by a small careful charm. In the small careful state of her small careful sleeping form in perpetuity, against the small careful day on which Harry might want to bury her, in his own small careful time, in the small careful garden of the small careful house he would, in his small careful adult life, one day own. He moved in with his godfather. He moved in with Andromeda, who would for the first 6 months be staying in the small careful guest room down the small careful hall, while Sirius, by the small careful prognosis of his healers, got his small careful sea legs back as a small careful adult charged with the small careful raising of a small careful child. He moved in with a small careful schedule. The schedule had on it, by the small careful planning of Healer Pomfrey and Andromeda and Cursebreaker Sallow and Amelia Bones, in the small careful weeks before. A small careful breakfast at 8, a small careful lesson with one of 3 small careful retired Hogwarts tutors in the morning, a small careful lunch at 1, a small careful afternoon of his own choice, reading, walking with Sirius in the small careful nearby park, sitting in the small careful kitchen with Andromeda, doing small careful sketches at the small careful upstairs desk, and a small careful supper at 6:30, a small careful bath at 7, a small careful book at 7:30. Lights out at 8. The schedule was, in the small careful explicit insistence of Healer Pomfrey, a schedule the boy was permitted on any single given day to refuse in part or in whole. He did not, on any single given day, refuse it. The imprint in him registered the schedule, registered the kindness, registered the small careful long warm of the small careful long house, registered Andromeda in the kitchen and Sirius at the small careful kitchen table and the small careful old portraits behind the small careful black velvet, and the imprint in him did the small careful long quiet work of integration. It was not a fast work. It would not, by the small careful old reading of Cursebreaker Sallow at his 3-week checkup, be a fast work. It was the work of a small careful new architecture of self, being slowly, gently, carefully built, in the small careful inside of a small careful 9-year-old, around the small careful column of a man who had loved a small brown puppy in the small careful long ago, and who had given the small careful column to a small careful boy who had loved a small green friend. The architecture was not done, the architecture might never be done. But the architecture was, by the small careful slow careful reading of every small careful adult who looked at it in the small careful inside of Harry James, Potter that autumn, Sirius, Andromeda, Healer Pomfrey, Madame Bones, Cursebreaker Sallow, Saoirse Quirk at her cool careful distance, and in his careful long quiet way even Albus Dumbledore, who came once a fortnight to the small careful kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place, and sat at the small careful table with a small careful cup of tea and a small careful slice of Andromeda's lemon drizzle cake and watched, very quietly, the small careful boy do the small careful sums of his small careful arithmetic homework. The architecture of a small careful person who was, by the small careful slow careful evidence of his small careful slow careful days, going to live. On the evening of the boy's 10th birthday, the small careful warm-lit upstairs kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place was full. Andromeda had baked a small careful cake. Sirius had picked the small careful candles. Healer Pomfrey had sent up a small careful card. Madame Bones had sent up a small careful book on the small careful history of the Wisengamot, which she had inscribed in her small careful hand to Mr. Potter with regards. Hestia Jones had sent up a small careful packet of licorice wands. Kingsley Shacklebolt had sent up a small careful copy of an aura training manual that, by every small careful Cursebreaker's small careful reading, was a small careful gift the imprint inside Harry would, in the small careful warm of his small careful inside, particularly appreciate. The candles were lit. The boy looked at them. Sirius, beside him at the small careful kitchen table, said, "Make a wish, pup." The boy looked at the candles for a long careful second. He did not, in the small careful inside of him, know what to wish for. He had in the small careful long inside of him a great many things to wish for, and he had in the small careful long inside of him also the small careful long lesson taught by the imprint, taught by the long careful weeks of his small careful integration, taught by Healer Pomfrey's small careful gentle attention to the small careful weight of his small careful effective experience, that wishes were a thing one had been permitted in the small careful old slowness of his life now to have again. He closed his eyes. He thought in the small careful inside of him about the small careful Saffron asleep in her small careful wooden box on the small careful shelf above his small careful bed upstairs. He thought in the small careful inside of him about the man at the edge of the pool whom he had never met and would never meet. He thought in the small careful inside of him about Sirius's thin gray hand resting on the small careful wooden box, the night of the Wednesday, and the small careful old word pup. He thought in the small careful inside of him about Andromeda's small careful sage green walls. He thought in the small careful inside of him about Dudley, who by the small careful ministry monitoring of his small careful new life in his small careful new grandmother's small careful house in Yorkshire, was by all small careful reports doing all right, was in fact by all small careful reports, going to school and making friends and going to bed at the right time and waking up at the right time, and not in the small careful inside of him exhibiting any small careful sign of damage from the small careful disasters of the Tuesday morning that had, by the small careful long careful kindness of the imprint inside Harry, passed him by. He thought in the small careful inside of him about the small careful letter from Hogwarts which would, by Amelia Bones's small careful Wisengamot ruling, arrive in the small careful procedural ministry-approved manner in 9 months' time. He blew the candles out. He opened his eyes. Sirius at his elbow said, "Did you wish, pup?" He thought about it. "I wished," he said in his small careful new voice, not the small careful flat dry calm of the imprint, not the small careful thin shaky uncertain of the 9-year-old, the small new careful in-between voice that the 4 weeks of integration had begun very gently to give him, that I would one day be good enough at this to keep him safe, to keep all of you safe. Sirius in his armchair by the small careful kitchen table did not by any obvious sign react to the wish. Andromeda by the oven did not by any obvious sign react to the wish. Healer Pomfrey, sitting by the small careful kitchen window with her small careful chest watch in her lap, did not by any obvious sign react to the wish. But Sirius, after a small careful second, set his small careful hand on the small careful boy's small careful shoulder very gently, the way a small careful godfather set a small careful hand on a small careful new 10-year-old godson, and said in his small careful low warm graveled voice, "I think, pup, that you already are." The boy at the small careful kitchen table looked up at him. He did not in the looking smile. But the imprint in him in the small careful column of him registered the small careful old kind word, and the small careful old kind hand and the small careful old kind voice, and made for the small careful first time in the small careful 9 years of his life the small careful first long pleased note in the small careful long careful inventory of allies who had earned by the small careful long careful test of him the small careful new column heading of family. Sirius Black, family. Andromeda Tonks, family. Healer Pomfrey, family. Provisional but climbing. The boy at the small careful kitchen table picked up his small careful spoon and began very carefully in the small careful long careful new way of him to eat his small careful slice of cake. The integration in its small careful long careful inside continued. The small careful long careful September of 1991 was, by the small careful long careful inside of him, on its way. Chapter 7, Hogwarts Year 1. He boarded the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross on the 1st of September 1991. He was 11 years old. He had grown 4 inches over the summer, by the small careful measure of the small careful kitchen door frame at number 12 Grimmauld Place, on which Sirius had, in the small careful long quiet weeks of August, drawn a small careful pencil line every fortnight, and labeled each small careful pencil line with the small careful date. He was wearing a small careful new black robe, with a small careful new black tie, with a small careful new white shirt, and a small careful new pair of black trousers and small careful new black shoes that fit. He was wearing his small careful new round glasses, which were not the sellotaped ones. He carried a small careful trunk in his small careful right hand. He carried a small careful cage in his small careful left, in which a small careful snowy owl named Hedwig, a small careful present from Andromeda, sat with the small careful long careful patience of an owl that had been told by a careful witch she trusted that the small careful long careful journey ahead would be worth her small careful long careful inconvenience. He was thin. He had grown 4 inches, but he had not, in the careful long inside of him, ever quite gained back the small careful long weight of his small careful long undernourishment in his first 9 years. He would, by the careful long prediction of Healer Pomfrey, gain it slowly. He had on a small careful good month gained 1/2 pound. He had a small careful long way to go. He had with him a small careful long way to go too. The small careful long way to go was a small careful long way to go that the imprint inside him, and the boy outside the imprint were, by the careful long agreement of the small careful long weeks of integration, going to do together in the small careful long careful kindness of an 11-year-old's careful long first year of school. He boarded the Hogwarts Express at 5 minutes to 11. He sat alone in a small careful compartment 3 carriages back, with the small careful trunk on the small careful rack above his head and the small careful cage on the small careful seat beside him and his small careful new book, the small careful introductory text on the small careful history of Hogwarts which Andromeda had pressed on him at breakfast, open on his small careful lap. He read. He did not in his small careful inside look out at the platform. He had in the small careful long inside of him said his small careful long goodbyes already. He had said his small careful long goodbye to Sirius at the breakfast table that morning, and to Andromeda at the kitchen door, and to Healer Pomfrey, who had come up the day before from Hogwarts, where she was, in her small careful long quiet career, the school nurse, for a small careful long quiet supper. He had said his small careful long goodbye to Saffron, the night before in the careful old way of him, with his small careful hand on the small careful wooden box on the small careful shelf above his small careful bed, in the small careful old hissing way. He did not in the small careful inside of him need a small careful long goodbye on the platform. He read. The compartment door opened 3 times in the careful long quiet first hour with a small careful older student looking in and then looking out and going on. He did not in the small careful inside of him mind these. He did not in the small careful inside of him look up. The compartment door opened the 4th time on a small careful red-haired boy. The small careful red-haired boy stood for a small careful second in the doorway. The small careful red-haired boy said, in the small careful nervous way of an 11-year-old whose family had told him in some private way what to do if he met certain other 11-year-olds, excuse me, do you mind if I sit here then? Everywhere else is, he looked up. He set his book down. He looked at the small careful red-haired boy. He had in the small careful long inside of him the careful long reading of the small careful long old eye for the small careful long inventory of allies. The careful long reading had been in his small careful long August very careful. He had read in his small careful long August every small careful long book on the small careful long families of the small careful long wizarding world that Andromeda had been able to find. He had in his small careful long August with Sirius at his elbow gone over every small careful long page of the small careful long family histories, the Malfoys, the Knots, the Greengrasses, the Weasleys, the Longbottoms, and had registered in his small careful long inside the small careful long shapes of allegiance and feud and small careful long generational friendship. He recognized the small careful red-haired boy, the careful red hair, the careful long thin nose, the careful long set of his careful long thin face. Weasley, almost certainly, by the careful long age, the small careful 6th in the line of small careful Weasleys to attend Hogwarts, Ronald possibly. Or if the careful long Weasleys had had any further children in the small careful long quiet years since their last documented in 1981, younger, probably Ronald. The imprint in him ran the small careful red-haired boy through the small careful long inventory of allies in the small careful long way it had been running in his small careful long inside every new face since the small careful long Tuesday morning. Threat, low. Capacity, low at present growing. Family Weasley, long-standing ally of Potter and Black. Allegiance, provisional by family heritage, confirmed non-threat. Allow, he nodded in the small careful long quiet way of him. Of course, he said. The small careful red-haired boy came in. He set his small careful long trunk down. He sat down in the small careful long seat opposite. He looked at Harry. He looked at Harry the way a small careful long 11-year-old looks at another small careful long 11-year-old he has been told a great deal about and is by the small careful long inside of him slightly afraid of. Are you really? He said. Really? Yes, Harry said. Oh, the small careful red-haired boy said. It's all right, Harry said. Sorry, Mum told me not to. Mum said it would be rude to. It's all right, Harry said. I'm not in the small careful inside of me the small careful long thing the stories say. The stories are mostly wrong. The small careful long inside of me is for now a small careful long 11-year-old who likes books. My name is Harry. You are Ronald, yes. The small careful red-haired boy blinked. Ron, he said, mostly Mum calls me Ronald when Ron, Harry said, yeah. There was a small careful long pause. Sorry, Ron said, I didn't mean I just Mum had a cousin who Mum said you'd had. Yes, Harry said, and yes, Harry said. Ron looked at him. Ron, after a small careful long second, looked at his own small careful long shoes. Ron, after a small careful long second, did the small careful long thing that the careful long Weasley family, by long careful instinct, did at small careful long awkward second meetings, which was that he reached into his small careful long pocket and took out a small careful long bag of chocolate frogs. Mum gave me these, he said. I don't really like the orange one, want it? Harry looked at the small careful long chocolate frog. He had not in his small careful long life had a chocolate frog. He looked up. Yes, he said, please. The careful long hours of the careful long express went on. By the time they pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry had eaten 2 chocolate frogs. One Bertie Bott's every flavor bean a small careful long pear which he had liked, and had heard in careful long detail the small careful long family history of the Weasleys from the perspective of the youngest small careful long son who had been waiting 9 years to deliver it. He had also in the small careful long inside of him registered a small careful long new entry in the small careful long inventory. Ron Weasley, provisional ally, confirmed non-threat, recall as friend. The boat ride across the lake was a small careful long quiet ride. He sat in the front of a small careful long boat with Ron and with a small careful long round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom. Small careful long Longbottom, with the small careful long serious long told history of his small careful long parents. Registered immediately by the imprint on whose long old shadow shoulder Sirius had by the small careful long inside of the imprint's evening read of a small careful long horror file in November 1989, formed his careful long opinion. And with a small careful long bushy-haired girl named Hermione Granger, he liked them. He liked them in a small careful long quiet way he had not before the integration expected to be able to like new persons quickly. The careful long castle above the careful long lake in the careful long mist was the careful long castle Andromeda had described to him at the small careful long kitchen table on a small careful long November evening with the careful long sage green walls behind her and a small careful long fire in the small careful long grate. He looked at it. He registered in the small careful long inside of him the small careful long old new presence of it, with the same small careful long careful curiosity with which he had registered the small careful long old presence of the atrium in November 1989. He did not in the small careful long inside of him gasp, but Ron beside him did. He liked Ron very small for the gasping. They came up the long careful slope. They came in at the long careful entrance. They were arranged in the long careful lines. Professor McGonagall, whom he had met in Diagon Alley 3 weeks earlier, looked at him once over her small careful long spectacles very briefly, and gave him the smallest small careful long nod of recognition and turned and began her small careful long speech to the long careful first years about the small careful long for small careful long houses. Harry in the line listened. The imprint in him in the small careful long inside of him listened too. They were called in alphabetical order. Susan Bones, the small careful long niece of Madame Bones, who had been his small careful long picture book reading companion at Whitlock Row on the November he had arrived, was sorted into Hufflepuff. She gave him on her way to her small careful long table a small careful long quick wink. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor. Neville Longbottom, after a small careful long 4 minutes under the small careful long old hat, also went to Gryffindor. Then well after Potter Harry. The hall did the small careful long quiet inhale. He had known it would. Andromeda had, in her small careful long August, walked him very carefully through the small careful long likely sound. He had not in the small careful long inside of him found the rehearsal easy. He had in the small careful long inside of him made his peace with the small careful long fact that the small careful long inhale was going to be a small careful long fact of his small careful long Hogwarts life, the way the cupboard had been a fact of his small careful long previous life, and that he was in the small careful long inside of him going to walk through it. He walked through it. He sat on the careful long stool. McGonagall lowered the careful long hat onto his careful long head. The hat in his careful long head said, "Ah." It said it the way an old man says "ah" when he has, after a careful long second, registered a careful long old face he had not been expecting to see by the careful long fireside. "Ah, Mr. Potter," the careful long hat said in the small careful long inside of his careful long ear. Yes, I see a great deal, I see quite a great deal." Harry, in the small careful long inside of him, did not say anything. The imprint in him in the small careful long inside of him did not say anything either. The imprint in him registered the small careful long hat as artifact, sentient, low threat, allied. Allow. "Mr. Potter," the careful long hat said, "you have, I see, a number of things in you that we will be discussing in the small careful long quiet of this hat conversation before I make my small careful long ruling. I have not in my small careful long centuries on this old head had a head quite like yours. I have in fact had only two heads in which there was a small careful long second presence to consult. I have not in the small careful long centuries of this office ever had a head in which the small careful long second presence and the small careful long first presence were, by my own old read, working in such small careful long harmony." Harry waited. "Now then," the careful long hat said, "where to put you?" Harry in the small careful long inside of him said for the first time in the careful long quiet conversation, "What are the choices?" "The choices, Mr. Potter, are 4, Gryffindor by your father's house, Hufflepuff by your loyalty, Ravenclaw by your inventory, Slytherin by the small careful long pragmatic register of the gentleman in your shadow." "Ah," Harry said, indeed, he thought about it. Where, he said, would he prefer? The careful long hat was quiet for a small careful long second. "He does not prefer," the careful long hat said. "He is on this neutral." He, as you may have noticed, has very few preferences of his own these days. He has been in the careful long inside of you for nearly 2 years, very largely the small careful long discipline of his column and very small careful long little of his personhood. I respect that, I respect it a great deal. I have in the long careful old centuries of this office never met a soul fragment with quite his particular discipline. All right, Harry said, but if I were to read in the small careful long quiet column of him, the small careful long careful note of the man he was, not in his career, but in his careful long private life before the small careful long careful losses that took him into it, I think the man would prefer that we put you somewhere from which you could, in your small careful long careful Hogwarts life, watch the small careful long careful door. That is the small careful long careful instinct of his that the column was built around. There is a man in your shadow who watches the door. Slytherin will let him stand sentry. Harry, in the small careful long inside of him, considered this. He considered also the careful long careful read of Andromeda, at the small careful long kitchen table, on the small careful long August evening on which she had said that the small careful long careful house Slytherin had its small careful long careful old reputation, but had also in the small careful long careful black family been the small careful long careful house of 9 generations of small careful long careful blacks. And that Sirius, by careful long careful contrast, had been the careful long careful one to break the careful long careful pattern, and that the careful long careful house had not, in any small careful long careful absolute sense, been the careful long careful house of small careful long careful Death Eaters, although the careful long careful Death Eaters had, in their careful long careful time, had a careful long careful preponderance of small careful long careful members from it. He considered also the careful long careful read of Sirius, at the small careful long kitchen table the same evening on which Sirius had in his small careful long voice said, "Slytherin's all right, pup, Slytherin's careful, Slytherin'll teach you to think before you do. Slytherin's the careful long careful house of a man who watches the careful long careful door, and you pup by what is in you are going to want to watch the careful long careful door for the rest of your careful long careful life. Pick Slytherin if it asks, don't be afraid of it. My careful long careful brother was Slytherin. He was, in his small careful long careful inside, a careful long careful good kid. You'll be all right," he thought about Sirius. He thought about the small careful long careful word pup. He thought in the small careful long inside of him of the small careful long careful column of the imprint, sitting very quietly at the back of his small careful long careful eye watching the small careful long careful door. He said in the small careful long inside of him, "Slytherin, please." The careful long careful hat on his small careful long careful head said, "Very well, Mr. Potter. I think you have chosen well." It said it aloud over the halls, "Slytherin." The careful long careful hall did not, in the careful long careful second, do the careful long careful expected inhale. It did instead the careful long careful exhale. It was in fact a small careful long careful quieter sound. The long careful exhale of the long careful 1800 people in the small careful long careful hall who had in their long careful collective inside expected him to be sorted into the long careful Gryffindor, and who, on the careful long careful announcement, took the small careful long careful private second to register the small careful long careful reality that the small careful long careful boy who lived was, in some small careful long careful respect, the careful long careful boy who, in the careful long careful Slytherin table, was going to spend his careful long careful first year of school at a table the small careful long careful hall was, in its small careful long careful collective inside, not quite ready for. The careful long careful Slytherin table itself for its small careful long careful part applauded. It applauded politely. It applauded by the small careful long careful eye of the imprint, in the small careful long careful way of a small careful long careful table that had, in the small careful long careful weeks of the small careful long summer rumor, been doing its small careful long careful homework, and had arrived at the small careful long careful collective conclusion that the small careful long careful boy who lived on arrival would not be the small careful long careful straightforward small careful long careful welcome the small careful long careful Slytherin first years usually got. He sat down at the Slytherin table. He sat in the small careful long careful space he had been left, beside a small careful long careful dark-haired girl with the small careful long careful slim shoulders of an athlete and the small careful long careful close-cut nails of a habitual book reader, Daphne Greengrass, by the careful long careful family tree work he had done with Andromeda. Daphne nodded at him once briefly, professionally. He nodded back. He looked across the hall at the small careful long careful Gryffindor table where Ron and Hermione and Neville sat. Ron caught his eye. Ron gave him the small careful long careful eyebrow of an 11-year-old who had just realized that his new compartment friend was at the long careful enemy table, and that this was in the small, careful, long, careful immediate inside of him, a small, careful, long, careful problem he was going to have to solve. Harry in the small, careful, long, careful Slytherin table gave Ron the small, careful, long, careful, smallest, small, careful, long, careful nod of, "We will work this out at breakfast." Ron nodded back. The sorting went on, the feast came. The small, careful, long, careful older students at the Slytherin table introduced themselves in the small, careful, long, careful efficient way of small, careful, long, careful older Slytherins. Name, year, surname, place in their long, careful family. He registered each one. He gave his small, careful, long, careful answers in turn. He did not, in the small, careful, long, careful first hour of his small, careful, long, careful Hogwarts life at the small, careful, long, careful Slytherin table, make any small, careful, long, careful enemy. The imprint in him, in the small, careful, long, careful inside of him, was very quiet that evening. The imprint in him was watching the door. He went to bed that night in the small, careful, long, careful Slytherin dormitory in the small, careful, long, careful dungeons. With his small, careful, long, careful new robes folded in the small, careful, long, careful trunk at the foot of his small, careful, long, careful bed, and with his small, careful, long, careful Hedwig in her small, careful, long, careful new cage on the small, careful, long, careful sill of the small, careful, long, careful enchanted window. And with the small, careful, long, careful pencil line on the small, careful, long, careful inside of his small, careful, long, careful trunk lid, drawn there in his small, careful, long, careful Sirius's small, careful, long, careful pencil hand, on his last small, careful, long, careful morning at number 12 with the small, careful, long, careful annotation. September 1, 11 years, 4 months, 1 day, 4 foot 11, 93 pounds, my godson the small, careful, long, careful Slytherin, my pride. He looked at the small, careful, long, careful pencil line in the small, careful, long, careful candlelight of the small, careful, long, careful dormitory. He laid his small, careful, long, careful hand on the small, careful, long, careful inside of the small, careful, long, careful trunk lid, very gently, the small, careful, long, careful way he had laid his small, careful, long, careful hand in his small, careful, long, careful first year of small, careful, long, careful living with Saffron in the small, careful, long, careful compost against the small, careful, long, careful chicken wire. He closed the trunk. He climbed into bed. He went asleep. The first term passed. It passed in a small, careful, long, careful, pleasant procedural blur of small, careful, long, careful classes, potions, with Professor Snape, who watched him with a small, careful, long, careful, long, careful attention. Harry registered as a small, careful, long, careful man with a small, careful, long, careful old debt to a small, careful, long, careful Potter green pair of eyes. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, who was small, careful, long, careful, crisp and fair. Charms with Professor Flitwick, who was small, careful, long, careful, delighted to find that Harry, by the small, careful, long, careful old patience of the imprint, had a very small, careful, long, careful steady wand hand. Defense against the dark arts with one Professor Quirinus Quirrell in his careful, long, careful purple turban, whose small, careful, long, careful presence the imprint in him registered on the small, careful, long, careful very first day. With a small, careful, long, careful, very serious, deliberate, slow, careful note in the small, careful, long, careful inventory. Astronomy with Professor Sinistra, who was small, careful, long, careful kind. History of magic with Professor Binns, who was in the small, careful, long, careful old way of him dead, and was therefore by the small, careful, long, careful eye of the imprint, the smallest small, careful, long, careful threat in the long, careful schools. It passed in the small, careful, long, careful pleasant procedural blur of small, careful, long, careful meals, in which the small, careful, long, careful older Slytherins largely left him alone, and in which the small, careful, long, careful younger Slytherins gradually warmed to him, and in which the small, careful, long, careful Ron and the small, careful, long, careful Hermione and the small, careful, long, careful Neville, at the small, careful, long, careful Gryffindor table, became. By careful, long, careful, slow, careful weekend hours in the small, careful, long, careful library, and the small, careful, long, careful courtyard, and the small, careful, long, careful Hogsmeade Saturday, his small, careful, long, careful friends, across the small, careful, long, careful house line. It passed also in the small, careful, long, careful, slow, careful registering of Professor Quirrell. The imprint in him had registered Professor Quirrell on the first day. The imprint in him had registered Professor Quirrell by the long, careful old habit of long, careful operators that had taught the imprint's host that the long, careful adult in the long, careful room who was, by the long, careful set of his long, careful body, very deliberately taking up less long, careful space than his long, careful body could occupy, was the long, careful adult in the long, careful room one watched. Quirrell had stammered through his small, long, careful first lecture. Quirrell had been deferential. Quirrell had not in any one of his small, long, careful 7 first-year defense lessons of the small, long, careful first term looked at Harry directly. The imprint in him had registered the not looking. The imprint in him had registered the small, careful, long, careful purple turban. The imprint in him had registered the small, careful, long, careful smell. Small, sour, sweet, that came off the small, careful, long, careful turban in the small, careful, long, careful warm of the small, careful, long, careful classroom. The imprint in him had registered the small, careful, long, careful pattern of Quirrell's small, careful, long, careful breaks between sentences, between 3 and 4 syllables short of where a small, careful, long, careful normal stammerer would break, and had concluded that the stammer was by the small, careful, long, careful eye of an old operator a put-on. By December he was reasonably certain. By February he was certain. By March he had begun on the small, careful, long, careful private supplement of his small, careful, long, careful letters home to Sirius, to draft in his small, careful, long, careful clearest, careful, long, careful prose, the small, careful, long, careful detailed memorandum to be delivered when the moment came to Madame Bones. He did not, in the small, careful, long, careful inside of him, want to deliver it early. The imprint in him had a careful, long, careful, patient, long, careful operator's preference for the careful, long, careful complete dossier over the careful, long, careful incomplete one. Evaluate the threat, evaluate the ammunition, evaluate the exit. He was evaluating. He brought the dossier to Madame Bones in person at the safe house on Whitlock Row during the Easter holiday. He sat in her small, careful, long, careful armchair, with his small, careful, long, careful tea and his small, careful, long, careful slice of Andromeda's lemon drizzle cake on the small, careful, long, careful side table, and he laid the small, careful, long, careful manila folder of his small, careful, long, careful 11-year-old's careful, long, careful prose on the small, careful, long, careful low table between them, and he said, Madame Bones, I would like, with your permission, to draw your attention to a small, careful, long, careful pattern at Hogwarts. Madame Bones, in her armchair, read the folder. She read it for a careful, long, careful 19 minutes. She set the folder down. She looked at him over her small, careful, long, careful spectacles. Mr. Potter, she said, yes, I am going to ask you one careful, long, careful question. All right, are you certain? He thought about it. I am as careful, long, careful certain as the small, careful, long, careful eye of the small, careful, long, careful, careful gentleman in my shadow can be, Madame Bones, from across a small, careful, long, careful classroom. I am asking in this folder for a small, careful, long, careful, careful authoritative reading, by someone other than me, of the small, careful, long, careful, careful adult who walks around Hogwarts wearing the small, careful, long, careful, careful purple turban. I am not asking you to take careful, long, careful action on my reading alone. I am asking for a small, careful, long, careful, authoritative second reading. I have in the small, careful, long, careful inside of me an obligation to bring this to you before the careful, long, careful term is out, because by my small, careful, long, careful pattern of his behavior in the small, careful, long, careful, careful last 6 weeks, he is going to attempt something at Hogwarts before the small, careful, long, careful end of the year, and I want, in the small, careful, long, careful, careful inside of me, the small, careful, long, careful, careful orders at the careful, long, careful door when he does. Amelia Bones, in her armchair, took her small, careful, long, careful spectacles off her nose and held them in her lap. How, she said slowly, are you going to know when he will attempt it? He thought about it. By the small, careful, long, careful pattern of his careful, long, careful inquiries about the small, careful, long, careful, careful third-floor corridor, he said. He has in the small, careful, long, careful eye of 3 older Slytherins who have done me the small, careful, long, careful kindness of cataloging his small, careful, long, careful corridor walks under my prompting, doubled his weekly visits since February. He will, by the small, careful, long, careful curve of the small, careful, long, careful data, peak in late May. There is, in the third-floor corridor, by the small, careful, long, careful, careful kindness of 2 of the older Slytherins and 1 careful, long, careful, Filch the caretaker, a small, careful, long, careful, careful object Headmaster Dumbledore has placed there under careful, long, careful guard. I have not, in the small, careful, long, careful inside of me sought the object. I have in the small, careful, long, careful inside of me, however, registered that the object is, by the small, careful, long, careful inferential reading, the small, careful, long, careful object Professor Quirrell wants. Amelia Bones was very quiet. She set her spectacles back on her nose. Mr. Potter, she said, thank you. She closed the folder. She placed her hand on the folder. Auror Shacklebolt and I, she said, will, with the cooperation of Headmaster Dumbledore, I shall arrange it discreetly, be present in the small, careful, long, careful castle by mid-May. We will, by the small, careful, long, careful, careful kindness of your 3 older Slytherins, take the small, careful, long, careful, careful surveillance over from you. You will, in the small, careful, long, careful inside of you, be permitted to finish your small, careful, long, careful, careful exams in peace. You will, in the small, careful, long, careful inside of you, leave the careful, long, careful action to us. Is this acceptable? He thought about it. It is, he said, on one condition. What condition, Mr. Potter? That when the small, careful, long, careful action comes, he said, I am the small, careful, long, careful, careful one in the small, careful, long, careful, careful room with you by the careful, long, careful door. Amelia Bones looked at him for a careful, long, careful second. She set the folder back on the table. Why, Mr. Potter? He thought about it. Because, he said slowly, the small, careful, long, careful, careful pattern of the small, careful, long, careful, careful object is, by Headmaster Dumbledore's small, careful, long, careful, careful inferential placing of it at Hogwarts, a small, careful, long, careful, careful test for me. Headmaster Dumbledore has, by my reading, set it up as a test. He does not in the small, careful, long, careful inside of him expect me by the careful, long, careful state of him in 1989 to walk away from a test he has put my name to. He expects me to walk into the small, careful, long, careful, careful third-floor corridor in May by myself with no preparation and to engage Professor Quirrell on my own, by my own small, careful, long, careful inferential courage. He has, by my reading, structured the small, careful, long, careful, careful test so that it will draw me. I am not in the small, careful, long, careful inside of me, prepared to refuse the draw. Because if I refuse the draw, the small, careful, long, careful object will be lost. And the small, careful, long, careful, careful loss of the small, careful, long, careful object will be, by the small, careful, long, careful, careful eye of the gentleman in my shadow, a small, careful, long, careful, careful catastrophe. I am, however, prepared to draw, with the small, careful, long, careful director of magical law enforcement and Auror Shacklebolt in the careful, long, careful corridor with me, in such a way that the careful, long, careful test becomes the small, careful, long, careful Auror's job and not the small, careful, long, careful, careful 11-year-olds. Is this acceptable? Amelia Bones in her armchair was very quiet for a small, careful, long, careful, careful second. Then she said slowly, Yes, Mr. Potter. It is acceptable, she paused. Headmaster Dumbledore, she said, is in the small, careful, long, careful, careful weeks of your year at Hogwarts, going to be having a number of small, careful, long, careful, careful conversations with me in my office. I have been having one with him at the careful, long, careful end of every month. I shall have an additional one this week. He is, by my reading, by the small, careful, long, careful, careful, slow, careful kindness of his old age learning. He is, however, still in the small, careful, long, careful inside of him a man who, when he sees a small, careful, long, careful, careful test, sets it up for the small, careful, long, careful, careful child he loves. I shall in the small, careful, long, careful, careful conversation this week take the small, careful, long, careful, careful test from him. Thank you, Madame Bones. Thank you, Mr. Potter, she paused. Eat your cake, Mr. Potter. He ate his cake. The careful, long, careful Easter holiday ended. He returned by the careful, long, careful Hogwarts Express to school. He completed his exams. He sat his small, careful, long, careful astronomy O on the careful, long, careful evening of the 27th of May, and his small, careful, long, careful potions on the careful, long, careful morning of the 30th, and his small, careful, long, careful, careful defense against the dark arts on the careful, long, careful afternoon of the 1st of June. On the careful, long, careful evening of the 4th of June, in the small, careful, long, careful, careful Slytherin common room, Daphne Greengrass set a small, careful, long, careful folded note on his small, careful, long, careful sleeve and walked away. The note read, Tonight 11, 3rd floor corridor, right-hand side. He folded the note. He put it in his pocket. He went to dinner. He sat with Daphne with a small, careful, long, careful 6th year named Eamon Travers and with a small, careful, long, careful 7th year named Ileana Yaxley, all three of whom had by the small, careful, long, careful, careful, long, careful weeks of his small, careful, long, careful, careful, careful inferential allyship, agreed to assist in the careful, long, careful corridor surveillance under his prompting. He ate dinner. He went up to the small, careful, long, careful Slytherin dormitory. He took from his small, careful, long, careful trunk his small, careful, long, careful wand, his small, careful, long, careful invisibility cloak, a small, careful, long, careful, careful gift from Sirius the previous Christmas, the small, careful, long, careful, careful set of instructions Amelia Bones had mailed him 3 days earlier, the small, careful, long, careful, careful, small, careful, long, careful, careful note he kept under his pillow, the small, careful, long, careful, careful note from Sirius that read, in the small, careful, long, careful, careful handwriting of his godfather, I love you, pups, don't do anything stupid, Padfoot. He put on the cloak. He walked by the small, careful, long, careful, careful, long, careful stairwell of the small, careful, long, careful, careful Slytherin tower, up to the small, careful, long, careful, careful 3rd floor corridor. The small, careful, long, careful, careful 3rd floor corridor, in the small, careful, long, careful, careful evening of the careful, long, careful 4th of June, was occupied. At one end of the corridor stood Amelia Bones, in her small, careful, long, careful spectacles, with her small, careful, long, careful wand drawn, in her small, careful, long, careful, sharp black suit. At the other end of the corridor stood Orr Kingsley Shacklebolt, in his small, careful, long, careful dark coat, with his small, careful, long, careful wand drawn. Between them, just in front of the small, careful, long, careful third door on the right-hand side, stood Professor Quirinus Quirrell in his small, careful, long, careful purple turban. Quirrell, at the small, careful, long, careful sound of the small, careful, long, careful footstep of the small, careful, long, careful invisible 11-year-old in the small, careful, long, careful corridor, turned. He had a small, careful, long, careful wand in his small, careful, long, careful right hand. He was by the small, careful, long, careful curl of the small, careful, long, careful set of his shoulders mid-cast. "P. Potter," he said. "Ah, Potter, I have been." Harry in the cloak did not say anything. The imprint in him ran the small, careful, long, careful inventory. Threat, Quirrell, capacity, mid-cast, ammunition, wand, right hand raised. Estimated time to complete cast, 1¼ seconds. Estimated time for me to reach right hand, 0.8 seconds. Estimated outcome. Physical disarm by careful, long, careful interception of the small, careful, long, careful right wrist at the inside of the radial pulse. With simultaneous twist toward the careful, long, careful longitudinal axis of the small, careful, long, careful forearm. With simultaneous small, careful, long, careful precise pressure on the small, careful, long, careful brachial nerve. Which by the small, careful, long, careful old, careful, long, careful operator's anatomy will. On a moderate-sized adult male of the careful, long, careful state of Professor Quirrell's small, careful, long, careful nutrition. Release the small, careful, long, careful grip on the small, careful, long, careful wand within 0.3 seconds. Total time to physical disarm, 1.1 seconds. Amelia Bones's wand by the small, careful, long, careful diagrammed plan she had mailed him, at the ready with the bind spell precast on her tongue to fire at Quirrell at the moment the small, careful, long, careful wand left his hand. Acceptable. He moved. He moved on the syllable I. He moved on the I of I have been. He had been measuring in the small, careful, long, careful inside of him, the cadence of Quirrell's small, careful, long, careful speech. And the I was the small, careful, long, careful softest consonant in the small, careful, long, careful sentence, the long-voweled stressed pronoun. Occupying the small, careful, long, careful tongue, and the small, careful, long, careful lower jaw in a small, careful, long, careful particular way, that the long, careful operator's old read could identify as the small, careful, long, careful cleanest cover point. Just as the D of dangerous had been the small, careful, long, careful cleanest cover point in a small, careful, long, careful different sentence, on a small, careful, long, careful different morning, in a small, careful, long, careful different sitting room 2.5 years earlier. He dropped the cloak, he stepped through it, he took the right wrist at the inside of the small, careful, long, careful radial pulse, he twisted toward the small, careful, long, careful longitudinal axis. He applied small, careful, long, careful precise pressure on the small, careful, long, careful brachial nerve. Quirrell's small, careful, long, careful right hand opened. The small, careful, long, careful wand fell. The small, careful, long, careful wand had not, by the small, careful, long, careful timing of his small, careful, long, careful interception, completed any portion of its small, careful, long, careful intended cast. The small, careful, long, careful spell that had been in the small, careful, long, careful chamber of it, by Amelia Bones's later forensic reading, had been a small, careful, long, careful unforgivable, half-formed, not lethal, in its small, careful, long, careful unfinished state, but by the small, careful, long, careful conservative read of the small, careful, long, careful cursebreaker. Not the small, careful, long, careful sort of thing one wished to be in the room with. It dissipated. Quirrell in the small, careful, long, careful grip of an 11-year-old small, careful, long, careful right hand on his small, careful, long, careful right wrist, said in a small, careful, long, careful voice that was not Quirrell's careful, long, careful voice. That was by the small, careful, long, careful eye of Amelia Bones and Orr Shacklebolt, a small, careful, long, careful voice that they had not. In the small, careful, long, careful collective last decade of their careful, long, careful service, expected to hear again, Potter. Harry and his 11-year-old small, careful, long, careful even grip did not let go of the wrist. Yes, he said, Potter, I am Madame Bones, Harry said very flatly in the small careful long careful flat dry calm voice the imprint had used in the small careful long careful sitting room at Privet Drive. Yes, Mr. Potter. Now please. Amelia Bones's small careful long careful wand snapped up. Her small careful long careful bind spell fired. The small careful long careful turban shriveled. The small careful long careful Professor Queeriness Quirrell. The small careful long careful small careful long careful sad small careful long careful old man who had agreed, in the small careful long careful Albanian forest, to carry against his small careful long careful better judgment, the small careful long careful incorporeal remnant of his small careful long careful master. Sagged in Harry's small careful long careful grip. And Harry, with the small careful long careful kindness of the small careful long careful imprint, lowered him very gently to the small careful long careful stone floor of the small careful long careful third floor corridor. With a small careful long careful kindness one would extend to the small careful long careful body of an enemy. By the small careful long careful eye of the small careful long careful operator's old code, deserved the small careful long careful end he was getting. Or Shacklebolt came up the corridor, he restrained Quirrell. He bound by the small careful long careful old long careful spell, the small careful long careful incorporeal remnant of Voldemort, in the careful long careful turban cloth, into a small careful long careful old leaden jar Amelia Bones had brought up for the purpose. The jar was sealed. The jar was placed in a small careful long careful satchel. Quirrell, half-conscious, in his small careful long careful unbalanced small careful long careful sad bareheaded self. The small careful long careful old long careful man underneath the small careful long careful turban was led away by Auror Shacklebolt, down the small careful long careful corridor, towards the small careful long careful headmaster's office. Where the small careful long careful headmaster and the small careful long careful department of mysteries were, in their small careful long careful joint long careful old long careful arrangement, waiting. Amelia Bones knelt in front of the small careful long careful third door on the right-hand side. She opened the door. The small careful long careful third floor corridor's small careful long careful third door on the right-hand side led to small careful long careful long careful old long careful chamber, in which by the small careful long careful arrangement of Nicholas Flamel and Albus Dumbledore, conveyed to her in a small careful long careful old long careful confidential meeting 4 days earlier. The small careful long careful philosopher's stone was placed in a small careful long careful old long careful enchanted glass, in the small careful long careful center of the small careful long careful chamber. She crossed to it, she lifted the glass. She took the stone in her small careful long careful palm, she closed her hand around it, she placed it in a small careful long careful old long careful satchel of her own. She turned. She crossed the small careful long careful corridor. She looked at Harry in the small careful long careful third floor corridor's small careful long careful pale moonlight, and at the small careful long careful invisibility cloak he had let fall on the small careful long careful flagstones, and at the small careful long careful imprint in him. By the careful long careful old careful long careful read of her small careful long careful long careful director's eye, visibly settled, behind his small careful long careful 11-year-old small careful long careful green eyes. Like a small careful long careful patient hand laid over a small careful long careful patient hand on the small careful long careful bow of a small careful long careful violin. She crouched in front of him. She set her small careful long careful warm dry hand on his small careful long careful 11-year-old's careful shoulder. "Mr. Potter," she said, "yes, you have done very well." He thought about the small careful long careful sentence. He thought about the small careful long careful sentence, the small careful long careful first time he had heard it. In a small careful long careful Vauxhall, on a small careful long careful Tuesday morning, in an oversized black coat, with the small, careful, long, careful, careful, small, careful, long, careful, careful, warm, dry hand of the small, careful, long, careful, careful director of magical law enforcement around his small, careful, long, careful, careful, small, dirty hand. He thought about the small, careful, long, careful, careful sentence, the small, careful, long, careful, careful second time he had heard it by an examiner, in the small, careful, long, careful, careful first round of his small, careful, long, careful, careful charms practical, 3 weeks earlier. He thought about the small, careful, long, careful, careful sentence, the small, careful, long, careful, careful third time he had heard it, in his small, careful, long, careful, careful own small, careful, long, careful, careful inside, on the small, careful, long, careful, careful 11th birthday cake. He took in his small, careful, long, careful, careful, small, careful, long, careful, careful 11-year-old chest, the small, careful, long, careful, 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 long, careful, careful breath. Thank you, he said in his small, careful, long, careful, careful new in-between voice. Madame Bones, thank you. She held his shoulder for a small, careful, long, careful, careful, careful second, then she stood. Now, she said, we will go to the hospital wing. There is, by the small, careful, long, careful, careful arrangement of Healer Pomfrey, a small, careful, long, careful, careful folding bed for the small, careful, long, careful, careful evening, and there is, by the small, careful, long, careful, careful arrangement of your godfather, a small, careful, long, careful, careful visitor. He nodded. He picked up his cloak. They walked, side by side, down the careful, long, careful corridor of the 3rd floor, down the small, careful, long, careful staircase, across the small, careful, long, careful entrance hall, up the small, careful, long, careful, long, careful, long stair to the small, careful, long, careful hospital wing. The small, careful, long, careful hospital wing, in the small, careful, long, careful warm of the small, careful, long, careful late evening, was lit. Healer Pomfrey was at the small, careful, long, careful door. Sirius Orion black in a clean dark robe with his hair long now restored, cut neatly at the shoulder, pulled back in a small careful long careful tied tail, with his face fed and his cheeks no longer hollow and his eyes the small careful long careful eyes of a man who had, in the careful long quiet years of his small careful long careful slow recovery in the small careful long careful sage green walls of number 12 Grimald Place, very slowly, very carefully, very kindly come back to himself, was sitting in a small, careful, long, careful chair by the small, careful, long, careful far window. He stood up when they came in. He crossed to Harry. He did not, in his small, careful, long, careful old habit, immediately reach for him. He had learned by the small, careful, long, quiet, patient, long, careful work of Healer Pomfrey's careful, long, careful integration tutorials over the small, careful, long, quiet 2.5 years, that the imprint in Harry was the small, careful, long, careful, patient kind of column that preferred a hand offered to a hand grabbed. He offered his hand. Harry took it. Sirius pulled him in very gently against the small, careful, long, careful chest of his small, careful, long, careful clean robe, in the small, careful, long, careful warm of the small, careful, long, careful hospital wing, in the small, careful, long, quiet evening of the 4th of June 1992. Harry, in the small, careful, long, careful warm, let himself be held. The imprint in him did not object. The imprint in him, in fact, by the small, careful, long, careful old reading of Cursebreaker Sallow, who had been at this small, careful, long, careful kind of integration checkup every quarter for the past 2.5 years. Sighed in the small, careful, long, careful, old, quiet way of a small, careful, long, careful patient man who had been holding the small, careful, long, careful patient line for a small, careful, long, careful patient time, and who could. In the small, careful, long, careful kind warm of an 11-year-old small, careful, long, careful godfather's small, careful, long, careful chest, released the line by half an inch. The imprint released the line by half an inch. Harry in the small, careful, long, careful chest said very quietly, hi Padfoot, hi pup. They stood like that for a small, careful, long, careful minute. Then Sirius eased him back gently by the small, careful, long, careful shoulders, and looked at him in the small, careful, long, careful kind way Sirius had learned over the small, careful, long, quiet years. To look at him, not in the small, careful, long, careful, old searching James Potter way, with the small, careful, long, careful, old desperate look for anything that tisn't James Potter way, but in the small, careful, long, careful, new patient, serious black way. With the small, careful, long, careful, slow, patient look for whatever is actually here way. You all right? Sirius said. He thought about it. Yes, Harry said. It went the way Madame Bones said. Yes, you disarmed him. Yes. Without the wand. Yes, with the hand. Yes, Sirius nodded. He glanced over Harry's shoulder at Amelia Bones and Healer Pomfrey, both of whom were standing very politely at the small, careful, long, careful door and at the small, careful, long, careful kind warm small, careful, long, careful inside of the small, careful, long, careful hospital wing. He looked back at Harry. I have, Sirius said, something for you. He reached into the small, careful, long, careful inside pocket of his small, careful, long, careful, clean robe. He took out a small, careful, long, careful, small object, 2 inches long. He set it on the small, careful, long, careful palm of his hand between them. It was a small, careful, long, careful piece of carved wood. It was the small, careful, long, careful piece of carved wood Andromeda had given him at St. Mungo's on the 3rd afternoon of his small, careful, long, careful first visit in November 1989. It was the small, careful, long, careful carved wood likeness of a small green grass snake, 2 inches long, with a small black-yellow band carefully painted behind the small wooden head, and the small, careful, long, careful, flat-closed black eyes painted in the small, careful, long, careful position of a small, careful, long, careful sleeping grass snake. He had kept it in his pocket for 2.5 years. He had kept it in his pocket on the small, careful, long, careful day he had moved into Grimmauld Place. He had kept it in his pocket on every day at Grimmauld Place since. He had kept it in his pocket when he had taken Harry to Diagon Alley for the small, careful, long, careful first time. He had kept it in his pocket when he had walked Harry to King's Cross at the end of August. He had kept it in his pocket all year. He had been waiting in his small, careful, long, careful, old, patient godfather way for the small, careful, long, careful right moment. He held it out. Andromeda made it, pup, he said. She made it for you. She gave it to me that first month before I was ready to give it to you. She said she would wait. She made me promise to wait until the right moment came. I have been carrying it. I think, pup, that this is the right moment. He pressed it very gently into Harry's small, careful, long, careful palm. So you have, Sirius said, a small, careful, long, careful Saffron again. Harry looked down at the small, careful, long, careful piece of carved wood in his palm. He looked at the small black-yellow band behind the small wooden head. He looked at the small, flat-closed black eyes. He looked at the small, careful, long, careful, narrow line of the small, careful, long, careful, small, careful, long, careful body. He closed his small, careful, long, careful fingers around it, very gently, the way one closes a small, careful, long, careful hand around a small green friend in the small, careful, long, careful warm of an October morning at the bottom of a careful, long, careful compost heap. And he wept. He wept the way he had not wept since the morning of the Saturday, 3 years and 8 months and 4 days earlier, when his small, careful, long, careful aunt had taken his small, careful, long, careful collar in her thin, cold hand and had told him not to watch. He wept the way a small, careful, long, careful boy of 11 years and 4 months weeps, when in the small, careful, long, careful inside of him, the small, careful, long, careful, careful old held in line finally lets go. He wept without sound, then with sound, then with the small, careful, long, careful, loud, hoarse, abandoned sobbing of a small, careful, long, careful 11-year-old who has been doing the small, careful, long, careful, long, careful adult work of holding the small, careful, long, careful line in for almost 3 years and has, in the small, careful, long, careful warm of his godfather's small, careful, long, careful clean robe. With the small, careful, long, careful piece of carved wood in his small, careful, long, careful fist, very finally, very correctly, very rightly agreed to stop. Sirius held him. Sirius did not, in the small, careful, long, careful holding, say anything. Sirius, by the small, careful, long, careful, old, patient, long, careful work of 2.5 years, knew when not to say anything. Healer Pomfrey at the small, careful, long, careful door, set her hand very lightly on Amelia Bones's small, careful, long, careful arm, and led Amelia Bones very gently out of the small, careful, long, careful hospital wing, and closed the small, careful, long, careful door very quietly behind her, so that the small, careful, long, careful 11-year-old boy and the small, careful, long, careful man who had agreed to be his small, careful, long, careful godfather could have. In the small, careful, long, careful, patient quiet of the small, careful, long, careful hospital wing, the small, careful, long, careful, private hour, the small, careful, long, careful, inside of the small, careful, long, careful boy required. After a long time, Sirius had not, in his small, careful, long, careful, old, quiet way, counted later he would say in his small, careful, long, careful, old, quiet way that it had been somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes the small, careful, long, careful sobbing eased. Harry, in the small, careful, long, careful warm of his small, careful, long, careful godfather's robe, drew back very slightly. He looked down at his small, careful, long, careful fist. He opened it. The small, careful, long, careful piece of carved wood lay in the small, careful, long, careful palm. He looked up at Sirius. His small, careful, long, careful face was wet. His small, careful, long, careful glasses were fogged. His small, careful, long, careful, small, careful, long, careful eyes. Green, very green. The green Sirius had known, in another face, in another small, careful, long, careful kitchen, in another small, careful, long, careful life, were the small, careful, long, careful eyes of an 11-year-old who had, in the small, careful, long, careful, old, long, careful, patient warm of his small, careful, long, careful godfather's chest. Just done a small, careful, long, careful, old, long, careful piece of small, careful, long, old, long, careful, long, careful work that needed doing, and was now, in the small, careful, long, old, long, careful, clean warm of having done it, very tired. Sirius set his small, careful, long, palm against Harry's small, careful, long, wet cheek. He said in his small, careful, long, low, warm, graveled voice, the sentence he had been carrying in the small, careful, long, inside of him with the small, careful, long, piece of carved wood for 2.5 years. Your dad would say, protect what you love, pup. Harry in his small, careful, long, godfather's small, careful, long, palm, with the small, careful, long, piece of carved wood in his small, careful, long, own small, careful, long, palm, with the small, careful, long, imprint inside him very quiet and the small, careful, long, 11-year-old boy inside the imprint, for the first time in his small, careful, long, life, very awake, did not in the small, careful, long, inside of him hesitate. He said the small, careful, long, sentence that he had been carrying, perhaps in him, perhaps in the imprint, perhaps in the small, careful, long, old, long, warm of the man at the edge of the pool who had given him the small, careful, long, column, since the small, careful, long, Saturday morning of his small, careful, long, 9th year. He said it in plain English because the man across from him only had the one language. He said it in the small, hissing way too, in the small, careful, long, inside of him, because Saffron, who could not hear it, deserved to hear it. He said it. I do, Padfoot, he said, I do. The small, careful, long, hospital wing, in the small, careful, long, warm of the small, careful, long, late evening of the small, careful, long, 4th of June 1992, was very quiet. Outside in the small, careful, long, corridor, Amelia Bones and Healer Pomfrey stood very politely in the small, careful, long, pale castle stone, and listened to nothing, and did not in the small, careful, long, kindness of them look at each other. Inside in the small, careful, long, warm, the small, careful, long, boy held the small, careful, long, piece of carved wood in his small, careful, long, palm, and his small, careful, long, godfather held the small, careful, long, boy by the small, careful, long, shoulders, and the small, careful, long, quiet imprint, in the small, careful, long, inside of him, made the small, careful, long, last small, careful, long, entry, in the small, careful, long, first volume of its small, careful, long, column. The entry by the small, careful, long, reading of Cursebreaker Sallow at the small, careful, long, next quarterly checkup, ran host, integrated, status, family, mission, continuing. Outside the small, careful, long, castle, the small, careful, long, late spring evening went on. Inside in the small, careful, long, hospital wing, the small, careful, long, boy who lived held his small, careful, long, small wooden Saffron in his small, careful, long, small, careful, long, palm, and wept, and held on, and lived.